of or directly or indirectly associated with my employer. Second, as a former intelligence officer in the U.S. military, I'm well aware that some of the most detailed reporting on topics as sensitive as Homeland Security remained classified. And as such, the testimony I'm best positioned to offer pertains to the scholarly conclusions that can be drawn based upon publicly available research. My remarks today will focus on two areas. One, the broader strategic context through which China's overseas intelligence collection and information campaigns should be viewed. And two, what the publicly available research to date can tell us about the scope and effectiveness of those campaigns. The competition between the United States and China represents one of the defining international challenges of this century. But in my view, at the center of this critical problem rests two issues that most divide Washington and Beijing: the future of Taiwan and perceptions that the other side poses an existential threat to the stability of the domestic regime. Thus, while it is important to seriously evaluate the threats to the homeland posed by China, these should not distract attention from the issues that are likely to define the future of the global competition at their root. China's overseas activities that emerge from this contemporary strategic context can be loosely divided into two categories. The first focuses on China's intelligence collection, which is well documented. The recent incident in which a Chinese high-altitude balloon traversed American airspace illustrates in vivid fashion that China is willing to assume risks in order to gather data against American targets. In parallel to intelligence collection, China engages in operations to disseminate information to foreign audiences. To date, the bulk of these activities are aimed at shaping global public opinion. In simplest terms, China presents foreign citizens with information with the hope that it will shape the target's attitudes and perhaps their behavior. These efforts to shape foreign public opinion through party propaganda are real, and their scope is broad. But there are comparatively few studies that apply validated research methods for estimating the causal effect that exposure to such messages have on foreign audiences. In addition, trends in the global public opinion should provide some comfort. If one judges the effectiveness of China's public diplomacy campaign based solely on China's approval rating in foreign countries, the effort has, at least to date, been a failure. Finally, what evidence we do have suggests there are several reasons why these operations might actually prove to be less effective than some of us might fear. By emphasizing gaps in public knowledge, I am not suggesting that we can dismiss potential threats that China poses to the U.S. homeland. The fact that China has demonstrated its intent to engage in both intelligence collection and efforts to shape foreign public opinion, coupled with the competitive nature of the bilateral relationship broadly, is sufficient cause for serious attention. Rather, my hope is that emphasizing what we do and do not yet know can illuminate policy recommendations which are detailed in my written testimony. Allow me to briefly summarize them here. First, the U.S. government should devote resources towards publicly available research that fills in gaps in our knowledge regarding China's activities abroad. Second, the U.S. government should use diplomatic channels to reestablish opportunities for American researchers to better understand the Chinese political system, and do so in ways that they feel protected from potential exploitation and detainment by the Chinese authorities. Third, the U.S. government needs to better disclose its understanding of the threats that China poses to homeland security, and specifically, it needs to provide citizens with more data about the different risks that American citizens assume when they use foreign technologies. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jost. Members will now be recognized in order of seniority, alternating between Republican and Democrat for 5 minutes of questioning. It's my hope today that we will be able to go through maybe 2 rounds of questioning. The chair now recognizes myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I think what we heard there is just an incredible breadth of knowledge and experience about what the Chinese Communist Party has been doing, for several decades, what they are currently doing, and the threats that, as that wake-up call moment happened several weeks ago with the Chinese surveillance balloon, that it's incumbent upon us to really start uncovering these threats and focusing on them. And quite honestly, from what we've heard from this panel, thank you for all of your opening statements. We could have several hearings on the individual subjects, but appreciate the time here. I'll start with Mr. Evanina. When you look at the ownership of property in the United States, and we go back, PRC-based ownership of U.S. farmland in the last 20 years has jumped from about $81 million in 2010 to $1.9 billion at the end of 2021. And moreover, I think it's widely reported that a lot of the PRC or PRC-linked ownership is adjacent to very sensitive facilities, government facilities, military facilities in the United States. Can you provide insight as to why that is, what the goal is, and what they're doing with those lands?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try really hard to stay in the unclassified realm here, but it's a comprehensive strategic plan that goes back about a decade to the CCP's plans and intentions, which incorporates multifaceted intelligence apparatus, both the MSS and the PLA. And it starts what I would call and phrase outside the fence line of DoD facilities. That began with the Huawei cell tower capabilities, tracking and being able to monitor not only troop movements, but weapon silos and other areas. The strategic purchases of businesses outside of not only military bases, but military residential areas. The influence of the Chinese being able to do software and malware manipulation and penetration on electrical grids and power stations outside of the military bases. I think the next aspect is exactly what you referenced, right? What is the next thing that the Communist Party of China, and Russia for that matter, are looking to exploit outside the fence line of U.S. military bases? That includes land purchases. And I think when you look at all the land that not only the Chinese Communist Party and their proxies have purchased, you're going to find a strategic military base and or subterrestrial things in the ground, as well as energy issues to the military base. And also we look at the balloon we just saw, very similar trajectory to those areas. So it's a comprehensive strategic plan that you see from the Communist Party.
Do you think there was coordination between staying in the unclassified? I mean, the lands that the balloon flew over, purchases that we've seen, I mean, could there be coordination either now or in the future?
Absolutely. There's nothing done by the Communist Party of China that does not have strategic entity or coordination. I think we'll see in the future, if it's declassified, what some of the things the balloon was surveilling and or potentially doing more surveillance too.
Thank you. General Gossello, thanks for the testimony. And, you know, the threats that you mentioned that you're very worried about and concerned about, what keeps you up at night on the air power threats? And what needs to happen resource-wise, specifically here, NORAD, NORTHCOM, in order to identify, deter, detect, and defeat?
Thank you, Chairman. What keeps me up at night is the age and the capabilities of our existing air and space forces. You know, for 20 years, we've been engaged in a very land-centric campaigns in the Middle East. We've been doing counterinsurgency, counter-violent extremists, counterterrorism, all important for our nation. But during that 20 years, we did not invest in air and space forces to the extent we needed to. So we're left with that old fleet that I described before. You know, a 30-year-old fighter can do fine providing close air support in Iraq or Afghanistan against a low-end threat, but it's not going to survive very well against, and it's not going to survive in the China fight. But more so, it doesn't deter China. And so we have to realize the investment that's needed in the air and space domain has been neglected, and we have to get her after it for the exact reasons that's been described by our expert panelists on China. And that's what keeps me up at night.
When you look at the threats that are being posed, hypersonics, the ranges that are increasing, the ability to reach out and touch us, how important is NORAD, the Joint Air Power Enterprise, to the defense of our homeland?
You know, NORAD, the National Defense Strategy, 2 of them now in a row have said that homeland defense is the #1 priority. Problem is we haven't resourced it to that extent that our words say. And the commanders of NORAD have asked for modernization of radars for years now and had not gotten it. And that would have helped us detect those balloons sooner. And then the aging fighters. You know, almost every major metropolitan city in America is defended by our Air National Guard fighters that are getting older and older. They don't have the capabilities, the radars that they need, not only for the balloons, but the radars they need for the real threat, which would be a cruise missile attack against our homeland. And so that's what concerns me.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back and now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman. It is clear that the Chinese Communist Party is taking a whole-of-government approach to advancing its ambitions at the expense of U.S. and democratic interests, and therefore we must take a whole-of-government approach to meeting that threat. So that covers Homeland Security, Defense, Commerce, State Department, et cetera. I'm going to focus on the Homeland realm. Dr. Joes, can you expand on the methods that the CCP is using to influence public opinion, both here at home in the U.S. and globally, and what more we could be doing to measure their efforts and to mitigate their success?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. The bulk to date of China's influence operations, both in the United States and abroad, are focused on what you might say are winning friends and influencing people, right? This is coming directly from Xi Jinping, who has directed the party's apparatus that has deep roots in propaganda to leverage those capabilities in order to tell China's story well to the world. It is interesting to think about the ways in which China's institutions domestically are sort of naturally positioned to make that transition from a domestic-based propaganda machine to an international one. If one thinks from the perspective of the Chinese Communist Party, from their perspective, domestic propaganda has worked thus far in keeping the CCP in power. Those capabilities and organizations exist, and it is easy to see how they would assume that those same types of propaganda would work in foreign audiences. To date, however, as I emphasized in my written testimony, we don't necessarily have the best evidence to judge whether or not these propaganda efforts outside of Chinese borders have been effective. As I mentioned in the opening statement, we do know that global public opinion towards China, particularly in the United States and the countries with whom we share closest interests, has declined substantially in the past few years, which would actually suggest that from a certain perspective, the propaganda doesn't necessarily work as well as the CCP would hope. That being said, there's a multitude of things that are confounding that relationship, of course, right? The fact that there has been a global pandemic, the fact that it could be working in certain areas and not others, certain framings that the Chinese Communist Party and its diplomats use are more effective than others. And it's one of the reasons why I think there needs to be more research on this matter and something the U.S. government can certainly help with.
Thank you. Mr. Evanina, in your written testimony on the threat of corporate espionage and the theft of intellectual property, you recommended the creation of an economic threat intelligence agency to assist U.S. companies in protecting themselves against corporate espionage. Can you expand on how that should be structured to be most effective if we were to do it?
Thank you, Ranking Member. I recommended an entity similar to the FSISAC that is specifically geared towards the economic awareness and understanding of IP and trade secret theft and emerging of not only the thought process, but the ideation, but also the laws that govern our patent processes and our IP theft around the world, and to mirror what the Communist Party are doing around and then educate our American businesses, their general counsels, the people that do law for them outside counsel, to understand what it looks like when you're about to be stolen and robbed for IP theft, and be able to provide that real-time actionable intelligence from the intelligence community, DHS, and Commerce and Treasury to businesses who are not only at risk, but in the process, because once it happens, it's too late, the data's already gone. The government needs to be more forward-leaning and left the boom.
Thank you. I found that very interesting, and so perhaps as a follow-up after this hearing, you can send us some recommendations in more detail about where it should be housed, how it should be staffed, which agencies should be involved, because I think that's a very interesting recommendation.
Yes, sir.
And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all. So dozens of demonstrators protested outside of a building in New York City's Chinatown last month. The building, which is owned by the Changli Association, operates what they call a service station. they're accused of operating a CCP police station that allegedly conducts surveillance and intimidates CCP descendants and activists. Like the recent incident with the Chinese surveillance balloon, this station could be the latest CCP action that violates U.S. sovereignty and poses a threat to national security. It's been reported that there's over 100 of these offices around the world. Mr. Vina, please describe your concerns surrounding this potential CCP police station in terms of counterintelligence threats and the safety of Americans.
Thank you, Congressman. I think when you look at that specific issue in New York City and the subsequent search by the Department of Justice and FBI, which is a high threshold to obtain, it's a manifestation of the strategic plan of the Communist Party of China to not only influence, manipulate their own diaspora here in the United States, but provide an intimidation factor. And I would say that this issue in New York and the search of that domestic police station is in partnership with their Operation Fox Hunt that my colleague, Ms. Bacon, talked about, which is an international program, but very, very aggressive in the United States to surveil and try to rendition Chinese diaspora here who are anti-Xi and regime. And they've been very successful at it. And the fact that this happens on our American soil, to me, is unacceptable.
I agree. So it's been reported that there's over 100 throughout the world. Do we know how many are actually on U.S. soil?
I do not, but I'm pretty confident our law enforcement, both at the state, local, and federal level, are pretty aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize my good friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Mr. Chairman from Texas, thank you very much. I've been sitting in this committee for a number of years. Cyber, big issue, continues to be a big issue. A number of testimonies ago, we heard that Russians have essentially penetrated most of our infrastructure, just like we've penetrated most of their infrastructure. So we have a standoff, so to speak. Action by either side is too expensive, so to speak, in terms of the damage. Now we have a situation internationally, a geopolitical realignment where Russia and China are beginning to work much more collaboratively. My question, common thought, first of all, Mr. Ivania, how do you see this, given that our foreign minister, China's foreign minister recently said, essentially warned us of conflict and confrontation in the United States? How do you see this evolution in terms of multiplier effect of a threat on the United States, Russia and China working together? How real is that? And what's the potential for the future of continued collaboration to really challenge the United States in ways we have not envisioned in the past? Thank you.
Mr. Congressman, I concur with your statement, and I think it is a very concerning issue when two nation states who don't like each other are merging against one common enemy, the United States. Geopolitically, diplomatically—
So you're saying that enemy of an enemy is my friend? Is that the situation?
I was going to say
you've
that,
got?
but it was a little bit better you said it. But yes, correct. And I think when you look at, I'll stick in my lane here, you mentioned the Russians' penetration to our systems, both IT and OT, SCADA, ICS systems here in the United States, probably predates the Communist Party of China, but I'm pretty confident the Communist Party of China has either duplicated those penetrations or ridden along those. And I think the sharing of the intelligence services between Vladimir Putin and Russia and the Communist Party is probably the most problematic for me as what they see, because that's the most invisible part of that threat.
I think that right now we still have an edge when it comes to cyber, 2 or 3 years maybe. So I often think of defense, a good offense is the best defense you can have. So if I may, what would you recommend moving forward would be the best way to counter these unprecedented challenges that our country has?
Congressman, I think you make a good point, and it's probably important that reiterate the fact that as much as what you're hearing here is depressing, demoralizing, and it's a legitimate threat to our nation, we must pause and remember that we have the most amazing military and intelligence and law enforcement capabilities the world has ever seen. The women and men of DOD and the intelligence community are phenomenal. Our capabilities are second to none in cyber, military apparatus, and intelligence. So Americans should go to sleep at night, be thankful the fact that offensively, we've never seen anything better than we can do. Unfortunately, it's not public.
Today.
Yes, sir.
Please continue. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Anybody else have comments, thoughts on my questions? Ma'am?
Congressman, if I might build off of that on cyber, when I look at the homeland, so much of our commerce and activity rides on commercial infrastructure. And building off of Mr. Evanina's point earlier, it's very important that the government figure out how to share threat intelligence information with the private sector, with those oil, gas, pipeline, energy, financial services sectors.
In real time.
In real time, and that's the key. And if you're a business, you hear this top level talk, but what's particularly valuable is figuring out a way to provide security read-ins to some of these business leaders, bring them into the tent, but also share specific techniques, procedures with them. It's one thing to hear about this general Chinese threat. It's another thing to hear the tactics that they're using to go after you. And then you realize, holy crap, that's what's been happening in my network. Now let me work with you to take some preventative measures.
30 seconds. Anybody else? The chair, I yield. Thank you very much. Oh, please.
Just amplifying Ms. Begum, I would point to your question, sir, to the incredible success our intelligence and defense department has had with Ukraine in preventing Russian cyber capabilities, not only in Ukraine and Europe and here in the U.S. as a category for us being ahead of others in the cyberspace.
Thank you for ending on a good, positive note. Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, former Navy SEAL, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys, for attending today. We appreciate it. You know, it's not often up here that, me and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can agree upon something. So it is great to be in agreement on the threat that China is. Obviously, the American people are watching, and they're very concerned when they see spy balloons flying over the United States, farmland being bought up near, farms, fentanyl coming across our southern border. We know, where the origin of a lot of that comes from, theft of intellectual property, covering up the origins of COVID, Chinese police stations in some of our cities. My first question is for you, Mr. Evanina. Did I pronounce that correctly? Sir, do you know what elite capture is?
Yes, sir.
Can you, for the panel and for maybe some of those watching, can you describe what elite capture is, please?
Congressman, I can. I would probably prefer to some of the better informed experts here on that panel for that particular definition.
Okay. Is there anybody want to take a stab at it? Sir, am I correct that you are an expert in counterintelligence, right?
Yes, sir.
So can you just give me a really broad, doesn't have to be super specific, what is elite capture?
Yeah, I think when you look at it, the capabilities and intent of our adversaries and our ability to be proactive and make an affirmative effort to capture telecommunications to humans, to technology in or at the battlefield or in the gray space provides us the best venue or avenue for potential to win.
Okay. Can you give me some examples of how that's often done? How that's carried out?
Sure. Well, first of all, I would say a lot of it's done with authorities that are granted to both NSA and the FBI overseas. Section 702, our abilities to capture telecommunications.
All right. So we're going to be switching over to this other hearing in just a little bit. Wow, let me figure out why that's like that. Boom. Now I got some color. How about that? Anyway, welcome to our daily broadcast. I kind of like doing this, and I may get back into the form of doing this where we cover the live hearings, we cover the White House, and I just stay live. And then, like yesterday worked pretty well because then I did a full show after. I think yesterday night's show was really good. You guys may not have, but I thought it was pretty good. So today at 10 o'clock, we're going to cover the Norfolk CEO who's testifying in front of the Senate Committee on Environment and something else. He's going to be testifying. He's in the second panel. So the first panel is going to be J.D. Vance. It's going to be another senator. And so likely they're going to read their opening statements, which my guess will take about an hour and a half. And then it's going to switch over to another panel after a short break, my guess. And then that panel has 5 people. Senate runs a lot quicker. Okay. And there's another hearing about inflation, I believe at 2 o'clock. So I may try to stay live and cover all of those as they progress. Just a note, well, 2 notes. First note, depending on how the afternoon goes with my son, I may have to go pick up my other son because my little son woke up this morning and he's like, Mom, I don't feel good. All over the house. So my wife is home with him. We thought that he was going to be better because, kids, they puke and then but he went back to sleep and then he woke up again and he went, Mom, but luckily he had a puke bag next to him and he ralphed into that. So he's sick. And someone said the Twitter hearings are also starting. Not today. Not that I saw. There's so many hearings, and there's even hearings tomorrow as well. And to be honest, the Twitter stuff, I don't know. I'm like over that shit too, because it's not going to do anything. We're definitely going to watch the East Palestine, Ohio. There was another one that I thought was relatively interesting, also at 10 o'clock, which was hearings to examine countering Russia's terroristic mercenaries. And I thought that would be an interesting one to cover as well. Where's the 2 o'clock one? Oh, inflation, a preventable crisis. Although that's a subcommittee meeting, and subcommittee meetings suck. They're very quick and, they're just fast. But we'll have to wait and see. Angela said all these hearings and nothing happens. That is absolutely correct. A lot of times these are for show. It's to get their sound bites while they yell. Norfolk Southern is going to be a lot of that. There's going to be a lot of posturing, a lot of people beating their chest, thinking that they're better than everybody else. And you all know that just as well as I do. You know what I may do? Weaponization of the federal government. That's the hearing you're talking about. Okay, so what I'm going to do, the House Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government hearing. After the Norfolk Southern hearing, we'll do exactly what we did yesterday. We will cover the entire hearing on the weaponization of the federal government. We'll cover that. It won't be live, but we'll cover that directly after because that is the other hearing and they're at the same time because that's what they do because they're scummy. But I'm trying to find where I had the hearing. Okay, here it is. So the hearing that's going to begin in just a few minutes is on the environmental one. So that's here. And so I've got it ready, but it hasn't started yet, of course. Oh no. Let me refresh this page because it won't let me zoom in. Also, guys, I did something special today because I have entirely too many 30 caliber ammo cans. So I am making something today and today only. Well, actually not. I have 14 of them. But I'm making a mini ammo can bundle. It's going to come with a bag of coffee, a book, stickers, patches, maybe a hat, and a 30 caliber ammo can. If you order it this morning, it will go out today. I have enough coffee. I have enough shirts. Some, depending on the shirts, you may get a separate order for the shirts, but you'll see that. But all of the ammo cans will go out today. And I made it pretty cheap in terms of the goods that are going inside it, $75. And that includes shipping. It's shipping is included, $75. You can order the size. It'll come with one t-shirt, 30 caliber ammo can, a book written by one of our viewers, the spouse of one of our viewers. Which I read, and they actually sent me this book. Woo! First Line of Defense Inside the Border Patrol. This is by James R. McFadden. One of our viewers, I believe, is the wife or the spouse or related to Mr. McFadden, and he wrote a book about his time as a Border Patrol agent. And I have a bunch of these. So these books are going to be included in that bundle. So you definitely want to get this bundle. You definitely want to get this bundle today because Like I said, if you order it today, it will ship today. So what's today? Thursday. So you'll likely have it by what, Monday or Saturday? Because it'll all be priority mail or UPS. So I won't do parcel post. I'll ship it pretty quick, but I need to get them. So make sure you do your orders right now. You can't choose your coffee. So it'll just be random. See, it's not going to let me make this a big page, which is really annoying. Really quite annoying. Let me make sure the sound is on. It is.
Today as well, including our witnesses and colleagues from Ohio and Pennsylvania.
So hold
We
on, I
look
got to
forward to the
reposition this.
testimony
But
of
get your
each,
order in
one
right
of
now
you.
for this ammo
As
can.
we know, last month news
I'll ship
broke
it
about
today.
an environmental disaster.
Hold on, I got to
caused by a
resize
Norfolk
this because
Southern train
they won't let me
derailment
make it
near
full screen.
East Palestine, Ohio, less than a mile from the Pennsylvania border. We are here today to discuss that train derailment and subsequent hazardous chemical release, which led to a controlled burn of dangerous chemicals and the mandatory evacuation of some 2,000 people. This tragic incident
guys
is a
can hear,
reminder
right?
of the importance of following the golden rule and treating other people the way we would like to be treated if we were in their shoes. Today's hearing is an opportunity to put ourselves in the shoes of those impacted by this disaster, examine the immediate response, and ensure long-term accountability for the cleanup efforts. It's our responsibility in Congress to answer, one, what went wrong? Two, what do we need to do to fix it? What do we need to do to make sure it never happens again? Every so often, environmental disaster in our country underscores our responsibility to protect public health and our environment. In 1969, I recall seeing news coverage of a train spark that ignited the polluted Cuyahoga River near Cleveland, Ohio, just north of Ohio State, where I was a Navy ROTC midshipman a year earlier. As our nation watched a river engulfed in flames, it served as a wake-up call to better protect communities from hazardous substances and to take responsibility for cleaning up environmental disasters. This movement helped lead to the creation of the Environmental Protection Agency, which has broad bipartisan support, had broad bipartisan support. My hope is that in the aftermath of the disaster in East Palestine, we can come together once again to identify solutions that will protect communities, improve safety, and restore trust. We must work together with our colleagues on other relevant House and Senate committees to strengthen our nation's rail safety regulations, ensure compliance with them, and prevent future incidents like this one from happening again. We also need to make sure that the impacted communities receive the resources and the support that they need. Our existing laws have allowed EPA to identify Norfolk Southern as a responsible party and began to hold the corporation responsible for the costs of the emergency response, as well as for the long-term remediation of this area. We want to hear from our witnesses today whether Norfolk Southern is meeting its obligations, including its moral obligations. In addition, we should note that responding to this disaster is a shared responsibility between different levels of government and Norfolk Southern. And it is imperative for us to ensure that the agencies tasked with responding to disasters like this have the necessary resources that they need to ensure the safety of the air that people breathe, the water they drink, and the soil they use on which to grow crops. It's worth noting that the Biden administration has been on the ground from day one. As we'll hear today, the EPA, working alongside state and local partners, arrived in East Palestine within hours after the derailment and has maintained a presence ever since. In fact, Administrator Regan has visited the area, I'm told, some 3 times already and expects to go back for more. In the wake of the chemical releases, these government entities have worked tirelessly to install air and groundwater monitoring systems, as well as sample the water in the air for toxics and oversee the removal of contaminated soil. Norfolk Southern appears to have cooperated with these orders and has agreed to pay for the environmental cleanup resulting from the derailment. However, the ultimate costs may exceed the immediate cleanup needs. And moreover, an apparent lack of transparency on the part of Norfolk Southern, at least in the early days of the response, has left some members of the community battling with mistrust and looking for answers. We're told that the company's failure to communicate directly includes information given to some first responders who were under the impression that only one car would be vented and burned rather than 5. This miscommunication left first responders scrambling to ensure the public safety requirements of a much, much larger plume. We've also heard from some residents who were told it was safe to return to their homes, but are still experiencing ongoing health problems. Other concerns remain, such as loss of property values and the long-term impacts on the most vulnerable citizens, including children and the elderly. As I said earlier, today presents us with the opportunity to learn from this experience, address misinformation, and gain a better understanding of the long-term plan to protect public health and address the environmental impacts of this disaster. Just as we witnessed an earlier environmental disaster in Ohio 54 years ago that I've alluded to, a new generation of Americans is now waiting to see how their government responds today and in the days to come. This incident may well prove to be a defining moment in their lives as it was in my own. Let's do what's right, not only for the people at East Palestine, but for everyone who believes that those who transport potentially dangerous chemicals must take the necessary steps to protect our people and our one and only planet. And with that, let me turn
large-scale chemical spill resulting from a Norfolk Southern train derailment in opportunity to thank the emergency responders who were on the scene and less than an hour after the incident was reported and are continuing today to work diligently. Relatives and certainly their hometown friends. So it weighs on all of us here. This catastrophe upended the lives of thousands of our constituents and states represented today. The residents of East Palestine and other impacted communities, including those in West Virginia, deserve the chance to hear publicly from those involved in and affected by the cleanup efforts. They need to know what progress has been made, the challenges that lay ahead, and what lessons can be learned to improve future responses. From day one, responders across all levels of government, as well as the private sector, have worked around the clock on monitoring and mitigation to keep the public and environment safe. I appreciate EPA and other relevant organizations for providing regular updates to Congress on the status of the response. However, I want to convey to all of you that the public deserved a better level of transparency and much, much sooner. A month after the accident, it's clear to me that EPA's risk communication strategy fell short. In the immediate aftermath of the incident, impacted communities were clamoring for answers. While we're well aware that monitoring efforts and response planning need to be sound, we need to understand why it took so long for the EPA to get accurate data to the public. This is especially true when organizations like the Ohio EPA and the Ohio River Valley Sanitation Commission, better known as ORSENCO, both represented on our panel today, managed to provide data and safety information to the public quicker. That even includes they were distributing EPA data faster than the agency itself was willing to, not only with the public, but also during briefings and conversations with the affected congressional offices. In the absence of adequate transparency to the public, that just opens up a gap for social media, armchair citizen scientists, and political pundits on both sides to fuel false narratives that have further undermined that public confidence in the response to the derailment. With each week passing, the confusion seemed to grow. Even after weeks of repeated air, soil, and water monitoring have shown levels of the implicated contaminants of magnitude well below the ATSDR and EPA levels of concern in the air and water, the initial delays in messaging and response has meant that the residents still do not trust these results enough to feel safe. And trust is essential in these situations. That has been made worse, I think, by a lot of the misinformation that we've seen. You can't address fear and mistrust by pointing residents to an EPA website filled with fact sheets and press releases. Risk communications needs to be done in a clear but compassionate, relatable manner right down there where it's happening. So why did it take weeks for the EPA administrator to drink the water he repeatedly told residents was safe? Why did it take almost a month to establish a response center and go door to door to East Palestine families concerned? As a result of early missteps, I believe that we need to keep moving forward here. This committee must get to the bottom of whether EPA has some of the authorities for some of the actions that it's taken on the removal and whether they are serving the best interests of our constituents. So how will EPA approving every shovelful of dirt that is moved benefit safety or expedite the process? These are the questions I'm going to have. How and why is EPA prohibiting contaminated soil and water from leaving the state of Ohio for into qualified destruction facilities? How's that going to improve outcomes? I'm concerned that at least one of the Ohio facilities EPA is now activating for this purpose has a history of Clean Air Act violations and may not be able to sufficiently destroy contaminated soils in a way that assures communities may not be further impacted by emissions resulting from incomplete incineration. So the EPA has been slow to respond to some of our office's inquiries on the use of PFAS firefighting foams in combating the fire, nor explaining how residues from those foams may be responsible for some of the purported pollution that has made the rounds. The EPA could have also made abundantly clear that Norfolk Southern would be completely liable and that no expense would be spared in the cleanup efforts that's required by the law. Instead, it took weeks for the average American not well versed in the nuances of CERCLA, which is the act that covers this, to receive that assurance. Mr. Shaw from Norfolk Southern will be on our panel, and I look forward to hearing from you on what Norfolk Southern is doing to make things right. But as you know, and as you've stated in your statement, your company will pay for the harm that it has caused and is paying. It will pay for the initial cleanup and likely pay again when the lawsuits from the myriad harms caused begin to come in, though how much will be a matter for the courts. Culpability in this incident and the liabilities that will result are clearly defined in the statutes known as CERCLA. And the liabilities for Norfolk Southern under CERCLA are among the broadest and strictest in any federal law. Before Congress considers any changes to existing laws, we must better understand what has gone wrong with this response so far and what can be done better in the future, but also what went right. So, to the residents of East Palestine and surrounding communities, your Congress hears you. Every American deserves to feel safe in their home and confident that the water that they drink and that the air that they breathe is safe. When something like this happens, God forbid, they should also be able to trust the federal government will be quick, deliberate, transparent, and clear in their response, and that guilty parties will be held responsible. I believe the environmental laws on the book are up to the task. So what has gone wrong? What has gone right? That's what we're here to talk about today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me now recognize Senator Jeff Merkley. Jeff is the chairman of the Subcommittee on Chemical Safety, Waste Management, Environmental Justice, and Regulatory Oversight. We'll recognize him for his statement. Jeff, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Carper and Ranking Member Capito, for today's hearing. As chair of the Chemical Safety Subcommittee, it's absolutely critical we examine the impacts to public health and well-being of the people of East Palestine following this disastrous derailment of a Norfolk Southern freight train that was carrying tons of toxic and hazardous materials and certainly the impact coming from the plumes of smoke that burned for over 2 days. This tragedy demands accountability because future derailments will happen. Unless we learn the lessons of this incident, there will undoubtedly be more derailments with devastating impacts on additional communities. For years, my office has been hearing from Oregonians who are terrified about the risks of trains rolling down the tracks in the middle of their towns full of toxic chemicals. They remember when a Union Pacific train derailed in Mosier, Oregon in June 2016, spilling some 42,000 gallons of crude oil in front of a school, a massive fire, damage to the water and sewer systems, and the debris made their way into the Columbia River. And they remember the billowing tower of toxic black smoke that could be seen for miles and miles up and down the Columbia Gorge in an area blanketed in toxic ash. At that time, Senator Wyden and I pushed for huge improvements in track maintenance Improvements in the brakes, improvements in the tank cars, improvements in the pre-positioning of supplies to respond to disasters, and improvements in communications. But the progress was very limited. Since 2015, there have been 100 derailments of trains carrying hazardous materials, 1 per month. In this coming year, there'll probably be another 12.
Twitter had
at
not
this
safeguarded
pace.
them.
As of 2017, around 1 million tons of hazardous materials is transported by rail every day. And that was the last year the numbers were released, and I suspect they're even higher today because we have growing supplies of toxic chemicals, particularly related to the plastics industry. We know the danger posed by these chemicals. We know that when they're going down the rails, there's the possibility of a disaster, but there's so much that can be done to limit the odds of disasters happening. And that's our responsibility. We need to recognize that when a derailment occurs and toxic chemicals like vinyl chloride are leaked, people are aware that these chemicals cause lymphoma and leukemia and cancers. And so they're absolutely, legitimately, extremely concerned, and many residents of East Palestine are complaining about all sorts of health issues. So let's have this hearing today be an opportunity for us to examine not just the response, but how to prevent these derailments in the future, the type of investments that are required so that future communities are not terrorized by these derailments that are happening at a pace of once per month. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Capito, for the opportunity to share those comments.
Senator Markley, thank you so much. Now I'm going to recognize Senator Mullen, the subcommittee ranking member, for his statement. Senator Mullen, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by thanking everyone, including our 5 panelists, and Senator Brown, Senator Vance, and Senator Casey, for attending this hearing. The people of East Palestine have shown perseverance and bravery during the time that's understandably they're very anxious and upset about. In the aftermath of the derailment, the decision was made to burn hazardous chemicals leaking from rail cars out of fear of explosion. Since then, residents have reported headaches, coughing, fatigue, irritation, pain, burning sensations on their skin. People of East Palestine now fear their health, despite the EPA claiming that everything's okay. The public's trust in the government is near record low. Only 20% say that they trust the government to do the right thing. After the last 3 years, there's no wonder that the residents are calling into question about the response and advice the government bureaucrats is giving. The mixed messaging from the administration in the days and weeks after the tragedy has only added the fuel to the fire. Actions have consequences. Both the Secretary of Transportation and the Administrator of the EPA delayed their visit to East Palestine, says that when they got there, hey, it wasn't our problem. It was the previous administration and their deregulation that caused this. It's time for everyone to take responsibility. In contrast, I applaud the timely on-ground response efforts from the local residents and the first responders. The people of Ohio have truly come together to help neighbors in the time of need. In Oklahoma, we call that the Oklahoma Standard. Moving forward, today's hearing allows us and allows witnesses to provide much needed clarity and assurance to the public. We need to know how to prevent tragedies like this from happening again. We need to know what caused it. There are serious questions that need to be addressed, such as the states that toxic waste is being shipped to, how long the chemicals were setting in the cars, if the bearings were appropriately re-inspected, why were all 5 cars burned instead of just the one, why the administration and Norfolk failed to provide accurate and timely information to local authorities, and finally, what are we going to do about the town moving forward? The residents understandably do not feel safe, and we need a plan to put their lives back together. I expect our witnesses to transparently discuss these issues so we can prevent accidents like this from occurring in the future. Leaders take responsibilities. They don't point fingers and dodge responsibilities. The people of East Palestine need to see the administration and Norfolk take responsibility and show results. I yield back.
Thanks very much for that comment. Before we turn to our colleagues who joined us for today, I want to just ask unanimous consent, if I could, to submit for the record a statement on behalf of our EPW colleague, Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who cannot be with us here today. For my colleagues, I'd just like to quote a couple of lines from Mr. Fetterman, Senator Fetterman's testimony, and here's what he says. He said, I'm working with my colleagues across both state and party lines to fight for the forgotten people of Pennsylvania and Ohio, hold Norfolk Southern responsible for the damage that they've caused, and prevent similar disasters from happening in the future. I'd specifically like to thank my colleagues from Ohio, Senator Sherrod Brown and Senator J.D. Vance, for being great partners with Senator Bob Casey and myself throughout this process. Senator Fetterman later states in his testimony, and I quote, "My hope is that we answer this disaster caused by egregious negligence from Norfolk Southern with real policy solutions that will hold Norfolk Southern and other similar companies accountable while making American families safer in the future." I believe that the legislation introduced last week is a great step. And I look forward to getting some answers today and continue to work with my colleagues to get Pennsylvanians and Ohio's alike the resources that they need. And that's cool. That's his statement. We thank him for it. We now turn to our colleagues who joined us here today. First, I want to recognize Senator Bob Casey. Senator Casey from Pennsylvania, you're welcome to proceed when you are ready. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Carper, Ranking Member Capito, and members of the committee for holding today's hearing. I'm grateful to provide some testimony. I'm also grateful that I'm running ahead of both of my colleagues, Senator Brown and Senator Vance, because of my chairmanship of the Aging Committee, which is we're starting a hearing rather soon, so I appreciate their indulgence. I do want to thank both Senator Brown, Senator Vance, and Senator Fetterman for working with us and others on this bill. Representative DeLuzio of Pennsylvania as well has worked on this in the House, I know, with others. And wanted to start from the Pennsylvania side of this. Darlington Township, Pennsylvania, Beaver County, right on the Ohio border. As many of you know, the derailment occurred just literally feet away from the Pennsylvania border. And I know you'll hear today from Eric Brewer, who's the Director of Emergency Services and Chief of Hazardous Materials Response from Beaver County, and I'm grateful for his testimony. I'll just quote maybe three people. That's all I'll do in the interest of brevity. The first is Police Officer Dan Frederick about his experiences on the ground that night, and I'm quoting him. As a first responder, particularly as a police officer, we all know and understand the risks that come with our line of work. However, we usually know or have an idea of when something or someone can kill us. When I left my two boys and wife to respond to the quote hot zone, I was expecting to be informed of exactly what was on the train and the potential health hazards. To say I was scared the night of the derailment is an understatement, unquote. I've also heard from residents about their fear of long-term health impacts and the safety of their families and communities moving forward. Jenny Santana of Darlington Township said, and I quote, "I want to know it's safe to stay here. All the people deserve honest answers, and nobody's getting them. If it were your children and your children's lives in question, how far away would be safe? Please hold them accountable and make them help us," unquote. Farmers in the region, I've heard, and I know my colleagues have heard the same, are concerned as well. They want help from the Department of Agriculture. They want certainty that their crops and their livestock are safe and free from contamination, and that the food supply and their livelihoods are safe. Farmer and Darlington Township Chair Mike Carrion said, quote, we along with countless other local agricultural producers have years invested in telling our stories and developing relationships with our customers, the stories of working in harmony with nature to produce a superior product. This story was ripped to pieces on the day of the derailment. It's now our responsibility to do damage control for Norfolk Southern's negligence while absorbing revenue loss of canceled orders. The economics of our industry is very emotionally driven. Emotions are now being driven by perception and lack of information. We need testing. We need factual information. We needed this yesterday, and we're still not seeing that response, unquote. So these residents are scared, particularly the potential exposure that could lead to health impacts for themselves and their families for years. And we do have a response, at least for the future. We have a lot of work to do in the near term, but the future has to be about passing the Railway Safety Act that Senator Brown, Senator Vance, Senator Fetterman, and I and others are leading. It's bipartisan. That never happens around here on big bills, or rarely, I should say. It'd be a good start by Norfolk Southern to tell us today, in addition to what more they're going to do for the people of Ohio and Pennsylvania, tell us today that they support the bill. That would help. If a major rail company said, we support these reforms and will help you pass this bill. So that's what I think the people of both states deserve. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for this time, and I'm grateful to be first in line. Thanks very much.
Thank you very, very much, Senator Casey. Next, we're going to hear from Senator Jared Brown from Ohio.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and Ranking Member Capito, thank you, and Senator Merkley and Senator Mullen, thank you all for your thoughtful reflections and comments. I want to recognize Ohioans this morning, Ann Vogel with the Ohio EPA, who has been on site many times, including, I believe, every time I've been there, and the residents of East Palestine who made the trip, mothers who talked about what this means to their family. They represent Ohioans in this tight-knit town in Columbiana County, which once made 80% of the ceramics in this country, tableware. They produced 80% for the whole country in this community. They've seen their jobs move overseas where companies pay workers less. That's been the story of far too many places in our states. It's the kind of community that's so often forgotten or exploited by corporate America. Now these Ohioans are worried about whether their water is safe to drink, the air is safe to breathe, whether their kids will get sick, whether their crops are contaminated, whether they'll still be able to do business and attract investment to the community. Like Senator Vance, in my visits to East Palestine, I've talked with residents, Mayor Conway, Fire Chief Drabick, business owners, parents. I've heard their fears for what this means for their town and fears for the future. All because a big corporation, Norfolk Southern, chose to invest much of its massive profits in making its executives and shareholders wealthy at the expense of Ohio communities along its rail tracks. East Palestine, Steubenville, Sandusky, and just a week ago, Springfield. The company followed the Wall Street business model. Boost profits by cutting costs at all costs. The consequences for places like East Palestine be damned. In 10 years, Norfolk Southern eliminated 38% of its workforce. Think of that. In a decade, they cut more than a third of their jobs. We've seen what the company did with their massive profits. Norfolk Southern spent $3.4 billion on stock buybacks last year, and we're planning to do even more this year. That's money that could have gone to hiring inspectors, to putting more hot box detectors along its rail lines, to having more workers available to repair cars and repair tracks. Norfolk Southern's profits have gone up and up and up, and look what happened. The NTSB is conducting a special investigation in Norfolk Southern and its culture, investigating 5 significant accidents since December of 2021, including 3 accidents that resulted in the death of a Norfolk Southern employee. If Norfolk Southern had paid a little more attention to safety and a little less attention to its profits, it cared a little more about the Ohioans along its tracks and a little less about its executives and shareholders, these accidents would not have been as bad or maybe not happened at all. Just this week in Cleveland, a Norfolk Southern conductor and BLT union member was killed on the job. Louis Schuster was the proud father of a 16-year-old son. It's Norfolk Southern's responsibility to keep its workers safe on the job, but this company has failed to do its job over and over and over. When I talk with Ohioans about what they want to see from this company in response to the disaster in East Palestine, I hear 2 things. First, Norfolk Southern must pay the money for every cent of the cleanup, as you've all said. Every water test, every hotel room, every bottle of water, every hospital bill. If an Ohioan comes down sick, Ohioan is sick because of the contaminants, next week, next year, for the next several years. We know this company can afford it. My colleague, Senator Vance, and I, and our Ohio delegation, members of both parties, have come together to make these demands of Norfolk Southern. Today, Ohioans expect to hear a firm commitment from this company's CEO that it will pay whatever it costs for as long as it takes to make this community whole. Second, Ohioans want assurances, as I think you all do, that this will not happen again. They have every right to be scared. On Saturday evening, just a month after the company's disaster in East Palestine, another Norfolk Southern train derailed in Springfield, Ohio. This time, the cars that derailed weren't carrying hazardous chemicals, but other cars on that 200-plus car train were. The only thing that saved Ohioans from another disaster was luck, but we need more than that. That's why Senator Vance and I have come together to introduce our bipartisan Railway Safety Act to make trains safer as they go through community after community. It shouldn't take a train derailment for elected officials to put partisanship aside and work together for the people whom we serve, not corporations like Norfolk Southern. Lobbyists for the rail companies have spent years fighting every effort to strengthen rules to make our trains and our rail lines safer. Now Ohioans are paying the price. If this company is serious in its commitment to preventing more East Palestinians in Ohio and across the country, I hope today that Mr. Shaw, as Senator Casey said so emphatically, I hope today Mr. Shaw will endorse our common sense bipartisan plan. Senator Vance and I come from different parties, different philosophies, but on this, we've come together for the people of our state, and I appreciate his work on this. The response to this crisis has been far too partisan, as Senator Mullen said. Today is an opportunity to change that. Senator Vance and I are listening to the same Ohioans in this community. We both made numerous trips there, people who feel like they have no way to stand up to a company like Norfolk Southern and are worried about what will happen when the cameras pack up and leave that Columbiana County community. These communities have been abandoned too many times before. My job, our job, is to hear their voice and to demand corporate accountability to bring this town back to the vibrant community we know that it can be again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Brown. And lastly, we want to recognize Senator J. D. Vance. Senator Vance, you may begin.
Great, thank you. So I want to start by acknowledging the people of East Palestine and Ann at the Ohio EPA who's done a great job on this tragedy, and just say that I think that our leadership, our media, and our politicians were slow to respond to this crisis, in part because a certain segment of our leadership feels like the people of East Palestine are a little out of style. They have the wrong politics. They're a little too rural, maybe a little too white. And I want to thank Senator Capito and Senator Carper, the chairman and ranking member, and all of you for paying attention to this, for caring about this issue, and for showing leadership on it. I think the most important message to the people of East Palestine is that we will not forget about them in the months and years to come. And I think this committee hearing reinforces that message. So it's very personally meaningful for me to be here. I want to also talk about something that hasn't gotten enough attention, but I think is an important part of what's going on the ground right now in East Palestine, which is the cleanup of the toxic chemicals that are in the ground, and they're still in the ground. Now, 2 weeks ago, I would have told you, and I said very publicly, that I was frustrated with Norfolk Southern from Allen Shaw on down for the refusal to dig up the railroad tracks and dig out the toxic chemicals, which is their responsibility to do. I am happy to report that it appears that Norfolk Southern has finally started to do the cleanup in earnest, but now the EPA is making it harder to get the materials out of Ohio in the first place into properly licensed facilities. Right now, as we speak, there are piles of dirt accumulating in East Palestine, piles of dirt filled with toxic chemicals that haven't been moved out of the state in a week. What happens if it rains? What happens if the very toxic dirt that we just dug out of the ground begins to seep back into the ground, causing problems for the air and water for the residents of East Palestine? We need leadership. We need the EPA to get on the ground and aggressively get this stuff out of East Palestine into properly licensed facilities. It's maybe the most important and most pressing thing that's confronting the community of East Palestine today. And again, I thank Ann for her leadership on that particular issue. After the cleanup, we're focused on the cleanup now, justifiably so, but after the cleanup, we need to turn to how to prevent this from happening, or at least how to make it less likely. I'm a realist. I recognize that you're always going to have accidents, but I think that we can make them less likely, and I think importantly, we can give our first responders proper notice when they're responding to these derailments when they happen. It is ridiculous that firefighters and local officials don't know that hazardous chemicals are in their community, coming through their community. In East Palestine, you had a community of largely volunteer firefighters responding to a terrible crisis, toxic burning chemicals without knowing what was on them. It's one of the things that the legislation that Senator Brown, Senator Casey, and Senator Fetterman and I have worked on together, and I thank them for their work on that issue. I want to talk I want to leave the committee with just a couple of additional thoughts here. I'm a Republican. I'm a pretty conservative Republican, and I worry that there has been a movement in my party and in my movement in response to the legislation that I proposed that would not hold Norfolk Southern or the rail industry accountable. I want to be explicit about that. Now, I'm not talking about returning, and this bill is not returning to the days of rate setting. The 1980s level airline and rail deregulation, I think in a lot of ways was good for consumers and good for the industry, but that doesn't mean we cannot have reasonable public safety enhancements in response to what happened in East Palestine. Now, I've talked to a number of my Republican colleagues, and nearly everybody has dealt in complete good faith, whether they like the bill or have some concerns about it, and these comments are not directed at them. Who they are directed at is a particular slice of people who seem to think that any public safety enhancements for the rail industry is somehow a violation of the free market. Well, if you look at this industry and what's happened in the last 30 years, that argument is a farce. This is an industry that enjoys special subsidies that almost no industry enjoys. This is an industry that enjoys special legal carve-outs that almost no industry enjoys. This is an industry that just 3 months ago had the federal government come in and save them from a labor dispute. It was effectively a bailout, and now they're claiming before the Senate and the House that our reasonable regulation, our reasonable legislation is somehow a violation of the free market. Well, pot, meet the kettle, because that doesn't make an ounce of sense. You cannot claim special government privileges. You cannot ask the government to bail you out and then resist basic public safety. Now, let me just say this. You've heard a lot of talk from my fellow Republicans, and I think that talk is very justified, that we are the party of working people in this country. There's been a big political realignment in this country over the last 30 years, a political realignment that, frankly, I benefited from. We are the party of firefighters, of police officers, of the people who go to work, pay their taxes, fight our country's wars, and keep our communities safe. We are proud of that, and we should be proud of that on the Republican Party. But now we are faced with a choice. With this legislation and how we respond to this crisis, do we do the bidding of a massive industry that is in bed with big government, or do we do the bidding of the people who elected us to the Senate and to the Congress in the first place? I believe that we are the party of working people, but it's time to be the party of working people. We have a choice. Are we for big business and big government, or are we for the people of East Palestine? It's a time for choosing. Let's make the right one.
Thank you very, very much, Senator Vance. Thank you, Senator Brown. My colleagues on this committee have heard me say more than a few times, bipartisan solutions are lasting solutions. And I'm encouraged that there's a bipartisan spirit that's afoot here, and I would urge you to continue to grow that, and we'll try to kindle support for it as well. With that having been said, we're going to recognize our next panel of witnesses. And I want to call the second panel of witnesses to come forward. And our first witness will be Mr. Shaw. In addition to—
Hey, as they're getting these witnesses in, you see up on your screen, we have a new bundle that we're putting out today. Now, this bundle is something different because it comes with a book written by one of our viewers. First Line of Defense Inside the U.S. Border Patrol, written by James R. McFadden. He was a Border Patrol, I think, sector chief. It says, this is the rear Border Patrol, the federal law enforcement agency where 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, dedicated men and women are on duty in the most remote hills, mountains, and deserts along the international border with Mexico, looking for and apprehending men and women who have illegally snuck into the United States. This is a whole book about his time as a Border Patrol agent. He's got an interesting story because, and they, full disclosure, they sent me this book about a year ago. And I read it and I thought it was really, really good. It provides a really unique look at Border Patrol from a Border Patrol agent. So if you scan the code or do the link that's in the chat, I'm including this book in each one of our mini bundles. We only have 13 of them left, and each one comes with a bag of coffee, stickers, patches, a t-shirt, a .30 caliber surplus U.S. military ammo can, and this book. Get it now. It's extremely limited. I'm watching it, so if we sell out of, say, extra larges, I'm going to add it and take away some of the other sizes because we have 14. If you order it today, it'll ship today. It's $75, and that includes shipping. So if you order it today, it'll ship today. So get your orders in because we only have 13 of these bundles. Anyway, let's go back to the hearing.
I've talked with the leaders.
the business owners, the school officials, the clergy, and others throughout the community. They've shared their stories and their concerns about the health of their families and the future of the community they love. I am determined to make this right. Norfolk Southern will clean the site safely, thoroughly, and with urgency. You have my personal commitment. Norfolk Southern will get the job done and help East Palestine thrive. At the direction of and in collaboration with the U.S. EPA, state and local agencies, we are developing and implementing near and longer-term cleanup activities. Air and water monitoring have been in place continuously since the accident, and to date, it consistently indicated that the air is safe to breathe and the water is safe to drink. In terms of community support, we have announced direct investments of over $21 million. We have provided support to more than 4,400 families through Norfolk Southern's Family Assistance Center. We established a $1 million fund available immediately to community leaders who will identify where donations can do the most good for East Palestine. We committed $7.5 million to Pennsylvania for a community relief fund, and we are reimbursing Pennsylvania emergency responders and health and environmental agencies for costs related to the derailment. All of this is just a down payment. We recently signed a lease for a more permanent space in East Palestine. I asked one of our frontline railroaders who lives in East Palestine to take on a new role as a full-time liaison, reporting directly to my office. He is advocating for the community in my office and overseeing distribution of another $1 million. We will be in the community for as long as it takes. To be clear, there are no strings attached to our assistance. If residents have a concern, we want them to come talk to us. Our website, nsmakingitright.com, provides the latest information and details on how to reach us. We have been cooperating fully with the NTSB's investigation into the cause of the derailment. The preliminary report found that the Norfolk Southern crew was operating the train below the speed limit and in an approved manner. Yet it is clear the safety mechanisms in place were not enough. As the NTSB continues its work, we are not waiting to act. Shortly after the derailment, I instructed my team to look at steps we could take to improve safety immediately. And we have announced a number of initiatives to do just that. These steps are just the start, and we look forward to working with policymakers and industry on others. We're also going to make our safety culture the best in the industry. The events of the last month are not who we are as a company. When I began my tenure as CEO 10 months ago, I spent hours in crew rooms all over our 22-state network, thanking our frontline railroaders and asking them for their advice. They are proud of the important work they do for the U.S. economy and take safety seriously. I'm going to make sure they've got the right training, the right processes, the right equipment, and the right technology. You have my commitment on that. Since becoming CEO, I have dedicated our company to charting a new course in the industry. I intend to continue working with industry stakeholders, including railcar owners, lessors, shippers, and other railroads, to make industry-wide safety improvements. It's going to take all of us, and Norfolk Southern is eager to lead that effort. Today, I'm proud to represent more than 19,700 Norfolk Southern employees who work every day to offer a safe and efficient means of transporting goods to businesses and families across our great country. When Norfolk Southern is successful, It is because our craft railroaders are getting the job done for our customers and the U.S. economy. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Shaw, thanks very much for joining us today. Thank you for that statement again, for the time you spent with me on the phone recently. Next, we're pleased to welcome Deborah Shore, Deb, the Regional Administrator for Region 5, the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Ms. Shore, you're welcome to begin. Some things have been suggested that the EPA maybe hasn't done everything as well as they could have done, should have done. My sense is that EPA was on the scene like within hours of the derailment, and not only have you been there, a constant presence, but we've seen our administrator, Michael Regan, be there, and he'll be there again. So it's important. I commend you for that, and we need for you to stay on the job, right on the scene. So thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Carper, Ranking Member Capito, and members of the committee for inviting me here today and for the opportunity to address your questions. I want to start by affirming that EPA's mission is to protect human health and the environment so that all communities across America have clean air, clean land, and clean water. The health and safety of those who've been affected by the Norfolk Southern train derailment is a top priority for me and for EPA. That's why as soon as EPA was notified of the train derailment on Friday, February 3rd, EPA personnel were on site in East Palestine within hours to support our state and local partners who are in the lead for emergency response efforts. Every day since, EPA has been boots on the ground, working in a bipartisan manner across all levels of government to help this community. I've personally been in East Palestine listening to residents and have heard how devastating this derailment has been. They are understandably worried and some are scared. And every time a train whistle blows, they're reminded of the trauma inflicted upon them by Norfolk Southern. That's why we've used one of EPA's most powerful enforcement tools to hold Norfolk Southern accountable and to require the company to clean up the mess it made. I want to be abundantly clear. The residents of the greater East Palestine community are not alone. EPA is with them and will continue to be with them for as long as it takes. Since the derailment, EPA has been leading robust air quality testing using state-of-the-art technology in and around East Palestine. We're currently conducting 24/7 air monitoring at 21 stations throughout the community. And I'm pleased to report that since the fire was extinguished on February 8th, EPA monitors have not detected any volatile organic compounds above levels of health concerns. While EPA is encouraged by the data, we also recognize that the people of East Palestine still question the health and safety of their community and their loved ones. In response, EPA has been assisting with indoor air screenings for homes through a voluntary program offered to residents to provide them with information and help restore their peace of mind. And as of March 4th, approximately 600 homes have been screened through this program, and no detections of vinyl chloride or hydrogen chloride have been identified. On the water side, Ohio EPA, in partnership with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, local health agencies, and public water systems, continues to lead water sampling efforts, with EPA providing support. What I've described so far summarizes EPA's ongoing efforts to protect the health and safety of those living in East Palestine, as well as in the surrounding areas of Ohio and Pennsylvania in the aftermath of this disaster. Now let me turn to how EPA is holding Norfolk Southern accountable. On February 21st, we issued a unilateral administrative order to Norfolk Southern, which includes a number of directives to identify and clean up contaminated soil and water resources, to attend and participate in public meetings at EPA's request, and to post information online, to pay for EPA's costs for work performed under this order. EPA is overseeing Norfolk Southern's cleanup work to ensure it's done to EPA's specifications. The work plans will outline all steps necessary to clean up the environmental damage caused by the derailment. And most importantly, If the company fails to complete any of the EPA-ordered actions, the agency will immediately step in, conduct the necessary work, and then force Norfolk Southern to pay triple the cost. EPA's order holds Norfolk Southern accountable and facilitates in the transition from the multi-agency emergency response phase to a longer-term cleanup phase. Throughout my 11 days spent on the ground in East Palestine, I've learned that it is a proud and resilient community. Those that live there and in the surrounding communities have roots that go back generations. We owe it to these people to restore these beautiful communities to the special places we know they hold dear. That's exactly what EPA is working to accomplish, all while continuing to work hand in hand with our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. Again, thank you for inviting me here today. I look forward to the dialogue and to answering your questions.
Fine. Ms. Shore, thank you so much, and convey our thanks to your colleagues at EPA for being there right away on site and staying there right through even today. And keep it up. Everything I do, I know I can do better. I think that's true of all of us. So I would just say let's find ways to do even better going forward. Thanks. Ann Vogel, and then I want you to start off your testimony with answering a question. Explain for folks who might be watching this, how do we have like EPA here, Region 3 EPA, and we have Ohio EPA? How is that? Just take a minute and explain it. It won't count against your time.
Thank you, Chairman. Ohio EPA is the Ohio agency dedicated to protecting health and human health and the environment, similar to the work of the US EPA, which covers the whole nation.
Yeah, thank you. Go right ahead. We're delighted that you're here. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Carper, Ranking Member Capito, and members of the committee. My name is Ann Vogel, Director of the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency. On behalf of Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Houston, and the talented team that I am privileged to represent at the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency, I thank you for allowing me to share our ongoing efforts to protect human health and the environment in East Palestine, a community that I have called home for the past month. Governor DeWine has been to the village regularly to reassure the community that while this is Norfolk Southern's train, their wreck, and their mess, the entire apparatus of state government has been mobilized to assist as East Palestine begins to recover from this traumatic experience. More than a dozen cabinet officials have spent time in East Palestine assessing short-term and long-term needs, answering questions, and standing up support operations such as the free health clinic in town. Ohio EPA has a dedicated team of experts, the Emergency Response Team, with a combined 150 years of experience in environmental emergency management that responded to the derailment within 1 hour of being notified by the railroad. By 12:25 a.m. on February 4th, Ohio EPA was on the scene and immediately began the work of containing the release of chemicals into the nearby Sulphur Run. We have worked around the clock since that day to oversee removal of the gross contamination from the creeks in the immediate derailment area. Ohio EPA's oversight also includes ensuring the safety of residents served by the municipal water system in East Palestine. In the days immediately after the derailment, and now continuing on a weekly basis, the municipal wells are tested for a broad array of chemicals, and all lab reports have indicated that the public water system is safe. There have been no detections of contamination related to the derailment. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about Ohio EPA's response, but what I want to make sure that each of you hear, along with the village of Palestine, is that the commitment to stay in East Palestine as long as it takes are not empty words. We live there. The work of Ohio EPA to restore the environment in East Palestine is just beginning. The emergency phase will continue as long as obvious, known contamination remains. For example, we have a large presence on the ground right now as contaminated soil under the tracks is excavated. The investigation phase is also underway. Our oversight of Norfolk Southern's work plans, along with our federal partners, for things like soil testing, for track removal and replacement, for water sampling, will make sure that Norfolk Southern is taking all the right steps to remediate and protect East Palestine from potential long-term hazards. We have installed monitoring wells at the site of the derailment to test for potential contamination to groundwater now and in the future. We have installed sentinel wells for long-term sampling of groundwater. This is part of an early detection system that will tell us if contamination is approaching the municipal well field. We will test municipal water systems on a weekly basis, and we'll do that using our own labs. We will continue to be 100% transparent, sharing complete lab results immediately. We will attend open houses and town halls and be present in the community, answering questions and refuting misinformation with facts. The data that we collect from each sample, each test, each observation informs the next step that we will take along the path to long-term full remediation. You and your constituents have many of the same questions that I hear from residents of East Palestine every day. How long will we test the water? How long until the fish come back? Can I play in the yard and eat out of my garden? How or when will we know if the damage to our village is worse than we thought or even irreparable? These are legitimate questions, and I am committed to finding answers. I can promise East Palestine that Governor DeWine, his administration, and the whole team at the Ohio EPA will not stop until the science definitively shows that the residents of East Palestine are safe in their community. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thanks very much, Ms. Vogel. Please convey our best to Mike DeWine, who used to serve here, and we're governors and congressmen together as well.
Thank you, sir.
For some people who are watching this, joining us from across the country, they may be wondering why we have an EPA Region 3 affiliate. The EPA has 10 regional regions that they operate in that they're responsible for. One of them is here represented today for Ohio. Delaware and West Virginia are in Region 3. That's in Pennsylvania. So the three of us are all Region 3. Every state has a state agency that focuses on environmental protection. In Delaware, it's the Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Control. And in Ohio, where I spent a lot of years of my life as a kid, it's EPA Ohio. So we're delighted that you're here and representing the governor in the state. Next, we're going to hear from Mr. Richard Harrison, the Executive Director and Chief Engineer for the Ohio River Valley Water Sanitation Commission, or SENCO. I'm not real big on acronyms, so tell us, before you even start your testimony, Mr. Harrison, tell us what is SENCO, so anybody happens to be catching this on the television across the country says, oh, okay, I understand that.
We are an interstate commission, sir, and we represent 8 states within the Ohio River Basin, and we work on protecting the water quality, the water uses of the interstate waters of the basin. We've been here about 75 years doing this great work.
All right. Have you been there for all those 75? Probably not.
Almost.
All right.
No.
All right. Thank you. Go right ahead, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Chairman Carper, Ranking Member Capito, and members of the committee. My name is Richard Harrison, Executive Director and Chief Engineer of the Ohio River Valley Water Sanitation Commission, we're known as SENCO. We're an interstate commission that carries out our compact signed by 8 states: Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and West Virginia, with approval by the United States Congress and participation by the federal government. Since its inception in 1948, SENCO has worked to improve and protect the water quality of the interstate waters of the Ohio River Basin. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before this committee today regarding SENCO's efforts as part of an exceptional partnership to respond to the East Palestine train derailment and downstream impact on the Ohio River. SENCO complex specifies the protection of the interstate waters of the Ohio River Basin as a safe and suitable public and industrial water supply after reasonable treatment. This is a critical service that SENCO provides to the 30 Ohio River surface drinking water utilities to supply the millions of customers that rely on them for safe drinking water. SENCO's ability to excel in this type of response is only possible through the combined efforts of our partners, including the Ohio River drinking water utilities, our member states and governors, the United States EPA, United States Army Corps of Engineers, and other federal partners. I must highlight Ohio Governor DeWine, the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency, and US EPA Region 5 for their on-scene leadership in this particular response. And the Greater Cincinnati Water Works, GCWW, who provided critical laboratory analysis for numerous samples on a 24/7 basis. SENCO has an extraordinary team of 22 professionals and a total annual budget of $3.9 million. This is below our 2003 budget level. I'm very proud of the strong value our organization provides To our many partners, that was most recently demonstrated through our successful response to the diluted chemical spill remnants of this event that reached the Ohio River. The foundation of our chemical response is our staff's coordination with our partners, utilizing Orsenco's organic detection system, ODS. The ODS includes 16 scientific laboratory instruments owned and operated by Orsenco, and then on scene operated by the Ohio River drinking water utilities themselves. This system provided the early warning that chemicals from the derailment had reached the Ohio River. The ODS has subsequently provided over 40,000 screening level test results for 30 volatile organic chemicals. Over 130 special samples of the Ohio River were collected by my scientists and analyzed by Greater Cincinnati Water Works Laboratory. The proximity of the leading edge of the diluted spill remnants was tracked by Orsenco's time of travel computer model and confirmed by daily sampling completed by our scientists. This information proved invaluable to our partners. N-butyl acrylate, 2-ethylhexanol, and 2-ethylhexyl acrylate were detected through Orsenco's initial sampling efforts from the Little Beaver Creek, the tributary below East Palestine that feeds the Ohio River near the Ohio River and Pennsylvania border. As a result, we were able to calibrate 6 of our more sophisticated ODS stations to quantify any detections of these chemicals that may be found in the remnants. The Agency of Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, ATSDR, provided invaluable, timely provisional health guidance screening levels for these chemicals to determine what level might pose a health risk to finished drinking water. These screening levels were 560 parts per billion for 2-ethylhexyl acrylate and 200 parts per billion for 2-ethylhexanol. Our highest Ohio River detection for N-butyl acrylate was 4.3 parts per billion, and the analysis results for the other 2 chemicals were all below 1 part per billion. The ATSDR health screening levels and Orsenco's ODS and special sampling data analysis provided the scientific foundation for our conclusion that there were no Ohio River detections at any levels approaching a concern to public health. This information was tabulated, posted on Orsenco's website, and communicated to the public. Orsenco's ability to provide this high level of chemical spill response is dependent upon our ability to secure sustainable funding through the fiscal 2024 federal appropriations process. This includes the organics detection system. If the recent accident has taught us anything, it is that we depend on this system and our capable staff and partners to respond to threats to our drinking water supply. The current ODS equipment was last funded by Congress in 2009 and needs replacement at an approximate cost of $4.7 million. In short, Orsenco provided the level of service that our customers have depended on, and without this federal investment, this will be a challenge in the future. Let me thank the committee once again for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Mr. Harrison, our thanks to you and everyone at Orsenco for your testimony today, for being with us, and stay on it, please. Eric Brewer. Eric, welcome. I understand you serve as the Director and Chief of Hazardous Materials Response for Beaver County Department of Emergency Services, not that far from East Palestine. And Senator Capito's already mentioned just gave a shout out to the first responders who've turned out, and as a former governor who's spent a lot of time with the disasters of our own in the state of Delaware, we know how important the work of the first responders are. We're grateful for their service and sacrifice. So thank you. Please convey our gratitude. And with that, you're recognized to make your statement. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you in reference to the emergency in East Palestine that's directly affecting the residents of Beaver County, Pennsylvania. This derailment occurred just under 1,000 feet from the Pennsylvania-Ohio line. I'm Eric Brewer, Director of Emergency Services for Beaver County. I'm the appointed Emergency Management Coordinator, as well as the Chief of the Hazardous Materials Response Team. I've been with the department for 28 years. I'm speaking as a member of the community, as well as a first responder who was on scene the night of the derailment. My family's been in Beaver County for over 100 years. I was born, raised, and continue to reside there. I'm part of the community. I'm not an expert on air quality, water quality, or rail cars. Beaver County is located in southwest Pennsylvania, approximately 20 miles northwest of the city of Pittsburgh. On Friday, February 3rd at about 9:15 p.m., I was contacted by the Emergency Management Director of Columbiana County, Ohio. She was en route to a train derailment near the county line and requested mutual aid from the Beaver County Hazmat Team. 18 fire departments from Beaver County also responded to assist. We arrived at the command post about 10:15, which was set up at the Leak Oil gas station. On arrival, there was active fire among several rail cars. Our mission was to obtain the train consist and start to research the contents of the tank cars. Norfolk Southern hazmat personnel and contractors arrived on scene shortly after 11 p.m. At around midnight, after research of the contents, it was decided to shut down fire operations and move firefighters out of the immediate area and to let the tank cars burn. This is not an unusual decision. This decision was made primarily by Norfolk Southern hazmat coordinator as well as their contractor. And based on that initial information, we decided to initiate a 1-mile shelter in place from an intersection just east of Leak Oil. This put the 1-mile radius just into Beaver County. That fire eventually burned out Sunday morning. Sunday evening, we received a call from Columbiana County EMA and advised us the railroad officials were concerned about one of the tank cars starting to heat up. There was a possibility of explosion, and we should consider a 1-mile evacuation. Ohio officials notified us that the 1-mile radius would now be from the Leak Oil address. This would add additional residents from Beaver County in the 1-mile evacuation zone. Darlington Township officials went door to door, as well as using a mass notification system to advise the residents of the 1-mile recommended evacuation. It was stressed that this was a recommendation as we could not force residents from their homes. Social media posts began to circulate stating that arrests would be made if people refused to leave during the evacuation. Let me be clear, this was not the case in Pennsylvania, as this was not a mandatory evacuation. Monday morning, we assembled at the Emergency Operations Center in East Palestine. We learned that Norfolk Southern wanted to do a controlled detonation of the tank car in question. We were assured this was the safest way to mitigate the problem. During one of those planning meetings, we learned from Norfolk Southern that they now wanted to do the controlled detonation on 5 of the tank cars rather than just the 1. This changed the entire plan as it would now impact a much larger area. I think this confusion was probably a result of the lack of communication from Norfolk Southern and the fact that they weren't present during these planning meetings. The governors of Ohio and Pennsylvania made it clear to Norfolk Southern that they needed to communicate better. After more planning, the controlled detonation eventually occurred around 4:40 p.m. Most of the area concerned in Beaver County is rural and uses well water. There's no municipal water system in that area. Since the Monday of the controlled detonations, we fielded thousands of calls from concerned citizens wanting to know if they can drink the water, feed their livestock, and if the air is good. I continue to get asked about how prepared areas are for a train derailment. Emergency management consists of several phases, and one of those is preparedness. The goal of preparedness is to lessen the impact of a disaster, not prevent it. As Senator Vance said, there will continue to be disasters. However, we can lessen the impact through preparedness. Although it should not take an emergency such as this, I hope this is an impetus for better support of emergency management programs. Most emergency management programs across the country have outdated laws, are underfunded, and understaffed. In closing, this was a train wreck. There was not a script for this. There wasn't a binder for me labeled train wreck. Everyone needs to know we did the best we could with the information we had. And in the end, there were no responders were killed or injured during response. My message has been consistent. I want the residents and first responders of Beaver County to be treated the same as those in East Palestine. The cost of this emergency should not be a burden to the taxpayers of Beaver County nor any of the local municipalities. Thank you.
Mr. Brewer, thank you. And thanks again to you and really the good people who throughout this country are willing to get up in the middle of the night and risk their lives for the rest of us. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask some questions now. I'll turn it to Senator Capito for her questions, and we'll go hear from some of our other colleagues. I don't ask a lot of yes or no questions, Mr. Shaw. I'm going to ask a few today, and I just ask you to answer them. We'll keep it short and just answer yes or no if you can. When I think about the train derailment and chemical disaster that continues to impact the people of East Palestine and surrounding communities, I can't help but think, what if this happened in my neighborhood to my own family? We have fairly heavy train travel, freight train travel throughout northern Delaware, and our communities are used to seeing those trains move throughout our state. What if they were burning toxic trains outside of our window in our community, damaging our air, our water, and possibly making my family and our neighbors sick? What if this disaster lowered the value of our home, our business, and I worked my whole life to build, and I'd be honest, I'd be furious, and I think most of us would be, and we'd want to make sure that Norfolk Southern took action to make our families and our communities whole. My first question is to you are just simple yes or no questions. I got 3 of them, and I think the Americans, if they were here, if they get them all in this room, a lot of them would ask the same questions if this happened in their towns. Yes or no, will you commit that Norfolk Southern will be there for as long as it takes to make East Palestine, Ohio, Darlington Township in Pennsylvania, and the surrounding communities whole from this disaster? Yes or no?
Senator, thank you for that question. I understand that concern. That's the same concern that is shared with me by the residents of East Palestine and Darlington Township. I'm terribly sorry for the impact this derailment has had on the folks of that community. And yes, it's my personal commitment and Norfolk Southern's commitment that we're going to be there for as long as it takes to help East Palestine thrive and recover. That's my personal commitment.
I take that as a yes. Thank you. That's the answer I was looking for. Next question. Will you commit that Norfolk Southern will compensate the people in these communities for possible long-term medical costs and economic damages resulting from this disaster? Yes or no, please?
Senator, we're committed to doing what's right for the folks of East Palestine and the community. That's been my personal commitment since the day after this happened. I pulled my team together and I told my team, we are going to do more than less with the environmental cleanup, and we're going to do more than less with the citizens of East Palestine.
And my third question is, yes or no, will you commit to paying for long-term medical testing for people in the impacted communities to ensure that anyone with known or suspected exposure to dangerous chemicals due to this disaster is monitored for adverse health effects? Yes or no?
Senator, I'm committed to doing what's right. You know, we're going to be there today, tomorrow, a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I've told the community that. I've been there in person. I've looked into their eyes. I've heard their concerns. I've been in their family rooms. I'm committed to that community, and so is Norfolk Southern.
All right, thank you for that.
He's refused to answer any of those questions with yes or no answers on whether or not he will financially make everyone whole. He refused. He refused to answer yes, he will concisely promise that he's going to provide medical aid. He's refused to answer any questions. These politicians suck ass, bro.
Cleaned up. I also commend the EPA for continuing to listen and respond to the community's concerns, including adapting the monitoring and sampling to ensure that any adverse environmental impacts and possible significant health effects from this disaster are known and addressed. Minister Regan's level of personal involvement here is, I believe, unprecedented, anything that I've seen in my experience. My question. So I think I know the answer, but I will ask you the same thing I asked Mr. Shaw, and that is, do you commit that EPA will be there for as long as it takes to protect the public health and environment of the impacted communities?
Thank you, Senator Carper. Yes, EPA is committed to continue to work with our partners in the community and make sure they have the support that they need and deserve. EPA will be on the ground as long as it takes.
All right, thank you. My last question that I will ask is Director Vogel, to you and to Mr. Brewer. Before this hearing, I had the opportunity to speak with several of the officials involved in response to this incident, including governors of Ohio and Pennsylvania. Governor Shapiro shared with me a letter they had sent to Norfolk Southern on February 14, 2023. The letter asserts that Norfolk Southern did not communicate well with state and local agencies in the early days of the response, which led to confusion as well as concerns that alternative options for safely removing the chemicals were not adequately considered. In your experience, did you receive the information that you needed from Norfolk Southern to adequately make decisions relating to protecting public health and safety? Were there any gaps in communications from Norfolk Southern to responding agencies in the first 72 hours of the derailment that may have contributed to distrust within the impacted communities? And if so, has Norfolk Southern satisfactorily addressed any such communications gaps since that time? Ms. Vogel.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your question. I do believe there were quite a few gaps in communication and missteps in the very early hours of the following the derailment. I do believe that those gaps in communications have been addressed. I believe the teams are working well together on the ground today. But yes, things could have been handled better in the beginning hours.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brewer, same question. Were there any gaps in communications from Norfolk Southern to responding agencies in the first 72 hours or so of the derailment that may have contributed to distress within the impacted communities? And if so, has Norfolk Southern satisfactorily addressed such communications gaps since that time?
Thank you. The boots on the ground crews were great to work with. It seems as bosses or management gets there, that's where the communication failures start. And that's probably why we're here today. The decision to go from the 1 tank car to the 5 was jaw-dropping. And that impact, just because of the impact it had. Since then, they did seem to get better, though.
All right, thank you. Senator Capito, you're recognized for your questions. Thank you, panel. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your testimony. It's my understanding, this is sort of a table-setting question here, that no one, not the EPA, not the state, not Norfolk Southern, has been making these cleanup decisions in a vacuum, that instead a unified command group of these entities and experts have all had input into these major decisions. So for everybody who's here, could I have a show of hands or whose organization is represented in this unified command group? Do you have a comment?
We used to be,
Used.
up until like last week or so.
Okay.
EMA is involved, but it's Colombian.
Okay, thank you. And then is that a fair assessment that I made forward, that these decisions are not made individually, they're made by the unified command? Just, you can shake your heads, yes. If you don't, if you disagree, you can shake. All right, thank you. So I mentioned in my opening statement, I want to go right to the EPA, to Director Shore, and thank you for being on the ground early. I commended you in my opening statement in your organization. I understand that, and this may be something we get into a little bit later. You got Region 5, Region 3, so within 1,000, what was it, 1,000 feet of Pennsylvania. I'm concerned now about something Senator Vance talked about, and this is the hazardous waste disposal that we're seeing right now. Apparently, there are piles and piles of it sitting there right now and not moving. And I understand that facilities in Michigan and Texas that received waste from East Palestine are some of the most qualified in the entire country. The U.S. Ecology Facility in Michigan, for instance, had already accepted 360 tons of soil and 3,000 gallons of liquid in full compliance with their permits. The EPA has stopped. They have failed to give us an answer on what legal authority you used to stop those trucks at the gates of the facility that had already been accepting large volumes of waste. You said in your statement that this is great news because it means the cleanup can continue at a rapid pace. If it's still sitting there, I would say that's a contrarian kind of, that's in opposition to what we're seeing. So all shipments of contaminated soils have been suspended on site to test for dioxins, something that should have possibly been done weeks ago. But there was an insistence, I think, that the dioxin concerns were not as severe as what now you're going back and testing. So let me be clear, this is just, it goes to this whole mixed messages of what's going on here. So help me understand why you have delaying this cleanup efforts, why the piles are still piling up, because anytime you get there, it disturbs not just the chemicals, but it brings the odor, and then here comes the lack of trust right back down onto the community. And so could you help me with this? Is it true that most of the remaining contaminated soil is still sitting there in East Palestine? And when are you going to get it out of there and where are you going to take it? Or I know you're not doing it. Norfolk Southern's doing it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Senator Capito, thank you for that. First, I want to thank you for acknowledging the heroic efforts of all the emergency responders who were on the scene within hours, including EPA on-scene coordinators from both Region 3 and Region 5. And I have them at the front of mine every day, and thanks for acknowledging their efforts. Let me report that waste is moving off-site, even as recently as yesterday and today.
Where is it going? Where is it going from the site?
To a number of facilities that are EPA approved, that have the capacity to receive the waste, that have contracts with Norfolk Southern, and that have gone through our due diligence and a compliance review, which is necessary once federal EPA issued the order and assumed authority for the cleanup work from Ohio EPA. And we did pause to conduct that necessary due diligence and compliance review, because then all the facilities fell under the CERCLA regulations. Norfolk Southern engages facilities wherever they may be to accept solid and liquid waste. It's EPA's responsibility to ensure that the safeguards are in place for that waste in the loading, transport, and unloading, to make sure that they're compliant with our regulations, and to make sure that they have the capacity to take the waste. I can share some good news with you that the results from the dioxin testing that Indiana requested came in yesterday, and they're very low levels. So we expect waste to be moving perhaps as soon as today to other facilities. No option is off the table.
Okay, so I'd like to see a list of the facilities, and I'd also like to ask, just quickly, if I can have just another minute, why did you wait a month before you started to order the dioxin testing when the community was asking for this? Was that a decision that you made early on, that it wasn't critical, or how was this decision made?
Senator Capito, our air monitoring was searching for primary indicators, such as phosgene and hydrogen chloride, immediately during and after the burn. We detected very low levels, which very quickly went even down to non-detect. Without those primary indicators, it was a very low probability that dioxins would have been created. They are secondary byproducts of the burning of vinyl chloride. But we were listening to the community, and they expressed significant concerns about dioxins. Norfolk Southern has submitted a soil sampling plan. It's undergone review by the Unified Command, and our folks will be out sampling soils for dioxins. There's a meeting with agriculture representatives this afternoon.
Yeah, well, thank you. The air issue is obviously 30 days late, is a little bit well past the time when the intensity might have been felt more. But thank you for your answers. Thank you.
Thanks for those questions. And I'm now going to take a couple of minutes and ask a few questions that were submitted by Senator Fetterman, who can't join us today. But first question would be to respond with regards to railway safety, the bill that's been introduced by several of our colleagues who've spoken here earlier. And my first question is to Mr. Shaw. In light of the derailment in East Palestine and the subsequent derailment and train crash that both happened in the last week, the National Transportation Safety Board and the Federal Railroad Administration have both announced that they will be conducting investigations into the safety of your company. The U.S. Department of Transportation has called on Norfolk Southern to act urgently to improve your focus on safety. And additionally, I, along with Senators Brown, Casey, and Vance, have introduced a bill that would impose common sense measures to improve rail safety. And Senator Fetterman's question is this: will you commit to supporting the Bipartisan Railway Safety Act and help restore the public's trust in your company? Go ahead.
Senator, thank you for that question. We are committed to the legislative intent to make rail safer. Norfolk Southern runs a safe railroad. And it's my commitment to improve that safety and make our safety culture the best in the industry. Just last year, derailments on Norfolk Southern were the lowest they had been in the last 10 years. And our personal injury rate is amongst the lowest in the industry. As you and I spoke about yesterday, we can always get better. And that is my intent, is to continue to invest and continue to improve.
All right, thank you. As a follow-up from Senator Fetterman, he'd like for me to ask you, if you don't support the bill in its entirety, are there specific provisions of the Bipartisan Rail Safety Act that Norfolk Southern could support?
Yes, Senator, there are a number of provisions that we would absolutely support. The rail industry has been in support of tighter tank car standards for a number of years, and I understand that's in the bill. We support more training and more funding for first responders. We support enhanced wayside detector technology. And in fact, Norfolk Southern is leading the industry in a number of ways. You saw just this week a 6-point safety plan that included a number of issues in which we're implementing immediately to improve safety, including installing more wayside detectors. The first one was installed yesterday outside of East Palestine.
All right, thank you. Another question for you, Mr. Shaw. One more question from Senator Fetterman. His staff has heard from local officials in Darlington Township that Norfolk Southern began giving inconvenience, that's in a quote, inconvenience stipends to individuals with an East Palestine zip code. After requests from Darlington, Beaver County, Senator Fetterman, along with Senator Casey and Congressman Delosio, Norfolk Southern extended the inconvenience stipend, but it's still not clear how wide that area covers. And Senator Fetterman asked, can you please clarify whether Pennsylvanians who left their homes after the derailment are entitled to this financial assistance from Norfolk Southern?
Yes, thank you for that question. I'm, again, terribly sorry for the impact and the disruption that this has had on the local communities. I am proud of the fact that Norfolk Southern had established a family assistance center within 24 hours of the derailment. And we've assisted well over 4,400 families, including families from Pennsylvania. And earlier this week, we announced a much more comprehensive package totaling $7.5 million for Pennsylvania. And again, sir, that's just a down payment.
All right. A follow-up to that, Senator Fetterman says he believes they need more insight into how Norfolk Southern coordinated with Pennsylvania agencies in the immediate response to the derailment. And while the national attention has been focused on the Ohio side, this derailment occurred less than a mile from the Pennsylvania border. Pennsylvanians live directly downwind from the chemical release and burn. Question, Mr. Shaw, again, it's Senator Fetterman's question. Why weren't the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency and Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection contacted until hours after the derailment? And is there a process in place to notify the relevant state agencies when a derailment of train cars containing hazardous materials occurs? If so, why hasn't this process been followed in this instance?
Senator, the process that's established is part of the Department of Homeland Security presidential directive that was established in 2003. My understanding is Norfolk Southern immediately contacted the National Response Center, which then contacted applicable federal, state, and local authorities.
All right. Now we're going to turn to Senator Mullen for his questions.
Thank you,
for those
Chairman.
responses.
Thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to add to Senator Capito's question to Ms. Shaw, to Ms. Shore. I'm going to ask Mr. Shaw, would you speak to the fact that the waste is being disposed at a facility 17 miles from East Palestine?
I'm sorry, Senator, could you repeat the
Well,
question?
we've got reports that East Liverpool in Ohio is receiving this waste from East Palestine that has been disposed of. Is that accurate?
Senator, standing here today, I don't know if that's accurate as of this time.
So do you know where the waste is going to then?
It is, we're in the process of working with the EPA on a number of facilities.
So we haven't identified where it's moving to yet.
Senator, we're in the process of working with the EPA on a number of facilities that,
I understand that. I get you're in the process, but we haven't identified a place for this to be removed to yet. Is that accurate?
Senator, I want to make sure I give you the most accurate.
I get that. Yeah, I'm just saying, is it accurate that we don't have a spot yet for it?
Senator, we are moving some off-site.
Where's it moving to?
I'm happy to give you a list of those facilities.
Could you do that for us, please? I appreciate that. Mr. Shaw, when the vent and burn process was being made, who made those decisions, and what was other considerations other than just burning it and letting the material burn off?
Thank you for that question. The only consideration, Senator, was the safety and health of the community. And that decision was made by unified command under the direction of the incident commander.
Who's that?
The incident commander was Fire Chief Drebeck. Norfolk Southern was a part of unified command.
So who owns the car? Who actually owned the rail car or the material in it?
The rail car in question are tank cars, of which no railroad owns.
Okay, were they considered in this decision-making? Are they responsible for the content of it and the car itself, for the maintenance and the material in it? Isn't that correct?
Senator, it's a privately owned rail car, and so the maintenance requirements for that rail car are between the rail car lessor and the customer, and those are private contracts. I'm not privy to.
But they're responsible for the content and the car, correct? Making sure it's operating properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were they considered in this decision-making? Considering it was their car, their design, their responsibility, were they part of that decision-making on being able to vent it and burn it?
Senator, the customer provided input.
Were they in the room when the decision was being made? Because I've received reports that they weren't, so they weren't in the room?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
I just seen that kind of hard to believe, that considering that it's their car, it's their responsibility, and they weren't even considered before this decision to vent and burn it in the middle of a town. Doesn't it seem like possibly a mistake there?
Senator, Unified Command was focused solely on the health and safety of the community.
Right. So the people that was in charge of the car should probably have a say in that to make sure we know the best way to dispose of it.
My understanding at the time, from talking to experts, was that we were at risk of a catastrophic rupture that would have resulted in uncontrolled release of hazardous materials.
But it's my understanding, and I haven't been able to clarify this, that the report that I received was the fact that the car was actually working properly at the time. But the car's owners, the ones that were responsible for it, wasn't consulted before it was burned off. Now, I haven't been able to verify that, but I'm asking these questions because that's the information that I received. And if that's the case, I think that's an area for improvement. Wouldn't you consider that?
Senator, I can't comment on the accuracy of that report. I'm not aware of that.
But I'm saying if it's accurate, if that was accurate, wouldn't you consider that's a place that we could probably learn from?
I think the primary concern was the health and the safety of the community.
Sir, I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you. But I'm saying is if all parties that's responsible for that car should have been part of that decision-making, and because I believe they would probably be saying that they would be concerned too. I think everybody in this room will say that we're concerned about the health and safety of others. That's a gimme. So there's no point in repeating that. I'm just saying, how can we learn from this going forward? If they weren't in the room during the decision-making, and yet it was their car, and the report may be accurate that the car was actually working functionally correctly, because those cars are designed for this kind of incident, that the option to vent and burn may not have been the best option if we didn't consider all other options first.
Senator, I understand that. The experts on the ground who were there were very concerned about the pressure in a car.
Right.
We also noted that other cars had been in a pool fire, and their unified command was aware that there was a concern for a catastrophic explosion that would shoot VCM gas and shrapnel.
I hear you. We're just talking in circles here. Chairman, what I'm trying to get to is the fact that if this car was designed by someone else, and if this car was owned by somebody else, and the function of that car was designed by somebody else and was responsible by somebody else, then how do we know that the car wasn't working properly to begin with? And that's a question that needs to be answered, because someone may need to be held responsible that made the decision to burn this off. Because some of this and a lot of this could have been prevented. With that, I'll yield back.
All right. Thank you very much for those questions. And Senator Cardin, you're next. Thanks. Thanks for joining us, man.
Well, first, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, thank you very much for scheduling this hearing. I want to thank all the witnesses that are at the table. And yes, I am very concerned that this was a preventable accident, preventable circumstance. The safety standards should have been able to deal with this. There needs to be full accountability. We need to make changes moving forward. We have concerns about corporate responsibility and decisions made at the corporate level. All that are areas that are of grave concern, I think, to every member of this committee. I represent the state of Maryland. The Ohio River may not flow through the state of Maryland, but its watershed does impact water in Maryland. So I'm interested, if I can, Mr. Harrison and Ms. Vogel, if I can get your understanding of how you're monitoring the quality of water as a result of this incident. What concerns me is that we have more extreme weather events that are occurring in our communities. And as you're doing your monitoring, what precautions are you taking for extreme weather events that are likely to occur, and the impact that that could have, not just on Ohio and Pennsylvania, but perhaps even on Maryland, as it relates to water quality or even air quality?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I will speak to the work Orsenco has been doing to protect the Ohio River drinking water supply, and it really hinges on our great organics detection system, which is a number of scientific instruments, including 6 that are GC mass specs, which are very sophisticated instruments. We've been able to calibrate those for the various chemicals that we were able to detect, and those continue to operate. So in addition to being able to utilize those for one-off sampling that we did as we tracked the spill remnants all the way through over 700 miles down the Ohio River, we're continuing to operate those. Actually, our drinking water utilities are continuing to operate those on a daily basis. And so that system remains in operation and will continue to be in operation as long as necessary. So we're able to detect those chemicals and any threads that might come through rain. I am involved in Unified Command, except for today, and we have anywhere from 2 to 3 meetings a day, and we are abreast of the on-site conditions that may occur. In last week's rain, for instance, we were able to demonstrate with our equipment that we did not detect any of the chemicals of concern.
And in regards to groundwater sources?
We do not work in the groundwater arena. Our compact focuses on surface water.
Ms. Vogel, can you add to this?
Senator Cardin, thank you for your question. We appreciate the work of Orsenco. My team on the ground from AEP Ohio is sampling the surface water every single day. We're taking samples in 20 different locations. We have a website set up, an interactive map where you can see exactly where we're sampling and what we're sampling for. It's a broad array of chemicals of concern, but also volatile organic chemicals generally. We're posting those results. We're continuing to see dilution of the chemicals of concern. So I just want to be very transparent and say we will continue to sample as long as we find any detections, but it does seem to be fading. On the groundwater side, Senator, we have installed monitoring wells at the location of the derailment. We've also installed sentinel wells near Sulphur Run and Leslie, between them and the municipal well field, so that we will be able to test those on a weekly basis and know if there are any contaminants that might be approaching any groundwater or drinking water.
And are you being totally transparent as you are doing this so that those of us that have concerns, particularly about impacts of extreme weather events, will be able to get contemporary assurances that the monitoring is being done?
Yes, Senator, it's the number one priority of the team on the ground to prevent any additional releases through rain events or, of course, from going any further than the initial contaminated area. That is our number one goal with water management right now. But in terms of transparency, we're posting full lab results the minute we get them. The governor's very committed to being transparent and providing all of the information that we have when we have it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and thank you very much for joining us today. I was told that Senator Ricketts is next in line, and if you're ready, I yield to you. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all the panelists for joining us here today. And of course, Nebraskans are praying for the people of East Palestine and this terrible tragedy. We've got a number of railroads that go across our state as well. And so we're praying for a good outcome here with regard to the cleanup. Ms. Shore, I'd like to address my first couple questions to you. I'm sure you agree that Americans deserve timely and helpful updates when it comes to an environmental catastrophe, right? Yeah. She nodded yes. Okay, great. And you agree that Americans should be confident when they return to their homes that they're safe to return to, right? Okay. So what are some of the things that the EPA has learned from with your response here that you would use to be able to improve going forward with regard to, we've heard how the people of East Palestine are not believing what the government's saying. What can the EPA do, or what have you learned from this to be able to help for the next incident, to be able to help the people of that community get the information, feels like it's safe to return to their homes?
Thank you, Senator Ricketts. And first, let me say I bring greetings from your sister, Laura, who's been a longtime friend of mine back in Illinois. And to your question, we are still enmeshed in the cleanup of the derailment. And that's our primary focus. We need to clean up the site, get the contaminated waste out of there, and then focus on the longer-term remediation. There will be an after-action report, and we'll be able to drill in on what lessons we can learn and how we can do better. But right now, we need to clean up this site as safely and quickly as possible and ensure that the necessary safeguards are in place to protect human health and the environment.
All right, thank you, Ms. Shore. Mr. Shaw, I'm going to ask you basically the same questions. So I'm sure you agree that Americans should have timely information when there's a catastrophe like this, right?
Yes, sir. It's an emotional issue, and it was a devastating derailment for the folks of East Palestine. That's one of the reasons that we set up our Family Assistance Center within 24 hours and have served 4,400 families. We've also established a website, nsmakingitright.com. That's based on feedback that I've gotten from the community as I've walked around and talked to people. They want more information, sir.
Yeah. And so I'm sure you agree that people want to know when it's safe to go back to their homes as well. What has Norfolk Southern learned from this that would help them to be able to provide that information to people so that they can feel comfortable in going back into their homes and they're getting the proper information in a timely way? What have you learned about what you would do differently going forward?
Senator, in the immediate aftermath of this derailment, we had air monitoring in place. We had water monitoring in place. We've been collaborating with the EPA. My understanding is all the tests have shown that the air is safe and the water is safe. Senator, to your point, when we set up our website, I asked the citizens of East Palestine for feedback. I asked them to tell me how we could make it better. And what they have asked for is information on that website on the results of those air tests and the water test. And Senator, I've also made sure that we point folks to the results of the Ohio EPA and the federal EPA air and water tests. They're the experts, and we're here to support them.
So is there anything in hindsight that you'd say, hey, we should have done this better when it comes to how we're communicating with the people of East Palestine?
You know, Senator, there are always opportunities to improve communication. I was there very soon after the derailment. I immediately went to the Norfolk Southern's Family Assistance Center, and I immediately went to the Red Cross shelter. And I told them who I was, and I told them the company I represented. I made sure they knew that I was the CEO of Norfolk Southern. And I also made sure that I asked if they were getting everything that they needed from Norfolk Southern.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Schaum. I yield back.
Thanks, Vice-Chairman. And I think Senator Sanders, you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank the panel for being with us today. Mr. Shaw, you indicated in response to a question from the chairman that you, quote, "I'm committed to doing what's right," end quote. Well, I think all of us are committed to doing what's right, but the devil is in the details. Mr. Shaw, Wall Street, about a decade ago, in order to increase the profits they were earning in the rail industry, implemented a program called Precision Scheduled Railroading. The result of that is that Norfolk Southern reduced its workforce by almost 40% over 6 years. Meanwhile, in fact, Wall Street's goal was achieved. Profits soared for Norfolk Southern. You made over $3 billion in profits last year. I have been told by workers who work for your company and other rail companies that they are now being asked to do more work with fewer workers, and that includes safety inspections. So well before this disaster in East Palestine, we have been told about the potential safety hazards. Will you make a commitment right now to the American people that you will lead the industry in ending this disastrous precision scheduled railroading, which has slashed your workforce and made railroading much less safe? Yes or no, will you make that commitment?
Senator, I understand your concern, and I share that concern. And if you'll permit, I have a couple points on that. I became CEO in May of last year. Ever since that point, Senator, we've been on a hiring spree. The number of employees at Norfolk Southern today is 1,500 more than it was this time last year.
You'll forgive me, I don't mean to be rude. We just don't have a whole lot of time. Yeah, I understand that, but you will not deny what you're trying to do is rebuild from the massive layoffs that took place. My question back to you again. Wall Street, not the industry, imposed this on the industry. Wall Street said, we're not making enough money. Cut workers, cut workers, cut workers, even if it endangers safety. My question to you, very simply, sir, will you lead the industry in doing away with precision scheduled railroading? That concept.
Senator, in December of last year, I charted a new course in the industry. I said we're going to move away from a near-term focus solely on profits, and that we're going to take a longer-term view that's founded on our engagement with our craft employees who are so critical to our success. We were the first to pivot out of it.
All right, well, let me jump in again. I apologize for cutting you off here, but when you talk about your employees, the entire country, I think, was shocked to learn a number of months ago that your employees, rail workers, who work in a dangerous job in all kinds of weather, had 0 paid sick days. Now, I know that is beginning to change, but I would ask you, given the fact that Norfolk Southern provided $10 billion in stock buybacks recently, can you tell the American people and your employees right now that in order to improve morale in your workforce,
that you will guarantee at least 7 paid sick days to the 15,000 workers you employ. I do know you've made some progress. You increased paid sick days for some of your workers. Will you do what most Americans think is pretty obvious, that when you get sick, you get guaranteed paid sick days? Will you make that commitment right now to your entire workforce?
Senator, with our latest agreement with our employees, which included a historic 24% wage increase and access to premium healthcare benefits, we immediately pivoted to talking to each of our local.
I've been deeply involved. I introduced the amendment on the floor. I know the issue. But what I'm asking you right now, you provided paid sick days to some of your employees. I got it. Thank you. Will you now do it what we get here in Congress? Our employees get sick, they get paid sick days. Will you make that commitment right now to guarantee paid sick days to all of your workers? That's not a radical demand. It really is not. Will you make that commitment, sir?
Senator, I share your focus on our employees. I will commit to continuing to discuss with them important quality of life issues with our local craft colleagues.
In all due respect, you sound like a politician here, Mr. Shaw. It's not paid sick days is not a radical concept in the year 2023. I am not hearing you make that commitment to guarantee that to all of your workers. Clearly, we should have that for every worker in America. I'm not hearing that commitment. Will you make that commitment, sir?
Senator, I'm committed to continuing to speak to our employees about quality of life issues that are important to them.
All right. Well, I'm chairman of the Health, Education, Labor Committee. We look forward to having that discussion. One last issue. You talked about covering.
Senator Graham, Senator Graham is waiting to ask it. So, Bernie, if you just keep it really brief.
All right, last question. You talked about covering the needs of the people of East Palestine. Does that include paying for their health care needs? All of their health care needs?
Senator, we're going to do what's right for the citizens of East
What's right is to cover their health care needs. Will you do that?
Everything is on the table, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Sanders. Senator Graham.
Let's just sort of continue what Senator Sanders was talking about. This hearing is designed to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Is precision scheduling, what was the phrase that Senator Sanders used? Precision scheduling? What is it?
Precision scheduling railroading.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with this accident directly?
Senator, thank you for that question. The NTSB report said the Norfolk Southern crew did everything that they were supposed to do. And I personally thank them for that.
Okay, so let's get back to what we're here for, is try to solve the problem in front of us. What caused this?
Senator, the NTSB report is still ongoing. I'm not waiting to act.
It wasn't lack of personnel, right?
There was no indication that it was lack of personnel.
Or that they did anything wrong?
The NTSB specifically said there's no indication that the NS crew did anything wrong.
Okay, when we find out what happened, let's try to fix it. And we can talk about paid leave, and I think I may have actually voted for Bernie's amendment. I don't quite remember. But I want to focus on the moment we have here. How many times have you been to East Palestine?
Senator, I've been there 5 times.
Ms. Shore, have you been there?
Senator Graham, I've spent 11 out of the last 30 days in East Palestine.
Okay. Do you think you benefited from having been there and listened to the people?
Very much so.
What about you, Mr. Shaw?
It's, yeah, it has really helped me.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's good. That's a good
Yes,
answer.
they are.
Would you be willing to go to with President Biden if he chose to go there?
Senator, I
Would
want
you
to,
be willing to go with him if he asked you to go?
Senator, I want to keep the politics. I'm not qualified.
It's not a political question. The question is, if the president asked you to go, would you go with him?
I'll go with anybody who wants to go and help the community of East
Yeah,
Palestine.
Ms. Shore, same for you?
If I'm asked to go, I certainly will.
Yeah, well, so I'm calling on the president to ask both of you and go. What's the downside of talking to people about going through a big trauma? I'm not, him going there doesn't fix all of the problems, but I think it's a step in the right direction. And I just wish you would go there so we could all work to solve the problem. The more we know, maybe I should go there. The bottom line is, would either one of you have a problem living there full time, given the condition on the ground? Do you feel it's safe to continue to reside in this town? Mr. Shaw?
Senator, the EPA and the Ohio EPA have very high standards, and I trust their testing.
And would you live there, given what you've seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe that the air is safe. I believe that the water is safe. There are hundreds of tests.
Okay.
There are millions of data points.
Okay.
They all boot to the same thing. And I genuinely enjoy
Okay.
my conversations with the folks at East Palestine.
Yeah, I'm sure they're traumatized, and every time somebody shows up, it's probably good. Ms. Shore, do you agree that it's a safe place to live?
Senator Graham, science is EPA's North Star, and we follow the science. And I drunk the water there. I drink it every time I go to town
Okay.
because the scientific data shows that it's safe,
Okay.
as does the air.
That's good. Ms. Vogel, you're from Ohio. Have you been there?
I've been in East Palestine since February 3rd, with the exception of 5 days.
Real dedicated effort here. Do you think you've been enriched by these visits? Has it helped
Yes,
you?
yes, Senator.
Do you think you've learned more about the problem having talked to these people?
Unquestionably.
Would you have a problem living there now?
I mostly do.
You do have a problem living there?
I mostly live there.
Okay,
Senator.
but so you're okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My team
well,
and I
that's
have been there.
good. Okay, good. Well,
the
so
last month.
let's do what we can to make sure it's safe to live there. Let's make sure that we help these people. If they have medical needs, let's meet them. And let's find out what happened and try to fix it the best we can. Does that make sense to everybody on this panel? Okay. So whether or not we need to change overtime laws, we'll talk about that. But what I want to do is make sure that this committee understands that if you live there, everybody here believes it's safe to live there. I feel better about that. That the railroad company, the people operating the train, are not accused of being at fault. So let's find out what happened and fix it. And again, you have two senators from Ohio. They're putting together a product. I want to help them the best we can. And I'll just end where I began. I think the president would serve himself and the country well to go there. So please go.
So Graham, is that it? Is that it for you, my friend? All right, thank you. All righty. Before I turn to Senator Whitehouse for his questions, let me ask unanimous consent to enter into the record various materials detailing Biden administration's focus on safety and negligence to the community. We've heard allegations that the Biden administration is sacrificing safety. That's simply not consistent with what has happened in East Palestine or the Biden administration's numerous efforts to improve safety both before and since the accident. I want to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record various materials detailing the Environmental Protection Agency's immediate and ongoing response to the accident, as well as a document describing the Department of Transportation's immediate response to the accident, including the pipeline and hazardous materials safety administration activities, and a document showing concrete steps to strengthen rail and hazardous material safety that Secretary Buttigieg has directed the Department of Transportation to take since the derailment, and EPA's proposed rule to strengthen hazardous material management and accident prevention under the risk management program. And last but not least, I'd also note that President Biden called the Ohio and Pennsylvania governors in the first 48 hours offering assistance. Without objection,
Mr. Chairman,
so ordered.
while we're in unanimous consent mode, may I ask unanimous consent to add to what you've asked, two articles, one titled Ohio Train Derailment as a Reminder of Plastics Dangers, another entitled This Deadly Chemical Should Be Banned, and then a pair of articles related to the contractor that has been hired by Norfolk Southern One entitled Oil Companies Rely on Controversial Firm to Rebut Colorado Health Study, and another entitled The Checkered Past of the Contractor Monitoring the Air in East Palestine. And that would be supplemented by a letter from our new colleague, Peter Welch, back in his days as a House member responding to the oil spill, expressing concerns about this company, CTEH. If I could add those to your list of UCs, I'd be helpful.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next, Senator Whitehouse, I think you are recognized for questions.
Great, thank you. Mr. Shaw, the news is reporting that there's just been a significant derailment in Alabama of one of your trains. I certainly hope that all of your team and anybody in the vicinity is safe and well. You may need to look into that, but I wanted to mention that. I'm interested in my questions in the extent to which politics has played a role in this situation. In 2015, the federal government issued a new regulation requiring trains like yours that carry certain dangerous substances to be equipped with electronic brakes. Along with other industry stakeholders, Norfolk Southern stated that the regulation was, quote, not in the public interest. And the industry successfully got the regulation watered down. Just 3 years later, the Trump administration fully repealed the regulation. And I will ask you a question for the record for your attorneys and staff to reply to about for all communications between your company and your trade association with the Trump administration relative to that repeal. You don't have to respond now. That's just a coming attraction through our QFR process. I also note that since 2002, the rail industry has spent more than $650 million on federal lobbying, with another $60 million spent on state lobbying. The 5 largest spenders were the Association of American Railroads, your major trade group, BNSF Railway, CSX Corporation, Union Pacific Corporation, and you can answer for me who was the 5th big spender. I'll give you a hint. It's Norfolk Southern. Do you know how much it was that Norfolk Southern spent on lobbying during that period?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, for the record, $69 million. Norfolk Southern lobbies through the National Association of Manufacturers as well. Do you, by any chance, know how much Norfolk Southern gave to National Association of Manufacturers in 2016 and 2017 when it was opposing the braking regulations I mentioned?
Senator, I will note that the NTSB, Chair Hamady specifically stated that the braking regulation that you referenced would not have had an impact on this derailment.
Okay, and will you answer my question? Do you know how much you spent against that regulation?
No, sir, I don't. I also know that the government's own GAO and the National Academies of Science indicated in 2016 that the Department of Transportation's, or the FRA's review of ECP brakes was unjustified.
I will ask you a question for the record that the information for 2016 and 2017 that you have reported for later years in your climate lobbying report be provided to the committee, an equivalent to what you already provide, but looking back to those years when this was at issue. We discovered that Norfolk Southern, in a statement that appears now to have been deleted from your website, had previously touted the ECP braking systems as having, and I quote you here, the potential to reduce train stopping distances by as much as 60% over conventional air brake systems. And we found as early as 2007 a Norfolk Southern lead engineer promoting the, quote, big advantage for emergency braking that ECP brakes offered. So I want to make those statements a part of the record. And is it true that the New York Times reporting that Norfolk Southern has paid shareholders nearly $18 billion through stock buybacks and dividends in 2022?
The New York Times is reporting what, sir?
That Norfolk Southern paid its shareholders nearly $18 billion through stock buybacks and dividends in 2022.
Sir, I have a different perspective on that. Or,
Is the number right?
no, sir.
Setting aside your perspective?
No, sir.
Okay. Then let me add to my QFR list your view of what the accurate number is as opposed to the New York Times number. All right? My time is pretty well up, Mr. Chairman, and I hope we can get prompt and complete answers to those QFRs. Thanks very much.
All right. We look forward to your responses on QFR's questions for the record, and we'll talk more about that before we conclude. Thank you. I think next is Senator Merkley and then Senator Markey, not to be confused with one another.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for bringing your testimony to bear. And I do hope that the derailment that occurred just hours ago, Mr. Shaw, is one that does not endanger another community. Back in 2016, Senator Wyden and I were very involved in pushing for improvements in safety after the derailment endangered the town of Mosier in Oregon. And we found out how much the industry resists improvements in safety. That following year, Norfolk Southern was invited to participate in a conversation with the administration, and they submitted a 23-page submission of rules and federal guidance of things that they wanted safety regulations to be removed. Now, you've noted you're turning over a new leaf in this regard. So can we count on you and your team of lobbyists to push for safety improvements rather than lobbying against those improvements?
Yes, Senator, I share your concern and your focus.
I don't share my concern. I just want to know, will your team lobby for safety improvements rather than against them?
Senator, we will continue to follow science. We will continue to follow data. There are actually a number of areas in which we have invested in safety systems well above government regulation.
I'll ask you to submit that for the record. I just really thought when you said turn over a new leaf that I thought you were saying you were going to now support safety regulations. I'm sorry you can't tell this crowd here today that would like to hear that is the case. 3 years ago, Norfolk Southern cut 5 positions in East Palestine that oversaw maintenance of equipment detectors that are used to determine or monitor boxes that measure, sometimes they're called hot boxes, that measure things that are going wrong on the track, including bearing temperature. There's initial reports that defective bearings or overheating bearings may well have been the cause of this particular accident. Will you pledge today to quit eliminating positions and sensors that oversee track conditions, like removing the folks who monitor the hot boxes, and instead add and support those monitors so that when there is something like an overheating bearing, it gets detected and the train gets stopped rather than crashing or derailing?
Senator, the NTSB report indicated that all of the hot box detectors were working as designed. And earlier this week, we announced that we are adding approximately 200 hot box detectors to our network. We already have amongst the lowest spacing between hot box detectors in the industry, and we already have amongst the lowest thresholds.
I'm delighted to hear that you're adding those back. Thank you. It's also important to recognize those boxes actually have to be monitored, and it's the 5 positions for monitoring them that were eliminated. So I hope in response to the committee, you'll also be able to note how those are being monitored and how that monitoring can be improved. My last question here is that in 2021, your company did $3.1 billion of stock buybacks, and in 2022, $3.4 billion of stock buybacks. And as of December, had another $7.5 billion available to do additional stock backs under the $10 billion stock back plan. That's quite impressive numbers for any American company. It indicates massive profits. Will you pledge today that you will do no more stock buybacks until a raft of safety measures have been completed to reduce the risk of derailments and crashes in the future?
Senator, I will commit to continuing to invest in safety. We invest over $1 billion a year in safety.
You noted that you have a list of safety things you'd like to implement. Will you commit no more stock buybacks until those safety improvements are completed?
Senator, I will commit to continuing to invest in safety. And you've seen over time the number of derailments, hazardous material releases, and personal injuries has declined. There's always more that we will do, and I am committed to having the best safety culture in the industry.
You're coming here with 3 derailments within 3 months, and the average in the industry is 1 per month for the entire industry. So congratulations on maybe some good luck over a few years. But at this moment, your team is the team that has the most derailments in the last 3 months. I just want to note that every engineer understands that if you have brakes on every car rather than just brakes on the front car, that you prevent the accordion-style crashes that you've been having. It's why any truck carrying a trailer has brakes on the trailer instead, so the trailer doesn't flip over the top of it. The industry has absolutely resisted these, trying to deploy their lobbyists to counter every single report about having those multiple brake systems. I understand that it's complicated because, as you noted, you don't own the cars. That makes having these coordinated brake systems. But listen, if we can put people on the moon, we can put brakes on every train car. This is really the single most significant safety factor that could be pursued, and I really hope that you and your company and your industry will take and start taking seriously safety, which we have not seen to this point.
Senator, I take safety very seriously, and there are brakes on every car. I can assure you of that.
Well, I hope you support the coordinated pneumatic electronically controlled system that you've been fighting against for years.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. The East Palestine train derailment was not preordained. It was preventable. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Corporate greed, outdated railway safety regulations, lax hazardous material standards were all the fuel on a toxic fire that was ready to combust. This was something that was preordained and known about because of all of the rail accidents that happen every year in our country. And unfortunately, innocent, hardworking, working families in Ohio and Pennsylvania were the ones that got harmed by this. Those families were upended, their lives have been changed, doctor bills, veterinarian bills, saw the values of their homes plummet overnight and stayed up late worrying about what this means for their health and the health of their young children in the future. These are real harms. So am I right, Mr. Shaw, that last year the stock buybacks by Norfolk Southern was $3.4 billion? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's directionally correct.
Am I correct, Mr. Shaw, that last year Norfolk Southern made $3.3 billion in profits?
Yes, sir. And last year, we invested over $1 billion in safety. And last year, our accident rate, our number of accidents was the lowest it had been in the last 10 years. Our safety stats, Senator, continue to improve. And I am committed to making Norfolk Southern safety culture the best in the industry.
Well, you're not having a good month. You're not having a good month. And it seems like every week there's another accident that Norfolk Southern is a part of in our country. So you may think that you've put in enough, okay? But the facts are saying just the opposite in terms of what is happening. And what I'm hearing from you is just this great confidence that you have in your system. But I'll tell you this, Mr. Shaw. Overconfidence breeds complacency, and complacency breeds disaster. And that disaster has hit East Palestine, and it's hitting community after community across this country, not just Norfolk Southern, but the rail industry in general that has reduced its workforce by 1/3 over the last 10 years. And in that reduction in workforce, there is a reduction in the measure of safety that has to be built in order to guarantee that people avoid these kinds of catastrophes. So let me ask you, Mr. Shaw, about a decision that your company has made. You've chosen an arbitrary 1-mile radius from the disaster site for people to qualify for assistance, meaning some families who breathe the same air, drink the same water, aren't getting the same help. Mr. Shaw, will you commit to providing financial compensation to all affected people, including those who live outside your arbitrarily chosen 1-mile radius around the derailment site?
Senator, we've made our Family Assistance Center and payments available to folks within the zip code, within Darlington Township. We've committed.
Will you commit to helping those people outside of the 1-mile radius? That's my question. Yes or no?
Senator, we already are.
You already are?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that's not clear. Will you commit to compensating affected homeowners for their diminished property values?
Senator, I'm committing to do what's right.
Well, what's right is a family that had a home worth $100,000 that is now worth $50,000 will probably never be able to sell that home for $100,000 again. Will you compensate that family for that loss?
Senator, I'm committing to do what's right.
That is the right thing to do. These are the people who are innocent victims, Mr. Shaw. These people were just there at home, and all of a sudden, their small businesses, their homes are forever going to have been diminished in value. Norfolk Southern owes these people. It's an accident that is basically under the responsibility of Norfolk Southern, not these families. When you say do the right thing, will you, again, compensate these families for their diminished, lost property value for homes and small businesses?
Senator, we've already committed $21 million, and that's a down payment.
That is a down payment. Will you commit to ensuring that these families, these innocent families, do not lose their life savings in their homes and small businesses? The right thing to do is to say, yes, we will.
Senator, I'm committed to doing what's right for the community, and we're going to be there as
No,
long as it takes.
what's right for the community will then be balanced, which is what we can see from your stock buybacks, by what's right for Norfolk Southern. And that's going to be to sue, to fight, to resist full compensation for these families. That's the pattern we've seen over the last 10 years in your 1/3 reduction in workforce with its natural concomitant reduction in safety.
Okay, then I'll go to you right now.
We're not hearing the right things today. These families want to know long-term, are they just going to be left behind? Once the cameras move on, once the national attention dies down, where will these families be? I think they're going to be in the crosshairs of the accountants of Norfolk Southern saying, we're not going to pay full compensation. That's why we're going to stay on this case until everyone in East Palestine is given the justice which they deserve.
We have Senator Padilla is up next. Just by way of explanation, we're in the middle of 2 votes, so that's why we're sort of ping-ponging a little bit. Sorry for the disruptions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand while I stepped away for the votes you just referenced, there's been additional questions about the stock buybacks, which I may have some follow-up on, as well as follow-up to the precision scheduled railroading that I know Senator Sanders, Senator Graham, among others, have raised. But let me actually ask a question of Ms. Shore. Let me just find my place here. In the spirit of holding polluters accountable. So we know what brings us here today is the incidents, plural now, in East Palestine. But I think we can all agree that we need to hold polluters accountable. And I have strong feelings about this personally, having dealt with the federal government failing to hold companies accountable for environmental crimes and leaving communities holding the bag. So aside from the loosening of regulations, which we need to discuss and debate, part of the conversation for the rail incident in East Palestine, I want to bring attention to a case in my hometown of Los Angeles. Under the Trump administration, the EPA, your predecessors, the agency you're part of leading, along with the Department of Justice under the Trump administration, supported a bankruptcy plan that let the corporate polluter known as Exide evade criminal liability and responsibility to clean up decades of toxic dumping. And as a result, left California taxpayers on the hook for the largest environmental cleanup in our state's history. So my question, Ms. Shore, is how will the EPA ensure that what happened during the Trump administration, what they inflicted on the Los Angeles communities surrounding the Exide plant, isn't repeated in East Palestine?
Thank you, Senator Padilla. On February 21st, EPA issued a unilateral administrative order. It's one of the most powerful enforcement tools that the agency has under the CERCLA, the Comprehensive Environmental Recovery, Compensation, and Liability Act, that will hold Norfolk Southern accountable to pay for all the costs of the cleanup and restoration in East Palestine. If the company doesn't comply with EPA's order, then EPA can step in, continue the work so there's no disruption in the essential cleanup, and assess 3 times the costs as penalties. It's a tool that EPA has used effectively in the past, and we will be vigorous about holding the company accountable.
Okay, thank you, because again, we saw what I would consider a worst case study, not a best case study, when these settlements completely leave polluters off the hook for the damage that they've taken. I know that was a prior administration. Policies have changed under the current administration. We're working to embed that environmental justice lens as well, not just at EPA, but within the Department of Justice, and hope to make it permanent. Want to come back to Mr. Shaw here for a few questions on, as it pertains to your workforce, inspections, and maintenance. You recently announced that Norfolk Southern would be deploying more wayside detection and hotbox detector technologies as part of the safety plan. And I apologize if this is a little bit redundant with the questions that have come up prior in the hearing, but I think I have some specifics I want to get to. From what I understand, the company has also reduced its workforce by nearly 40% since 2015. According to your own data reported to the Surface Transportation Board, the number of employees assigned to maintenance of equipment and stores has decreased by 60% over the past decade. Your data. Given what's happened, is Norfolk Southern now going to hire the additional signal workers necessary to maintain and inspect these systems that you're relying on to improve safety?
Yes, Senator, thank you for that question. The NTSB report was very clear that our hotbox detectors were working as designed. We have taken it upon ourselves to install more hotbox detectors as needed. Senator, I became CEO of Norfolk Southern 10 months ago. And Senator, ever since then, we've been on a hiring spree. We are aggressively hiring employees. Right now, our pipeline of conductor trainees is amongst the highest in our history. And I'm not going to stop.
So let me be specific. You say you're on a hiring spree. I want to be specific to the signal workers necessary to maintain and inspect the systems.
Senator, if we need to hire more signal workers to maintain and inspect the signals, we will absolutely do
Let
that.
me ask you this question. And I don't know if you've worked the line or at least walked the line, but how many sensors or length of track are assigned to each worker?
Senator, I don't have that specific information.
Do you know if workers are specifically dedicated to the inspection and maintenance of these technologies, or if it's just one on a long list of responsibilities they may have in the course of a day?
Senator, I don't know the specifics to that. I'm happy to get that information to you.
Well, let me tell you why I ask. According to the AFL-CIO's Transportation Trades Department, the amount of time carmen have to inspect each car in a train has been reduced by 2/3, from 3 minutes to now just 60 seconds per car. 60 seconds. Do you know how long it takes to walk the perimeter of a single car? You think 60 seconds is enough to not just walk the perimeter of that train car, but does that leave enough time for an actual thorough inspection? Because I can imagine that this gives us the confidence that carmen have the time to conduct that thorough inspection to identify or find any potential defects before the cars are sent back into service. So I know initial reviews and studies have said the sensors were or weren't working as you mentioned, but the investigation is not complete, right? NTSB is still doing some follow-up work. So sorry to drill down on a specific, but these specifics matter. And it's not just the technologies, it's the workforce necessary to install, to maintain, and to ensure that they're properly functioning. And to me, it just falls into the greater pattern that we've seen of the past decade. Workforce overall reducing, corporate compensations to stock buybacks on the upswing when the workforce that keeps the trains running and running safe is what's being compromised. I know my time is up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Stabenow.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone for being here. This is obviously incredibly serious. Mr. Shaw, Norfolk Southern's lack of transparent communication with impacted states, I'm specifically thinking of Michigan now, during the cleanup process concerns me. Do you think it was acceptable that the company started moving toxic waste from East Palestine to Michigan without notifying Michigan officials? Michigan officials were not notified.
Senator, working with the EPA, we were taking product to facilities that were specifically designed to handle this type of material.
But Michigan officials, the governor, myself, Senator Peters, Michigan EPA, and so on, were not notified before that happened. And so let me just say that that's why I'm really glad the EPA is now overseeing this process going forward, because that's not acceptable to us in Michigan. And so Administrator Shore, moving forward, can I count on you and the EPA to work with us during the cleanup process so we can make sure Michigan families aren't put in danger?
Senator Stabenow, you certainly can. The administrative order that we issued that went into effect fully on February 27th requires Norfolk Southern to notify our co-regulators, in your case, the Michigan Eagle, of shipments to the state. But as they continue to ship waste, EPA will take the additional step of keeping you and congressional staff in the state informed.
Thank you so much, because that did not happen at the beginning. And so I appreciate now with EPA oversight that this will be happening, because it was very concerning to people in Michigan and as well as elected officials. I have a quote from Norfolk Southern. "We are going to learn from this terrible accident and work with regulators and elected officials to improve railroad safety." Mr. Shaw, we certainly need to do that. We certainly need to strengthen safety standards, especially now that we have an administration that supports strong standards instead of working to gut them like the last administration did. So we're now in a good spot to be able to move forward. We have bipartisan legislation to do that. But here's my question. When you tell us the company is ready to learn from this, I'd feel better if this wasn't the 20th time since 2015 that the company has had a derailment result in a chemical release. And it's my understanding that the 21st incident almost happened in Van Buren Township in Michigan just 2 weeks after East Palestine. So my question is, great that you're saying you're going to learn from number 20. What did you learn from number 19? What did you learn from number 1 or number 5 or number 10 or number 15? What safety measures have you implemented since this was the 20th time since 2015 that there had been a derailment resulting in a chemical release?
Senator, I think that's the right thing to focus on. And I'm focused on it too. We invest over $1 billion a year in safety. And you've seen over time the number of derailments and hazardous material releases and personal injuries decline. We will continue to get better, and I'm committed to creating the best safety culture in the industry. Just this week, we announced several new initiatives to enhance safety, which included more hot box detectors across our network, partnering with other railroads to share best practices on hot box detector technology. We are also putting up a machine visioning portal that can catch things that the human eye can't, developed in partnership with Georgia Tech. There are a number of different areas in which we are investing in safety. I am very confident in the NTSB process, which is focused on right now a wheel bearing that failed and noted that the Norfolk Southern crew and the hot box detectors and the track were all operating as appropriate. I'm not waiting for the full response, and you're seeing action right now.
I appreciate that. I think it's probably hard for families and businesses in East Palestine to hear this, though, when if that had been done in response to number 18 in the derailments, or number 15, or number 4, or any of those, we wouldn't have had number 20, which is what's happening to the community right now. And my heart goes out to them and what they're having to deal with. And frankly, having had these different but similar situations with toxic substance in Michigan and so on, this is going to take a long time for them to be able to recover. And so this is number 20. I don't want number 21 in Michigan or any place else for that matter. And we've talked a lot about the investments that you're looking at and making in the community, which you need to do legally, morally, ethically, in every which way. But I also hope that you're looking at taking another look at stock buybacks of the future. I know you've done $6.5 billion already in the last 2 years, and there was $7.5 billion supposedly coming up. It'd be a better use of that money if, in fact, you were investing in aggressive, responsible safety measures and making this community and any other community whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stabenow. I got a couple of questions, and then Senator Capito is going to ask some questions, and then we'll probably go to a closing statement. But last August, EPA proposed, this is be a question, I think, for Administrator Shaw and for Mr. Shaw, for both of you. But last August, the EPA proposed to amend its regulations for the risk management program, as you probably know, which is an important program to help businesses avoid and address hazardous chemical accidents. EPA's proposed changes would improve the accident prevention program, enhance emergency preparedness, and increase public availability of chemical hazard information. The goals of these changes is to improve public awareness, and to improve preparedness, and to improve safety. However, the Association of American Railroads, I'm told, of which Norfolk Southern is a member, submitted comments to EPA expressing concern about the proposed changes. Those comments assert that the safety requirements that EPA proposed would, this is a quote, have limited use, close quote. And let me just ask Administrator Shaw, can you explain how the risk management program and EPA's recent proposed changes will help protect the health and safety of first responders and the local community? And then I'll turn to Mr. Shaw. But Ms. Shore? Yeah, Administrator Shaw, can you explain how the risk management program and EPA's recent proposed changes will help protect the health and safety of first responders and the local community?
Thank you, Chairman Carper. Certainly, accident prevention is a top priority at EPA. The risk management program rule has been successful in reducing the frequency of accidental releases at regulated facilities. But as I understand it, it doesn't pertain to rail transport. So there's work that we can do there to try to protect first responders who are responding to derailments and releases resulting from rail accidents.
Okay. Mr. Shaw, does Norfolk Southern oppose EPA's proposed changes to the risk management program to enhance our preparedness for chemical accidents?
Senator, I apologize. I'm not familiar with that program. I'm happy to review the legislation or the program and discuss it with you further. I have a sincere appreciation for the first responders from Ohio and Pennsylvania, some of whom are joining me on this panel, and West Virginia, who ran to the scene. As a result, we just announced yesterday a regional first responder training center that will support the first responders of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. And every year, we train approximately 5,000 first responders. And so we are committed.
Is that in the states in which you operate?
Yes, sir.
No. Okay. All right. Last question. This is really a question for all of you. And Mr. Burrell, I'll start with you. And but the question's for all witnesses. My colleagues, including certainly a ranking member, have heard me say that in adversity lies opportunity. That's Einstein. Pretty smart guy. Most people remember Einstein for saying the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. That might be pertinent here today as well, but I always believe that in adversity lies opportunity, and that's the way I approach life, and I think it's the way a lot of us approach life. But the this environmental tragedy creates not just tragedy and heartbreak, real heartache for a whole lot of people, but it also creates some opportunity for us to examine not only what went wrong in on the heels of this derailment, but also to look at some of the moments where things went right. And I'm going to ask each of you, and Mr. Brett, I just want to start with you, to just very briefly speak to something you believe has gone well, and while working together across many entities to navigate the response to this environmental disaster. Can you give us an example or two what you thought went particularly well?
Sure. I think relationships we have with everyone up here, the other responders, was positive. Initially, we had good relationships, good communications with as I said, the boots on the ground. It may not be that way whenever the boss has gone on scene, and I said that. But and as Mr. Shaw said, training, collaborative training from the railroads is something that positive will come out of this, I think.
All right, good. Mr. Harrison, same question. Share with us something you think has gone well and needs to be lifted up. Go ahead.
For Cenco, the success of our partnership investment in planning, building the organic detection system, training our staff. This was not a unique response. We get several hundred reports of potential spills a year from the National Response Center. So we have been doing this for decades. And so having the ability to put that in place, I think, has been very positive, and also just to demonstrate how our team and our system and our partnership works.
All right, thanks. Ms. Vogel, same question, please.
Chairman, the mayor of East Palestine and the fire chief have really done such an exceptional job representing their community, protecting their community, connecting their community with people who can provide scientific answers. They've done such an incredible job refuting misinformation that's out there, that we're getting people connected with the scientists either at Ohio EPA or US EPA. And I do think that's an example of something that has gone very well.
All right, good, thank you. Sure.
Chairman Carper, I think what has been remarkable, though it should be standard, about the response to this disaster in East Palestine is the way local, state, federal agencies have worked collaboratively together, that it's not been about politics, but about people. You've seen Democrats standing with Republicans. President Biden was on the phone to Governor DeWine saying, whatever federal resources are needed, they will be there for you. He did the same with Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania. You saw Administrator Regan standing to announce the order with Governor DeWine and Governor Shapiro, with Congressman Bill Johnson and Congressman DeLucio, and so many others. I think that collaboration focused on getting this cleaned up has been quite remarkable.
Yeah, good. Thanks for those. Mr. Shaw, same question, please.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I've been really clear that I'm focused on the environmental cleanup and helping East Palestine thrive. The things that have gone really well have been the coordination and the collaboration that we've received from the folks at this table. And I've made a personal commitment to Secretary Buttigieg and Governor DeWine and Mayor Conaway and Fire Chief Drabeck and Governor Shapiro and Administrator Regan that we're going to do everything it takes. I have a genuine affection for the folks of East Palestine, which I know several of my peers on this panel do as well. And when you walk around town, you're starting to see these yard signs pop up. And the yard signs say, "We are East Palestine." And it goes on to say, "Welcome to America's greatest comeback story." And Senator, I want to make sure that that happens.
Yeah, we have a great opportunity here if we can collaborate and work together to lift, not just to lift up, not just to address immediate problems and crisis, but actually to empower the people of East Palestine and the communities around them, to empower them. And I think that's a good thing that can come out of this. Senator Capito, thanks so much for your work on this. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think it's, in my opening statement, I said we need to find out what went right and what went wrong. So I really appreciate the comments of what went right. I'm going to go back to the other side. I'm still very disturbed about the communication issue, because we've seen it already in the panel. Ms. Vogel said initially there were some, you had the need to refute poor information, and that there were some communication gaps. Mr. Brewer has said that there were some communication gaps, at least as far as 1 car to 5 cars and maybe some other things. And I understand in the haze of what was going on at the very beginning, some of that is going to occur. Senator Stabenow said she didn't know, her governor didn't know that cars were being brought to Michigan carrying hazardous materials. And it seemed as though, even though the EPA has to okay where Mr. Shaw and Norfolk Southern takes this materials, it was a little passing, who's supposed to do it? I mean, Ms. Shore said that Mr. Shaw is supposed to, it seemed to me to be a shared responsibility, but we can't get it. All I'm getting back to is if you're sitting there in East Palestine or in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, you're seeing this huge pile of hazardous materials and you're smelling it. And the reason I'm coming from this as been from a community of Charleston, West Virginia that had a chemical spill in the early 2000s that everybody told us was safe to drink, but it still smelled. And you just lose your trust in what people are telling you. And this is what the neighborhoods and the surrounding areas are doing. So then when I asked the question, where is this material going? Both Ms. Shore and Mr. Shaw said it's going somewhere, but we don't know where. What does that do to trust? I mean, I don't know. Are the trucks moving or not? Were they stopped in Michigan or not? Why were they stopped in Michigan? You know, all these questions, I think just, and then people living there still have to look and smell and fear. And so I think we just need to get our the transparency of where this material is going, how long it's going to take it to get out, how deep does it have to go? All these questions that people are asking because they want this over. And that's what you're trying to do, trying to get it over and make it safe. So as we go to lessons learned on the communication, I would just hope that we, in the after report that we know is going to be generated, that this is really a key part of what everybody looks at from all the different respondents, both from Norfolk Southern all the way to the people right there. Do you know what's burning? Do you have the right equipment? Do you have the right fire fighting equipment? Because chemical fires are different than other kinds of fires. I don't need to tell you your business, but you know all that. And so I'm still very concerned about the communication aspects. And I know Governor DeWine has been right there front and center, and I want to thank him for that, and you all too. So that's my comment there. My question is from Mr. Harrison at Orsenko. The reason I'm interested in this is because that Ohio River feeds a lot of our water systems in West Virginia. So what's coming down through there and through is so critically important. Osenko does a great job. I know you did multiple testings, but why were you uniquely positioned to respond as well as you did? Your information was coming out quickly. Your tests were coming out quickly. My understanding is your tests and Ohio's tests were coming out much more quickly than the EPA's test. Is there truth to that? And why can you come and respond as quickly as this? We need your microphone.
In Orsenko, I appreciate that. We have been working to protect the Ohio River as a drinking water, industrial water supply for 75 years. And so through our preparations, I have a great team of 22 professionals and our partnerships. We've been doing this for decades. And so as we work with the drinking water utilities, we have a partner, Greater Cincinnati Waterworks, that ran companion testing with us. So we had results that we could put on our website that went through proper QA/QC very quickly. We had the encouragement of Governor DeWine and Director Vogel to get that up there as soon as possible. And so we've been doing that. We've been able to show a map of where the sampling is occurring, and we've been able to update that as we get new results from Greater Cincinnati Waterworks. And then we also have our screening data. So this is something that we prepare for. We work closely with our 30 drinking water utilities, our state agencies. And so although this is certainly a challenge, we respond and work through numerous spills. And so this is through preparation.
Anybody want to comment on my communication tirade I just had? Is there a ways to improve that? Or am I over exaggerating? I'm just looking at it from the eyes of a homeowner sitting in East Palestine, seeing this mess in front of them and trying to figure out when can I make sure that I can bathe my child in the water and feel that it's 100% safe? So do you all have any suggestions here on how to make communications better, quicker, faster, more accurate? Because if you leave a gap, you see what happens in the gap. Ms. Vogel, did you have a suggestion?
Senator, I can comment on one thing that Governor DeWine began doing about 2 weeks ago, is putting out a daily an email and posting on the website a press release that goes out daily that contains all of the facts that you're talking about, to say where exactly the waste is going, how much is going off-site, what sampling data is back, what test results are back, exactly to your point, to make sure that we are providing good information on a daily basis.
Anybody got Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, Senator, similarly, we set up a website, NSMakingItRight.com, which has very similar information. It also has updates on how to get in touch with us, how to reach the Family Assistance Center. It points folks to the EPA website and testing data, the Ohio EPA testing data, and I'm asking for input from the citizens of East Palestine every day on how to make that website better.
Anybody else? All right, thank you all. Oh, Ms. Shore? Director Shore?
Ranking Member Capito, I just want to add that under the order, Norfolk Southern submitted a very comprehensive work plan to the Unified Command late Monday evening. It's being reviewed, and I've asked our team on the ground to issue weekly notices of here's the work plan for the week. Here's what you can expect to be done as residents. Here's what you may be seeing or hearing or smelling. Here's who to call if you have questions. And going forward, we will have that weekly work plan available so residents in the community know what to expect.
So I guess what I'm gleaning from this, and then I'll stop, Mr. Chair, is maybe these daily progressions of what's going on should, just try to start as close to day one as possible, so you don't have these gaps in communications and misunderstandings and all of that. But I appreciate all of you coming. Thank you for what you're doing for the great citizens of Ohio and Pennsylvania, and we're right in there, right in between. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Let me just say, Senator Capito, how much I appreciate your work on this. I want to thank your staff. This has been very much a team effort, and I want to thank the majority staff as well. One is sitting to my right, the other is sitting to my left, but they're really a team, and I'm proud of that teamwork, and we're stronger together. I want to ask a question, if I can, Mr. Shaw, if I can. My staff just handed me some information about a Norfolk Southern train we heard about just a little bit ago today. Derailed in Calhoun County, Alabama. There are 30 train cars on the train. All were empty. Fortunately, the local sheriff was reported there are no injuries, there are no property damage. And so that's a good news, bad news story. But I spent a lot of my life in the Navy and airplanes and thought a lot about safety. And my wife worked for DuPont for many years, and she was very much involved in safety companies. You may know, she thought a great deal about safety. When you look, and I might have this wrong, but we had the disaster at East Palestine around February 3rd. We had Springfield, Ohio, beginning of this month. Cleveland, Ohio, where one of your employees' lives was lost. And now the incident in Calhoun County. I understand the National Transportation Safety Board is going to be examining the safety culture of Norfolk Southern, and you probably welcome that. And if I were in your shoes, I would. But it's more than disconcerting. It's concerning, and it's a trend that is troubling to me, and my guess it's troubling to you as well. So I hope that it'll get the kind of serious attention that it needs. When I was walking into the hearing, I was asked by the press, I'm sure Senator Capito was what we hope to accomplish here. And I mentioned I had several questions that I wanted to see answers. One of those, what went wrong? How did this all happen at East Palestine? How did it happen? What went wrong? What are we doing to help the families whose lives have been upended and in any number of ways? And the other question that I mentioned coming into the hearing was, how can we reduce the likelihood that similar disasters like this will happen again in Ohio or Pennsylvania or Delaware or West Virginia? How can we reduce that? I've said forever, everything I do, I know I can do better. Everything I do, I know I can do. I think that's true of all of us. And if you actually go back to the Constitution of our country, and the preamble of the Constitution says, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union. It doesn't say to form a perfect union. It says a more perfect union. And the expectation all those years ago and still today is for us to do better as we go forward. I have a printed statement here. I'm going to read this as well and then close off, which is one more comment from straight from my heart. But in closing, I want to thank our witnesses for your time and testimony today. I want to thank our colleagues who came and testified before us today, and those that are working in a bipartisan way on legislation to help address these
I don't want to listen to them give thanks to what was probably the worst hearing I've ever heard. It was garbage. I don't care who you are right there. That hearing was garbage. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? It was garbage. Just like Sharon said, I don't see a lot of words. What'd she say? I don't see a lot of safety here, only a lot of words. Hell yeah. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It was just freaking... The CEO of Norfolk Southern refused to actually say anything. You know, he refused to say whether or not he's going to reimburse all the people that are going to lose all their money invested in the homes. He just... It was garbage. 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 So I don't want to hear Senator Carper talk about, oh, thank you to my partners from across the aisle, the same crap they always do, when they actually don't care about anybody. You know what I mean? They don't care about anybody. But speaking about caring about everybody, you guys see this sale, the link that's in your chat right now, and I just put it in the chat again. This is the new thing we're doing today, and if you order within the next half an hour, it'll go to the post office today. It's a mini ammo can bundle. So this bundle includes a bag of coffee, a 30 caliber U.S. surplus military can, stickers, patches, a shirt, depending on what size you have. It'll either come with a bundle or it'll be shipped separately. But I pretty much have all the sizes here. And this is like, if you've been missing some of the Back to Blue shirts and stuff, it's the shirts that I have here in the store that I'm going to give out. Also, every bundle comes with a book written by one of our viewers, an ex-Border Patrol agent, first line of defense inside the U.S. Border Patrol. It's written by James McFadden. I believe his wife is someone that has been following our channel for a long time. They actually sent me this book several months ago, almost a year ago. And I read this book, and I couldn't find it for a while when they said, because I was actually trying to remember what the title of it was, because I was going to order a bunch of these and give them out with the bundles. But they actually sent these books out so I would give them out in the bundles because they want people to read it. So this is what I would tell you. If you guys have been waiting for a bundle, this bundle is $75, but it includes shipping. So I'll ship it out to you. If you order within the next half hour, you'll get the bundle you'll get the bundle probably, depending on where you live, Saturday or Monday. So please get your orders out. Lols457 said, I didn't get to watch the whole thing. Did anyone ask why they are not testing for dioxins? Actually, they did test for dioxins, and they said the level is going down. That was covered in this hearing today, too. Except everybody knows that's complete and utter bull crap. Bull crap. But, yeah, you guys definitely want to get this bundle. The two reasons why I'm doing it is, one, I'm trying to get rid of all the 30 caliber ammo cans that we have. We've got a surplus of them. And secondly is I'm trying to get rid of the ammo cans. So, because if I get rid of the ammo cans, I could buy more stuff to put in its place, better stuff. So that's why it's super important, if you guys can, buy one of these bundles. I've been spamming it on social media and in this feed. Okay, so now we're going to switch over to the hearing on the weaponization of the federal government. Now, this was a very contentious hearing today, from everything I've been told. Now, there's a catch to this hearing. We are not watching it live. We are catching... It just actually ended, so we're going to watch it from the beginning. However, the meeting is going to last approximately 2.5 hours. I do have to leave because my younger son is still projectile vomiting all over the house when my wife is dealing with him. So I am going to have to go and pick up the other boy from school. So this may end and have a lot of dead time at the end of the video. But my plan is to go pick him up at 2:45, drop him off at home, come back here and do a full episode of The Rational American. Because I want to talk about Tucker Carlson's videos last night. I want to talk about some of the other stuff. I want to talk about the revelations that are coming out about the background of these people that were kidnapped and murdered in Mexico. I want to talk about a lot of stuff. So what I really need, everybody, if you've been waiting for a bundle, go buy this bundle. You'll see it. It's in the chat. This is what the link looks like right there. Bada bing. Buy that bundle. $75 and it includes shipping. And you have my word, if you place that order within the next half an hour, you're going to get a shipping notice. Everyone that's ordered one already has a shipping notice. And what I'm doing is I'm going to leave here at 1:30, run and drop them all off to the post office. I'm going to drive home, try to grab something to eat real quick. And then I'm also going to get Pedialyte for my son because he can't keep anything down. And hopefully that helps him a little bit. So now is the time. Now is the time. I need you guys to go. Like, I need a huge rally today. If you like the show and you haven't bought anything in a while, or you have bought something in a while, you can use Shop Pay and break up the payments. But I need a rally today for people to buy these bundles. You'll see the link in the chat. And yeah, so let's switch over to this hearing. And I'll probably interrupt the hearing and pause it at one point right before I leave to let you guys know I'm leaving. And also to remind you again to buy this bundle because I need people to buy it if you can't tell. And yeah, so we'll see. And like I said, at the end of the conclusion of this video, which is going to last approximately 2.5 hours, there is going to be some dead space because I doubt I'm going to be back by 3:30. It'll probably be right around 3:30 that I get back. All right. And God Rides a Harley said, I'm probably going to want to talk about this hearing. I have a feeling you're right based on everything I saw online. It seems like I will. But yeah. And you can order multiple bundles. You can order different sizes. You can do whatever. It's free shipping. So if you order 2 bundles, you're going to get them both shipped today. If you order 3 bundles, and if I see you with 2 orders, I'll give you different bags of coffee and I'll give you different t-shirts. So how about that? So like if you order 2 of these 30 caliber ammo can bundles, I'll sweeten the pot by making sure you have different t-shirts, different design t-shirts, and 2 different bags of coffee. So that way you don't have any of the duplicate. You know what I mean? All right, let's turn this thing on if I can press the right button. There we go, and there we go. So it's just starting now. They're doing the Pledge of Allegiance. There's no audio. Yes, there is. No, there isn't. There it is.
Welcome, everyone, to the second hearing of the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. In the run-up to the 2020 presidential election, FBI Special Agent Elvis Chan, in his deposition in Missouri versus Biden, said that he repeatedly informed Twitter and other social media platforms of the likelihood of a hack and leak operation in the run-up to that presidential election. He did it even though there was no evidence. In fact, he said in his deposition that we hadn't seen anything, no intrusions, no hack, yet he repeatedly told him something was coming. Yoel Roth, head of trust and safety at Twitter, testified that he had had regular meetings with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and other folks regarding election security. During these weekly meetings, federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected a hack and leak operation. The expectations of a hack and leak operation were discussed throughout 2020, and he was told they would occur in a period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. And finally, he said, I also learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So, what did the government tell him? A hack and leak operation was coming. How often did the government tell him this? Repeatedly for a year. When did the government say it was going to happen? October of 2020. And who did the government say it would involve? Hunter Biden. Now think about it. Government had no evidence of any intrusions, no evidence of a hack and leak, yet for a year they tell Twitter that a hack and leak is coming, it's coming in October, and it will involve Hunter Biden. No evidence, but the FBI knows what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and who it's going to involve. Now that's amazing. That is amazing to me. Maybe they get the time right. We're kind of used to October surprises every 4 years. So maybe they get the time right, but they got the time, they got the method, and they got the person. That's amazing. It's almost like these guys were clairvoyant. How did they know? How did they know? Maybe it's because they had the laptop, and they had had it for a year. They had the laptop. They knew it wasn't hacked, but that's not what they told Twitter. They didn't tell Twitter that information, and Twitter believed, frankly, everything they said. In those weekly meetings, the FBI had built a cozy relationship with this tech company and others as well, we believe. Emails between the FBI and Twitter began with the greeting, "Hey, Twitter folks." Emails that asked Twitter to take down accounts and limit visibility of tweets. FBI handed out security clearance to folks at Twitter. They communicated with Twitter on the secret teleporter app where messages disappear after a certain length of time. And of course, they paid Twitter $3.4 million. In addition, on August 6, 2020, the FBI briefed Senators Grassley and Johnson, and according to the senator's testimony last month in front of this committee, the briefing was bogus and done so someone could go leak that the briefing had happened and undermine the senator's investigation. In September of 2020, a government-funded think tank gets involved. They do a tabletop exercise. The participants include the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other mainstream media outlets. Facebook is there. Mr. Roth of Twitter is there. The organizer was the former CEO of NPR and the former head of news at Twitter. The mock exercise is hosted by the Aspen Institute. The Aspen Institute, which, by the way, in 2020, their budget was $9.3 million. $5 million from the State Department, $4 million from USAID. Almost all their budget. Guess the title. Guess the title of this exercise. The Aspen Digital Hack and Dump Working Group. And guess who the subject was? Guess who the subject was? Hunter Biden. That's amazing. October 14, 2020, the New York Post runs the story on the Biden laptop and Twitter takes it down, even though it was accurate and even though it didn't violate Twitter's rules. Other social media companies do the same. Mainstream press works to downplay and discredit the story. Finally, as if on cue, 5 days later, on October 19th, 51 former Intel officials signed a letter with the now famous sentence, "The Biden laptop story has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation." Something that was absolutely false. Our government built a cozy relationship with big tech. They primed him for a hack and leak operation. They funded the think tank, which further primed big tech and big media. They leaked information to undermine the good work of 2 United States senators, and then 51 former Intel officials closed the deal with their letter. As Mr. Schellenberger pointed out in his reporting, the information op was run on us, run on we the people. And if that's not the weaponization of government, I don't know what is. And I'll get to this in a second, but I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. I'll get to this after we allow the ranking member her opening statement. I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you. Before my opening statement, Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, it's been my understanding that one of the witnesses has, within the last half an hour, released additional information that the Republicans may, and you as the majority, may have been able to review and have information about. And if that information is in fact going to be used at this hearing, I just want the point of order to be recognized that the Democrats have not been able to review or to see any of that information. Will you be using any of the information that has recently been released by, excuse me? Will you be using any of that information?
We'll be using whatever information our staff has put together for us to use at this hearing.
And
I'd
have
expect
you
guys to
had
do the
that
same.
information before this hearing began, before today?
We use all information that is given to our staff, and we will use it to make sure we educate the
And
American people on
information
the
that you have not shared with us?
Oh, we think it was posted online.
Within just this half an hour, the last 20 minutes, but it's not information
Do
that
you want
was
us to
privy
get?
to us
You
before
want us to
that.
get you a copy of it, because we can make a copy.
I think we
for
can
you.
go online and find a copy. We can look on our Twitter accounts and see it. But I just want the point of order that you have not shared any of that with us. And I understand that you may have been looking at this long before today's hearing.
We obtained it at the same time frame that was
Excuse me,
posted online.
before we continue, is one of your colleagues trying to speak to me? Or I think this was a conversation between you and me.
I was speaking to the parliamentarian, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
It's the gentlelady's time.
Okay, all right, well.
And I recognize you for an opening statement.
And I had a point of order. which I was
And I
asking you to
And
address.
I answered your question.
Okay, great. Now I will begin my opening statements. 3 weeks ago, House Oversight had this hearing with actual Twitter executives who had actual firsthand knowledge about what happened in 2020. And that didn't go so well for the House Republicans because real evidence showed that there wasn't coordination between Twitter and the federal government as they'd like the American people to believe, and that all the so-called Twitter files really showed was a discussion on content moderation, and that we only got a fraction of the discussion. So now we're back again, no surprise. What else have they got to talk about? Not what's interested in the American people are interested, not what taxpayer dollars have brought us here to Washington to do. And the Republicans have brought in 2 of Elon Musk's public scribes to release cherry-picked, out-of-context emails and screenshots designed to promote his chosen narrative, Elon Musk's chosen narrative that is now being parroted by the Republicans because the Republicans think that these witnesses will tell a story that's going to help them out politically. On Tuesday, the majority released an 18-page report claiming to show that the FTC is, quote, harassing Twitter. Oh my, poor Twitter. Including by seeking information about its interactions with individuals before us today. How did the report reach this conclusion? By showing two single paragraphs from a single demand letter, even though the report itself makes clear that there were numerous demand letters with numerous requests, none of which we've been able to see, that are more demand letters and more requests of Twitter. In other words, the conclusions are based on a fraction of information out of context, cherry-picked, surprise, just like the Twitter files. The majority conveniently forgot to share with the public that in May of 2022, well before Musk acquired Twitter, the FTC had already fined the company $150 million for failing to safeguard data, users' data. Users, the American people, other individuals, its 150 million users, Twitter had not safeguarded them. Twitter entered into this consent agreement that required it to make regular reports to the FTC, and the previous consent decree between Twitter and the FTC was entered into in 2011. Elon Musk might not like this requirement, but Twitter had issues with FTC long before Musk bought the company, and there's nothing political about that. We've asked for the full set of documents that Musk must have shared with the Republicans on the committee, but we can draw some logical conclusions from what we have been given. You know what the Republican report actually shows? 2 conclusions. First, the FTC has extraordinarily serious concerns about Twitter's handling of consumers' data, and that there's something going on between congressional Republicans and Elon Musk. Mr. Chairman, Americans can see through this. Musk is helping you out politically, and you're going out of your way to promote and protect him and to praise him for his work. This isn't just a matter of what data was given to these so-called journalists before us now. There are many legitimate questions about where Musk got the financing to buy Twitter. We know for a fact that foreign countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and possibly even Russia and China are investors presently in Twitter. Do these countries now have access to private Twitter user data? What agreements has Elon Musk reached with them? We know how Elon Musk funded the purchase because it's public. Let's look at a slide here. Here's what it shows. Musk got $500 million in financing from Binance. That's in highlight for you. A crypto exchange platform run by Chinese billionaire. That billionaire has described his funding as a small contribution to the cause. I don't know what that cause is. Musk got $1 billion from Larry Ellison, whose super PAC spent millions on Republican candidates last cycle, including election deniers. Musk got $375 million, highlighted here, from Qatar, which has recently been questioned about its lobbying practices. Musk got $700 million from Vi Capital, a secretive investment fund based in Dubai. And very interesting, as you can see down below, the nephew of the Saudi king is Twitter's second largest investor at a much larger amount. And the chair wants us to think that Elon Musk is the victim. The chairman wants us to believe that the Republicans are concerned with the federal government unfairly going after Twitter and Twitter unfairly taking down conservative posts. Just like we did several weeks ago, we're going to show that's not what the evidence shows. I want to underscore the very real threat posed by Twitter files and by the witnesses in front of us today. Here's Yoel Roth describing the harassment he and other former Twitter employees have faced because of the irresponsible way in which the witnesses in front of us and others have released this cherry-picked, out-of-context data.
Twitter, employees as far away as Manila in the Philippines. The Twitter files, I would note first and foremost, didn't just affect me, but affected much more junior employees at Twitter. Employees as far away as Manila in the Philippines were doxxed, had their families threatened, and experienced harm equal to or greater than what I've experienced. But concurrent with the Twitter files, Elon Musk also made the decision to share a defamatory allegation that I support or condone pedophilia. And this lie led directly to a wave of homophobic and anti-Semitic threats and harassment against me, of which Twitter has removed vanishingly little. And following the Daily Mail's decision to publish where I live, ultimately I had to leave my home and sell it. Those are the consequences for this type of online harassment and speech.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm not exaggerating when I say that you have called before you two witnesses who pose a direct threat to people who oppose them. It's funny when people have to go through that. Exactly. This is unacceptable. I'm ready for it. I don't know if a lot of other people are, but just as it was unacceptable for Kevin McCarthy to provide 41,000 hours of sensitive security footage to a biased talking head in an effort to rewrite what happened on January 6th. This is a new Republican playbook, apparently. Risk American safety and security to score political points.
The gentlelady's words should be struck. We do not accuse witnesses of threatening others. That is out of line and outside the rules of this committee.
I'm not striking down that, and I can have an opinion.
You don't get to determine what's struck down.
Well, you do get an opening statement, and it's about over.
The committee will suspend.
We know this is because at the first hearing, the chairman claimed that big government and big tech colluded to shape and mold the narrative and suppress information and censor Americans. This is a false narrative. We're engaging in false narratives here, and we are going to tell the truth. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out the consent decree was in our report. We offered your staff also the opportunity to review the FTC letters. You have not come over to review those letters. Third, the idea that I believe both of these individuals who are getting ready to testify, I believe they're both Democrats. The idea that two journalists who happen to be Democrats—
Did you not give that offer at 8 o'clock last night?
Now, your time was ended.
Neither of us are in time.
I don't think they're here to help us politically. I think they're here to tell us the truth. And oh, by the way, the first FTC letter to Twitter after the first set of Twitter files, the very first question was, who are the journalists you're talking to? And you guys don't care. You don't care.
You
don't
care about the 2011
people to see.
consent decree?
You don't want the American people to see what happened, the full video, transparency. You don't want that, and you don't want two journalists who have been named personally by the Biden administration, FTC, in a letter.
The Biden administration.
And you're saying they're here to help us. They're here to tell their story. And frankly, I think they're brave individuals for being willing to come after they've been named in a letter from the Biden FTC.
Is this your question time now?
No, I'm responding to your ridiculous statements you made in your opening statement.
Okay, well, let's get on with it.
Oh, now we want to get on with it. So you can say all the things you want. And I
did in my opening statement, as well as you had an opening statement. You said what you needed to say in your opening statement, and I, as the ranking member, have used my time.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will introduce today's witness, Matt Taibbi, the journalist and author. He's one of the authors of the Twitter Files, previously worked for Rolling Stone, that right-wing publication, Rolling Stone, where so many Republicans work at. He's also written several books about American politics and culture. And of course, as I pointed out, as the Wall Street Journal pointed out yesterday on the front page, was named by the FTC. Michael Schellenberger is also a journalist, author, and one of the authors of the Twitter Files. He's also co-founded several nonprofits, including Breakthrough Institute, Environmental Progress, and the California Peace Coalition, another right-wing Republican organization, I'm sure. His work often focuses on crime and drug policy, homelessness, and the climate. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show both witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and be seated, please. We will now start with Mr. Taibbi. You guys, I think, understand do you want to go with Mr. Schellenberger? We can go with Mr. Schellenberger. We'll start with Mr. Schellenberger. You understand how it works. You get 5 minutes. Make sure you hit the microphone so we can all hear. When it gets to yellow, it means just like you would expect, time to start winding up. And when it gets to red, it's time to stop. It will be a little bit lenient on the time. Mr. Schellenberger, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the committee, thank you very much for inviting my testimony. In his 1961 farewell address, President Dwight Eisenhower warned of, quote, the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex. Eisenhower feared that the size and power of the complex or cluster of government contractors in the Defense Department would, quote, endanger our liberties or democratic processes. How did he mean that? Through, quote, domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money. He feared public policy would become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. Eisenhower's fears were well-founded. Today, American taxpayers are unwittingly financing the growth and power of a censorship industrial complex run by America's scientific and technological elite, which endangers our liberties and democracy. I'm grateful for this opportunity to offer this testimony and sound the alarm over the shocking and disturbing emergence of state-sponsored censorship in the United States of America. The Twitter Files, state attorneys general lawsuits, and investigative reporters have revealed a large and growing network of government agencies, academic institutions, and non-governmental organizations that are actively censoring American citizens, often without their knowledge, on a range of issues. I do not know how much of the censorship is coordinated beyond what we have been able to document, and I will not speculate. I recognize that the law allows Facebook, Twitter, and other private companies to moderate content on their platforms. And I support the right of governments to communicate with the public, including to dispute inaccurate information. But government officials have been caught repeatedly pushing social media platforms to censor disfavored users and content. Often these acts of censorship threaten the legal protection social media companies need to exist, Section 230. If government officials are directing or facilitating such censorship, notes one law professor, it raises serious First Amendment questions. It is axiomatic that the government cannot do indirectly what it is prohibited from doing directly. Moreover, we know that the U.S. government has funded organizations that pressure advertisers to boycott news media organizations and social media platforms that refuse to censor and/or spread disinformation, including alleged conspiracy theories. The Stanford Internet Observatory, the University of Washington, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab, and Graphica have all inadequately disclosed ties to the Department of Defense, the CIA, and other intelligence agencies. They work with multiple U.S. government agencies to institutionalize censorship research and advocacy within dozens of other universities and think tanks. It is important to understand how these groups function. They are not publicly engaging with their opponents in an open exchange of ideas. They aren't asking for a national debate over the limits of the First Amendment. Rather, they are creating blacklists of disfavored people and then pressuring, cajoling, and demanding that social media platforms censor, de-amplify, and even ban the people on those lists. The censorship industrial complex combines established methods of psychological manipulation, some developed by the U.S. military during the global war on terror, with highly sophisticated tools from computer science, including artificial intelligence. The complex's leaders are driven by the fear that the internet and social media platforms empower populist, alternative, and fringe personalities and views which they regard as destabilizing. Federal government officials, agencies, and contractors have gone from fighting ISIS recruiters and Russian bots to censoring and deplatforming ordinary Americans and disfavored public figures. Importantly, the bar for bringing in military-grade government monitoring and speech countering techniques has moved from, quote, countering terrorism to, quote, countering extremism to countering simple misinformation, otherwise known as being wrong on the internet. The government no longer needs a predicate of calling you a terrorist or an extremist to deploy government resources to counter your political activity. The only predicate it needs is simply the assertion that the opinion you expressed on social media is wrong. These efforts extend to influencing and even directing conventional news media organizations. Since 1971, when the Washington Post and New York Times elected to publish classified Pentagon papers about the war in Vietnam, journalists have understood that we have a professional obligation to report on leaked documents whose contents are in the public interest. And yet in 2020, the Aspen Institute and Stanford Cyber Policy Center urged journalists to, quote, break the Pentagon Papers principle and not cover leaked information to prevent the spread of disinformation. Government-funded censors frequently invoke the prevention of real-world harm to justify their demands for censorship, but the censors define harm far more expansively than the Supreme Court does. Increasingly, the censors say their goal is to restrict information that delegitimizes governmental, industrial, and news media organizations. That mandate is so sweeping that it could easily censor criticism from any part of the status quo, from elected officials to institutions to laws. Congress should immediately cut off funding to the censors and investigate their activities. It should mandate instant reporting of all conversations between social media executives, government employees, and government contractors concerning content moderation. And finally, Congress should limit the broad permission given to social media platforms to censor, deplatform, and spread propaganda. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman for his opening statement. Mr. Taibbi, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman,
Mr. Taibbi, hit that.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the Select Committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Matt Taibbi. I've been a reporter for 30 years and a staunch advocate of the First Amendment. Much of that time was spent at Rolling Stone magazine. Ranking Member Plaskett, I'm not a so-called journalist. I've won the National Magazine Award, the I.F. Stone Award for Independent Journalism, and I've written 10 books, including 4 New York Times bestsellers. I'm now the editor of the online magazine Racket on the independent platform Substack. I'm here today because of a series of events that began late last year when I received a note from a source online. It read, "Are you interested in doing a deep dive into what censorship and manipulation was going on at Twitter?" A week later, the first of what became known as the Twitter Files reports came out. To say these attracted intense public interest would be an understatement. My computer looked like a Vegas slot machine as just the first tweet about the blockage of the Hunter Biden laptop story registered 143 million impressions and 30 million engagements. But it wasn't until a week after the first report, after Michael Schellenberger, Barry Weiss, and other researchers joined the search of the files, that we started to grasp the significance of this story. The original promise of the internet was that it might democratize the exchange of information globally. A free internet would overwhelm all attempts to control information flow, its very existence a threat to anti-democratic forms of government everywhere. What we found in the files was a sweeping effort to reverse that promise and use machine learning and other tools to turn the internet into an instrument of censorship and social control. Unfortunately, our own government appears to be playing a lead role. We saw the first hints in communications between Twitter executives before the 2020 election, when we read things like flagged by DHS or please see attached report from FBI for potential misinformation. This would be attached to an Excel spreadsheet with a long list of names whose accounts were often suspended shortly after. Again, Ranking Member Plaskett, I would note that the evidence of Twitter-government relationship includes lists of tens of thousands of names on both the left and right. The people affected include Trump supporters, but also left-leaning sites like Censorship and Truthout, the leftist South American channel Telesur, the Yellow Vest movement. That, in fact, is a key point of the Twitter files, that it's neither a left nor right issue. Following the trail of communications between Twitter and the federal government across Tens of thousands of emails led to a series of revelations. Mr. Chairman, we summarized and submitted them to the committee in the form of a new Twitter files thread, which was also released to the public this morning. We learned Twitter, Facebook, Google, and other companies developed a formal system for taking in moderation requests from every corner of government, from the FBI, the DHS, the HHS, DOD, the Global Engagement Center at State, even the CIA. For every government agency scanning Twitter, there were perhaps 20 quasi-private entities doing the same thing, including Stanford's Election Integrity Partnership, NewsGuard, the Global Disinformation Index, and many others, many taxpayer-funded. A focus of this fast-growing network, as Mike noted, is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. That last term is just a euphemism for true but inconvenient. Undeniably, the making of such lists is a form of digital McCarthyism. Ordinary Americans are not just being reported to Twitter for de-amplification or deplatforming, but to firms like PayPal, digital advertisers like Xandr, and crowdfunding sites like GoFundMe. These companies can and do refuse service to law-abiding people and businesses whose only crime is falling afoul of a distant, faceless, unaccountable, algorithmic judge. As someone who grew up a traditional ACLU liberal, this mechanism for punishment and deprivation without due process is horrifying. Another troubling aspect is the role of the press, which should be the people's last line of defense in such cases. But instead of investigating these groups, journalists partnered with them. If Twitter declined to remove an account right away, government agencies and NGOs would call reporters for the New York Times, Washington Post, and other outlets, who in turn would call Twitter demanding to know why action had not yet been taken. Effectively, news media became an arm of a state-sponsored thought policing system. I'm running out of time, so I'll just sum up and say, it's just not possible to instantly arrive at truth. It is, however, possible, becoming technologically possible to instantly define and enforce a political consensus online, which I believe is what we're looking at. This is a grave threat to people of all political persuasions. The First Amendment and an American population accustomed to the right to speak is the best defense left against the censorship industrial complex. If the latter can knock over our first and most important constitutional guarantee, these groups will have no serious opponent left anywhere. If there's anything the Twitter files show, it's that we're in danger of losing this most precious right, without which all democratic rights are impossible. Thank you for the opportunity to appear, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Taibbi. We appreciate both of your opening statements. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes of question.
Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. It is not surprising that the minority is already attacking you in its opening statement. We apologize to both of you. You shouldn't be treated that way. Some of the defenders of big tech and the Biden administration, as we know, have worked very hard to cast doubts on the legitimacy of your reporting, and some have gone so far to state it's irrelevant if Twitter was suppressing speech in coordination with the federal government. But this morning, we saw a stunning display of their attack of your character. We shouldn't be surprised. This is what the defenders of big government corruption do. This is the playbook. They destroy the messenger. We just saw it here on live television, and everybody can see it for themselves. And the whistleblowers, of course, as well. Look, this is what we know. What you've documented carefully in the Twitter files are a couple of key facts. People will hear a lot of things today, but this is what they need to know. The federal government, from Democrat members of Congress to intelligence agencies, including the FBI, used Twitter and other social media companies to censor Americans' speech. If the alarm bells are not going off, then you're not paying attention. Over the past 3 years, documents show, they prove what you guys have uncovered here, is there's communication between Twitter and the FBI. It was constant, it was pervasive. Twitter was basically an FBI subsidiary before Elon Musk took it over. The Twitter files revealed that by 2020, Twitter was engaged in open information sharing with the intelligence community, and now we know there were many intelligence agencies apparently involved in this. The FBI pressured Twitter to act on election-related tweets leading up to the 2022 election. Of course, they did it in 2020 as well, and Twitter dutifully censored content as a result. Twitter executives restricted accounts. They censored speech that conflicted with the left's narrative. Twitter has used its internal tools to control and manipulate speech considered misinformation, and who was determining that? It was the government bureaucrats. Documents show that Twitter used visibility filtering to restrict certain accounts and posts and removed people from the platform altogether. The Twitter files should be a matter of bipartisan concern for every member of Congress and every American citizen, because it is a bedrock principle of our constitutional system that the government does not get to decide what speech is acceptable or true. Under the First Amendment, Americans have a right to speak freely, regardless of whether their speech upsets the preferred narrative. In fact, that's when it needs the most vigorous protection. Everybody on the left used to believe in that, or at least they purported to. Government and media fact checkers frequently get things wrong. The American people can't and shouldn't rely on so-called experts to be the arbiters of truth, disinformation boards and the like. It doesn't matter what political party you're in, government should not suppress important debates and public discourse. Gentlemen, let me start with Mr. Taibbi. You have a long, award-winning journalist career. You just highlighted here decades of experience reporting on some of the most complex and important issues of our time. Where do you rate your reporting on the Twitter files among your whole body of work throughout your career? How serious is this?
Well, first of all, Mr. Congressman, thank you for the question. I would say, you know, I spent 10 years covering the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. That was obviously a very serious issue, but this Twitter file story and what we're looking at now and what we're investigating now, I don't think there's any comparison. This is by far the most serious thing that I've ever looked at, and it's certainly the most grave story that I've ever worked on personally.
I want to ask you both the same question, and that is, first of all, has anyone from the federal government contacted you during the course of this investigation or since you've reported on the Twitter files? And number two, who do you think are the most egregious federal government agencies involved in this censorship exercise? Let me start with Mr. Schellenberger.
Thank you, Congressman. I have not been contacted. Thank you, Congressman. I have not been contacted by anybody in the Biden administration relating to this topic. And I would like to echo what Matt just said. I've never worked on an issue where so frequently while doing it, I just had chills go up my spine because of what I was seeing happening. I never thought in my own country that freedom of speech would be threatened in this way. And it's just frightening when you get into it. The most recent, our most recent discoveries, I mean, I think you understand the process, is that we first raised a bunch of concerns around the way Twitter pre-Elon Musk was censoring people and creating blacklists. Very quickly, we discovered that we had FBI agents basically and other government officials, demanding that Twitter take certain actions. We now know that the Department of Homeland Services, which has had, what's that? Security, sorry, Department of Homeland Security, had to try to create a disinformation board. That went away after public backlash, but we now realize that they have this other enterprise and they've been building out basically mechanisms to proliferate a censorship industrial complex around the country to censor on a whole range of issues. And so you've seen this censorship industry go from, well, we're just fighting ISIS, to, well, we're just fighting Russian disinformation bots, to, well, now we need to fight domestic misinformation, which is just saying we need to fight against people who are saying things we disagree with online. That's all that means. And I mean, it's not a slippery slope. It's an immediate leap into a terrifying mechanism that we only see in totalitarian societies of attempting to gain control over what the social media platforms are allowing. And so, yeah, for me, it starts at DHS, but we basically see almost every government agency involved in this.
It's frightening. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to correct the record. So there's been the suggestion here that the FBI and other government agencies pressured employees at Twitter to validate these theories of foreign influence. When we had Mr. Roth, who was Yoel Roth, who's the former global head of trust and safety at Twitter, so we asked Twitter if there was pressure applied, and Mr. Roth said, no, I would not agree with that. The FBI, this is his quote, the FBI was quite careful and quite consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action. So that's what Twitter said about the actions of the FBI vis-a-vis Twitter. Mr. Taibbi, in 2019, Special Counsel Robert Mueller unequivocally found that the Internet Research Agency owned by Yevgeny Prigozhin, the same oligarch who runs the Wagner Group, carried out an extensive social media disinformation campaign to help then candidate Donald Trump and to hurt Hillary Clinton. He also found that the Russian intelligence interfered with the 2016 election via a hack and release campaign, damaging to the Clinton campaign. These particular findings came on the heels of the unanimous assessment on the part of the United States 18 intelligence agencies that Russian President Putin, quote, ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the presidential election, close quote. They also followed the release of a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report finding that Russia and Vladimir Putin engaged in, I quote, aggressive, multifaceted effort to influence the U.S. president election. So, Mr. Taibbi, do you believe that the Russians and their oligarch-controlled Internet Research Agency interfered in the 2016 election via this social media disinformation campaign? Do you believe that?
Mr. Congressman, my disagreement with the issue is...
I think this is basically a yes or no question. Either you think so or you don't, and I don't have a lot of time, so...
Okay, well then I'm going to answer not in the sense that you're putting it.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
all countries
All right.
engage in offensive information operations. The question is scale.
Do you believe that
the
Russia
Twitter files
engaged in a hacking, reclaiming my time? That's how it works now. I'll ask the questions and you try to provide an answer if you can.
You have to allow him to answer.
Do you
sir.
believe?
The gentleman is out of order and should not be interrupting a member asking a question on our side, Mr. Chairman.
Reclaiming my time from everyone. Do you believe that Russia engaged in a hack and release campaign damaging to the Clinton campaign back in 2016? Again,
I don't know. And I would say it's irrelevant.
All right, let me ask Mr. Schellenbeck. These are pretty easy questions. That's just whether you believe it or not. Mr. Schellenbeck, same question. Do you believe that the Russian oligarch-controlled Internet Research Agency interfered in the 2016 election?
I think that they tried to.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Schellenbeck, do you believe that the Russians engaged in a hack and release campaign with respect to the damaging information they released regarding the Clinton campaign?
To the best of my awareness, that is what happened. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
That's not the same thing
The
as
reason,
influencing.
I understand. I understand.
Also, that material was true.
Look, let me introduce a couple of documents just to reinforce that we've got.
That is not a legitimate predicate for censorship.
Unanimous reclaiming my time.
Sure.
Gentleman's out of order. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask unanimous consent to enter the indictment in the United States versus the Internet Research Agency, U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, number 1-18-32. And also ask to enter into the record the executive summary to Volume 1 of the Mueller Report, which states, in March 2016, the GRU began hacking, this is the Russian agency, began hacking the email accounts of the Clinton campaign, volunteers and employees, including campaign chairman John Podesta. The GRU later released additional materials through the organization WikiLeaks. The presidential campaign of Donald Trump showed interest in WikiLeaks releases of the documents and welcomed their potential damage to candidate Clinton. So I've introduced these documents.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've introduced these documents because it's clear to me that Russia's use of social media to interfere in the 2016 election created abundant reason
Okay, I think
for social media platforms to be concerned
Gentleman's time has expired.
repeat
Without objection, these
2002.
documents are entered into the record. We now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to continue along, in a sense, the line we've been on just now. Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Schellenberger, I'll ask both of you. Is it fair to say Russia is a bad actor who is trying to do everything they can to undermine confidence in the United States government and in our form of democracy?
I think that's a fair statement.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the organization in Europe, the Global Engagement Center?
Yes.
Well,
It's
an American.
The State Department, I'm sorry, but are you familiar with the Global Engagement Center's use of European and other sources to in fact determine where Twitter files should or shouldn't be, if you will, taken down thousands of names and Twitter files, correct?
I'm not sure that Global Engagement Center is taking down Twitter files. I actually wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry.
Well, Twitter and the FBI have used this organization and their funding. Well, let me go on to another stay on the path I was on. You commented that the scale mattered. Okay, would you elaborate on scale mattering in the attempt to undermine free speech?
Absolutely. If I could take this. Yeah, so a great example of this is a report that the Global Engagement Center sent to Twitter and to members of the media and other platforms about what they called the pillars of Russian disinformation. Now, part of this report is what you would call, I think you would call traditional, hardcore intelligence gathering, where they made a reasoned, evidence-based case that certain sites were linked to Russian influence or linked to the Russian government. In addition to that, however, they also said that sites that, quote, generate their own momentum and have opinions that are in line with those accounts are part of a propaganda ecosystem. Now, this is just another word for guilt by association. And this is the problem with the whole idea of trying to identify which accounts are actually the Internet Research Agency and which ones are just people who followed those accounts or retweeted them. Twitter initially did not find more than a handful of IRA accounts. It wasn't until they got into an argument with the Senate Select Intelligence Committee that they came back with a different answer.
Okay, so scale matters, but let me go through a couple of quick questions that I think are part of the reason that we have this select committee. This country has political parties and people from what one might call the extreme left and extreme right. And even Congress has people that might be considered outside the main street of Republican and Democratic thinking. Those people speak regularly, and they have since our founding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the ACLU and journalists almost always support their right to say what they believe, even if you disagree.
Absolutely.
And our Constitution says we will make no law to restrain exactly that kind of free speech.
Yes.
And that includes people who promote the idea that we should redistribute all wealth in a communist type way. As a matter of fact, we still have a communist party in the United States. Isn't that correct?
It is.
Okay, so the limit of free speech historically has been incitement to violence or anarchy, the actual overthrow of a government. Anything other than that is historically covered by the First Amendment.
Yes.
So when we look at the very nature of the State Department funding to affect domestic U.S. speech, was that speech outside the legal bounds? Did it call for insurrection or other criminal activities that would destroy our government?
No, I mean, we did not. I mean, we're not saying that that didn't happen, but we're describing people having political arguments online.
Right. So let me just, because my time's limited like everyone's. So it's suffice to say that every bit of the speech, or virtually every bit of the speech, whether foreign or domestic online, fell within the normal protections of the First Amendment And the very act of federal dollars being used to stifle that speech is, in fact, historically what we would consider an indictment against the First Amendment protections.
Correct.
That is why we have this subcommittee. That is why we are here today. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and a great point. I now recognize the gentlelady from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, I want to ask about journalistic ethics and information sources. The Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics asserts that journalists should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility. Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity. But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
I think it depends.
Really? You wouldn't agree that a journalist should avoid spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion?
Congresswoman, I've done probably a dozen stories involving whistleblowers. Every reported story that I've ever done across 3 decades involves sources who have motives. Every time you do a story, you're making a balancing test between the public interest.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I ask you this because before you became Elon Musk's hand-picked journalist, and pardon the oxymoron, you stated this on Joe Rogan's podcast about being spoon-fed information, and I quote, "I think that's true of any kind of journalism," and you'll see it behind me here. "I think that's true of any kind of journalism. Once you start getting handed things, then you've lost. They have you at that point, and you got to get out of that habit. You just can't cross that line." Do you still believe what you told Mr. Rogan? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. Now, you crossed that line with the Twitter files.
No.
Elon Musk, it's my time. Please do not interrupt me. Elon Musk spoon-fed you his cherry-picked information, which you must have suspected promotes a slanted viewpoint, or at the very least generates another right-wing conspiracy theory. You violated your own standard, and you appear to have benefited from it. Before the release of the emails in August of last year, you had 661,000 Twitter followers. After the Twitter files, your followers doubled, and now it's 3 times what it was last August. I imagine your Substack readership, which is a subscription, increased significantly because of the work that you did for Elon Musk. Now, I'm not asking you to put a dollar figure on it, but it's quite obvious that you've profited from the Twitter files. You hit the jackpot on that Vegas slot machine to which you referred. That's true, isn't it?
I've also reinvested.
You've made some, no. Is it true that you have profited since you were the recipient of the Twitter files? You've made money. Yes or no?
I think it's probably a wash, honestly.
No, you have made money that you did not have before, correct?
But I've also spent money that I didn't have before. I just hired a whole group of people to
Patently
investigate.
obvious answer, reclaiming my time. Attention is a powerful drug. Eyeballs, money, prominence, attention, all of it points to problems with accuracy and credibility. And the larger point, which is social media companies are not biased against conservatives, and if anything, they ignored their own policies by allowing Trump and other MAGA extremists to post incessant lies, endangering public safety and even our democracy. Hypocrisy is the hangover of an addiction to attention. Now, I want to point out another alleged finding from the Twitter files. Mr. Schellenberger, you've referenced several times this $3.4 million that the FBI paid to Twitter in 2020 that was referenced in General Counsel Jim Baker's email. I first want to confirm that nowhere in the email does Baker say that the money was paid to censor information, take down posts, suspend accounts, or do anything relating to content moderation. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you. But honest reporting would have explained that the $3.4 million was paid to release information, not censor it. One of my colleagues on this panel repeated your distortions and told Americans this reimbursement was used to, quote, censor certain stories. That's a flat-out lie. Mr. Schellenberger, are you aware of Section 2706 under the Stored Communications Act? It says when social media companies comply with subpoenas, warrants, or court orders, it costs them money, so they get reimbursed. The FBI makes these requests and reimbursements to discover evidence and run relevant to a criminal investigation. Let me repeat that. The FBI makes these requests to help catch the bad guys. That helps keep child predators off social media sites. It helps keep violent criminals off our streets. I support the FBI and our law enforcement agencies. It would be nice if our Republican colleagues did the same and not fabricate explanations for payments that are defined for clear purposes in federal law. My time is just about wrapped up.
May I
But
respond?
the truth is that social media companies are unregulated monoliths. They pose danger to individuals. They allow posts that bring harm, and that's the bottom line. That the other side will not tell you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman had no time to yield back, but I will let the gentleman, Mr. Schellenberger, respond. And I would also point out that I did not say what the
Mr.
FBI
Chairman, I
paid
didn't
Twitter
ask-
for. All I said was they paid Twitter $3.4 million.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I didn't ask Mr. Schellenberger a question.
Yeah, but he
My
wants to, the witness
understanding-
wants to respond, and the witness have been invited our guests, and frankly, they've been attacked by the
Well,
federal
please do
government.
that.
I'm going to let Mr. Schellenberger answer that before recognizing Mr. Bishop.
So are you going to do that as we move down the line of questioners?
The gentlelady has not been recognized. You had your 5 minutes, and frankly, I think that's at the discretion of the chair. Mr. Schellenberger, you can respond briefly.
I'll be brief, which is that my understanding from those files is that Twitter had decided not to take that money until recently. So if you read that email, what Stasha, I believe, the person that sent it, is saying is that they started taking money after previously not taking it. And I believe that the reason that they had not taken it earlier was because they did not want that financial conflict clouding their relationship.
Mr. Chairman, the money is payment under
out
federal
of order.
law so that they
The
can
gentleman
recoup
from North
costs
Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is
for
recognized for
the
5
material
minutes.
that they've been asked.
I thank the
That's the
gentleman.
bottom line.
Mr. Taibbi, would you care to, I'm down here on this end, sir. Would you care to respond to the attack on your ethics? You weren't given really an opportunity to answer. And if you'd be brief, I've got a bunch of stuff I want to ask you as well.
Sure, just quickly, that moment on the Joe Rogan show, I was actually recounting a section from Seymour Hersh's book, Reporter, where he described a scene where the CIA gave him a story, and he was very uncomfortable. He said that I, who had always gotten the secrets, was being handed the secrets. Look, again, I've done lots of whistleblower stories. There's always a balancing test that you make when you're given material, and you're always balancing newsworthiness versus the motives of your sources. In this case, the newsworthiness clearly outweighed any other considerations, and I think everybody else who worked on the project agreed.
Doesn't it seem like any reporter who breaks a blockbuster story is going to get attention, and there may be even financial consequences that follow? It seems like as surely as the night follows the day, that's the case, right?
That is true, although I would like to clear up, some things that have been misrepresented. Not one of us has actually been paid to do any of this work. We've all, traveled on our own. We've hired our personnel on our own, and I've just hired a pretty large team to investigate this issue out of my own pocket.
The fact that the attempt comes from the dais across the aisle to smear you, frankly, I think liberals, if I understand that, in your background, you're both good liberals, and you come in the Democrats' hostility to what you've undertaken is astonishing to behold, but it's part of the picture we're seeing. In Twitter files number 15, Mr. Taibbi, you exposed Hamilton 68, a website associated with the German Marshall Fund that purported in a dashboard to identify Russian bot networks and became ubiquitously cited by media to identify media stories or narratives that supposedly flowed from Russia. From Russia! You showed that the front man for Hamilton 68 was Clint Watts, a former FBI agent. At Twitter, the trust and safety executives were ridiculing Hamilton 68 for the ludicrous identifications that it was making, which they could reverse engineer and figure out who those accounts were. And then in Twitter files number 17, after disclosing Mr. Watts' identity, you disclosed that J.M. Berger is the creator of Hamilton 68. And guess what? He was a federal contractor, right?
He was, yes. He denies that he worked on it for the Global Engagement Center, but he was an employee of theirs until about a month before the dashboard's release.
Just a month before, and he said, I believe publicly, that the dashboard was the product of 3 years' work. So doesn't it beg sort of the intriguing question whether the creation of this fraudulent Hamilton 68 dashboard was effectively underwritten by government funding?
Yes, I think that's a good question. Certainly the German Marshall Fund, which is the NGO that is at the top of the chain in this organization. It's the German Marshall Fund, then the Alliance for Securing Democracy, and then Hamilton 68. They're a federal contractor. They received over $1 million from the Department of Defense. They're the board of the Alliance for Securing Democracy, has a former acting head of the CIA, a former deputy head of the NSA, a former chief of the DHS on it. So
I want to make, and the bigger point is hard because the examples sometimes start making it. I want to introduce you to, or introduce the country to somebody else. I think you've mentioned it in one of your writings, Richard Stengel. You know who that is?
yes, he's the former, the first head of the Global Engagement
I
Center.
want the American people to hear from him for 30 seconds.
Basically, every country creates their own narrative story. And you know, my old job at the State Department was what people used to joke as the chief propagandist job. We haven't talked about propaganda. Propaganda, I'm not against propaganda. Every country does it, and they have to do it to their own population.
Every country does it. Every country does propaganda, and they have to do it to their own people, is what Mr. Stengel said. If I understand correctly, he was the head of the Global Engagement Center at its creation, right?
He was, and in his book, Information Wars, there are a number of passages where he talks about creating a whole of government solution to the information problem. He hastened to say that he didn't want to create a quote, information ministry, but what he was describing roughly approximates that.
In the half minute I've got left, he also was associated with Hamilton 68, right?
The Global Engagement Center certainly had ties to Hamilton 68.
I think it's closer than that. That'll come out.
Okay. Well, I'd be anxious to hear that.
I hope I'll get yielded in a minute or two from somebody else down the way. There's all sorts of stuff to disclose. This committee has to uncover not that single instance, but this system that you have described. This is the hope that Americans have to set this right. This committee, and that hostility shows what we're up against. It's not 3 pillars to the system, it is 4. And you're seeing the left move to crush you and anybody else who tries to expose this. I yield.
I thank the gentleman for his great 5 minutes, and we now yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what to say after that last one. We're fellow Americans. We're elected officials. We're trying to get at the truth, and we're trying to participate in the process at getting at the truth. Mr. Taibbi, you have said that this isn't really a matter of right or left, that there are lots of different ideological colorations involved in the Twitter files. Is that roughly correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Schellenberg, you would agree with that?
Yes.
So when you release information, have you released any information of, for example, right-wing elements or the Trump White House attempting to moderate content at Twitter?
Yes.
No, not the Trump White House per se, although I did report initially in the first Twitter files that the Trump White House had made and requests and had been honored.
Mr. Schellenberg?
I did not find that.
You haven't found it. So we had a hearing the other day on Twitter, and we had 4 witnesses, 3 for the majority, 1 for the minority, and all 4 testified under oath. They had never received a request for content moderation or takedown by the Biden White House, but they did from Donald Trump's White House. And specifically, the case brought up was an exchange between Donald Trump, then President of the United States, and Chrissy Teigen, where he had called her something and she called him something back. I won't repeat it. And this was under oath confirmed. Yeah, that happened. And that the White House shortly thereafter, after Teigen had her email about the president, which was pejorative, that the White House called Twitter to try to take down the content. You aware of that, Mr. Taibbi?
Yeah, I've certainly heard that in the news, yes.
But did you see that email exchange?
No, I have not seen an exchange from the Trump White House. So I have seen one from Congressman Schiff and one from Senator Angus King.
Yeah, nice try. We're talking about the Trump White House and people under oath confirming it. And my question is, in the Twitter files, did Elon Musk or Twitter provide you with that exchange with Chrissy Teigen?
No, but that's probably because the searches that I was making.
Well, probably because it didn't confirm the bias that this is all about, as the gentleman from Texas would say, the left attempting to control content, when in fact the evidence is the Trump White House most certainly attempted to control content on Twitter. Mr. Schellenberger, were you aware of that, or is this all news to you?
I already answered that question.
No, I mean specifically the Tagan exchange.
Yeah, the Tegan exchange was news to me.
I'm probably mispronouncing her name. I'm sorry. So let me ask: have you combed the so-called Twitter files to look at other examples that aren't about the Biden White House or the FBI that might in fact involve people from the right ideologically or from the Republican ranks? Just to be fair.
Well, again, Mr. Congressman, I mentioned before, we're focused not on the Biden administration or the Trump administration. In fact, just this morning, we released an exchange where Twitter talked about vetting the accounts of both Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump. And really, we were looking at the intelligence agencies when we were doing this research. And as I mentioned before, their conclusions targeted people on both the left and the right globally, again, including the Yellow Vest movement in France, the pro-Maduro accounts in South America, and leftist news organizations in America like Truth Out and Consortium. Some of those people are my friends, actually. And we found those in intelligence lists that were passed on to Twitter, just as we found lists that included ordinary Trump supporters.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time, I appreciate that, because in some ways what you just said undermines the premise of this select committee, which is that the federal government has been organized to weaponize against conservative voices. And of course, what you've just indicated in your testimony is, well, actually, that's not the evidence you found.
No, I think this committee, my understanding is that they're concerned about the weaponization of the government against free speech, which is certainly what we're finding.
Thank you. My time has expired, but I appreciate your understanding of our committee. I have a different understanding. I yield back.
Well, you got the wrong understanding. Last week in the full Judiciary Committee hearing, I introduced into the record a story of a left-wing journalist who said that talked about the FBI putting a paid informant, a felon, in the Black Lives Matter movement in Denver. I want to focus on the First Amendment, just like protecting the First Amendment, just like these guys
Point
do.
of order, Mr. Chair. Are you going to respond after every?
No, I'm taking my 5 minutes.
This is
I can take my 5 minutes.
it's your 5 minutes now?
I can take my 5 minutes when I want to, and I'm taking my 5 minutes
Okay,
now.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I would ask for an additional few seconds for being interrupted by the ranking member. But the truth is, we want to focus on protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Schellenberger, you're a Republican.
No, I'm not.
You got any pro-Trump bumper stickers on your car?
I voted for Biden.
Voted for Biden. You don't have any MAGA hats laying around your house, right?
I do not.
Yeah, but you said earlier, both you and Mr. Taibbi said this is the most chilling thing you've ever seen as journalists. Mr. Taibbi, the same thing. You're not a Republican either, right?
No, I'm not.
You didn't vote for. This is about protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Taibbi, I want to read from your Twitter file number 9. You say this: after weeks of Twitter files, the Bureau issued a statement Wednesday, referring to the FBI. Here's what the FBI said: it is unfortunate that conspiracy theorists and others are feeding the American public misinformation with the sole purpose of attempting to discredit the agency. You then follow up, and this is why I think you're an award-winning author, you then follow up, they must think we're unambitious if our sole aim is to discredit the FBI. After all, a whole range of government agencies discredit themselves in the Twitter files. And then you go on to, in this particular Twitter file, to talk about what Mr. Bishop was just talking about, the GEC at the State Department. You talk about the CIA. You talk about the DOD. You talk about the FBI. You talk about the DHS. You talk about the Foreign Intelligence Task Force, which is a combination of all these. But there was one agency you didn't mention, because you didn't know at the time. One agency, you had almost the whole alphabet, but you didn't mention one agency, the FTC. Because you know about them now.
Yes, we do.
You know about them now in an up-close and personal way. You didn't know then, but you do know now. December 2nd, as I said earlier, December 2nd, the first Twitter file comes out, Mr. Taibbi. and I think there are 5 others, including the ones from Mr. Schellenberger. December 13th, the very first letter that the FTC sends to Twitter after the Twitter files, 11 days after the first Twitter file. There have been 5 of them come out. The FTC's first demand in that first letter after the Twitter files come out is identify all journalists, I'm quoting, identify all journalists and other members of the media to whom Twitter worked with. You find that scary, Mr. Taibbi, that you got a federal government agency asking a private company, who in the press are you talking with?
Yeah, I do find it scary. I think it's none of the government's business which journalists a private company talks to and why. I think every journalist should be concerned about that, and the absence of interest in that issue by my fellow colleagues in the mainstream media is an indication of how low the business has sunk. There was once a real esprit de corps and camaraderie within media. Whenever one of us was gone after, we all kind of rose to the challenge and supported.
Used to be.
Yeah.
Used to be the case.
That is gone now. We don't protect one
You know what
another.
else used to happen? Democrats used to care about protecting First Amendment free speech rights too. Now it's like, okay, if you're attacking, and I said this on the House floor, I said, don't think they won't come for you. Oh, the big tech, big media, cancel culture, they may come for Republicans and conservatives now, but the mob is never satisfied. They will keep coming. Mr. Schellenberger, you know who the chair of the FTC is?
Not personally.
Lena Khan. Lena Khan, you know who she used to work for?
My understanding is the Judiciary Committee?
Yeah, she's worked for these folks. These same folks have been attacking you today. Same folks. Chair of the FTC, worked for them. Here's what they said. Here's what she said in a letter where they ask about who these journalists, again, they named 4 journalists by name. You were 2 of the 4. As I said before, I think it's frankly courageous and brave of you to show up today when you know the federal government's got an eye on you personally. Here's what they asked for in that letter. Any credentialing or background check Twitter has done on journalists. Now think about that. The federal government is saying, we want you to do a background check on members of the press. Freedom of the press mentioned in the First Amendment, and they're doing they want Twitter to do a background check on you before they can talk to you in America. The FTC, led by Lena Khan, who used to work for these guys, is asking that question. Now we know, now we all know why. You guys said at the outset, this is the most chilling story. And you guys are New York Times bestsellers, award-winning journalists, but in all your time in the journalism field, this issue, most important. And how this, I think, what'd you call it, Mr. Schellenberg, this is complex. What'd you call it? The
Censorship industrial complex.
Totally, this web of censorship, big government, big tech, NGOs, all this web of censorship that Mr. Bishop was getting into in his line of questioning. That's what this committee is going to get to. And that's not right or left. That's not, this is just right or wrong. This is wrong. We know it's wrong, and it's about protecting the First Amendment. I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member for her 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Taibbi, the emails and documents you've produced all date to around 2020. Is that correct?
No, there's a significant portion of them from 2017 and 2018 as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Schellenberger, what dates do you have?
I believe that we had emails including 2022, 2021, 2020.
That's also true.
2019.
And Mr. Taibbi said 2018. Do you have 2018 as well?
I can't remember.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, how many employees did Twitter employ in approximately the time period of 2020, 2021? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, it was 7,500. Do you know how many were in its legal team during that time period?
I don't. I'm sorry.
And do you know how many were in its public policy team?
I don't.
Mr. Schellenberger, do you know how many were employed in content moderation during that time?
I do not know.
Okay. So we're looking at thousands of employees overall and hundreds in offices were the focus of emails and documents you released. I will ask you, Mr. Schellenberger, how many emails did Mr. Musk give you access to?
I mean, we went through thousands of emails.
Did he give you access to all of the emails for the time period in which?
Yeah, I never had a single request denied. And not only that, but the amount of files that we were given were so voluminous that there was no way that anybody could have gone through them beforehand. and we never found an instance where there was any evidence that anything had been taken out.
Okay, so you would believe that you have probably millions of emails and documents, right? That's correct, would you say?
I don't, millions
No, I think the number's
sounds
less than
too
that.
high.
Okay, 100,000?
It's probably closer.
Probably, yeah.
Probably close to 100,000 that both of you are saying. Yet in the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi, you've produced only 338 of those 100,000 emails. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then who gave you access to these emails? Who was the
people at Twitter.
individual that gave you permission to access the emails?
Well, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter, and that's what I'm going to refer to.
Okay. Did Mr. Musk contact you, Mr. Taibbi?
Again, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter.
Mr. Schellenberger, did Mr. Musk contact you?
Actually, no. I was brought in by my friend Barry Weiss, and so this story, there's been a lot of
So
misinformation.
Mr. Weiss
or
brought you in.
disinformation about
Mr. Taibbi, Ms. Weiss, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, have you had conversations with Elon Musk?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Taibbi, did Mr. Musk place any conditions on the use of the
Would the gentlelady yield for a second?
as long as my time is not used.
Are you trying to get journalists?
No, I'm not
expose
trying to
their
get,
sources?
no, I'm not.
Well,
I
it
am
sure sounds
asking,
like it.
no, well, if you will let me finish, and you had conversations with him, you said you weren't going to agree to who your sources were. I'm not asking you your source. I'm asking you if you had conversations with the owner of Twitter. And did Mr. Musk place any conditions on your use of the emails or documents?
No, in fact, I was told explicitly that we were given license to look at present-day Twitter as well as past Twitter.
So you had unfiltered access to Twitter's internal communications and systems?
Yes.
Would those include HR files?
No. We did not have access to personal information of any kind. In fact, we signed a waiver
Have you produced that waiver to the members of anyone on this committee or any staff?
I'd be happy to
Have
produce
you?
it. I haven't, but I'd be happy.
Have you given all of the access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Okay. I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
No.
So what we're getting is your dissemination, your decision as to what was important and not important in that, correct?
Which is true in every news
Is
story.
in every story. But you have files that you say you are sharing, but those files are just a smaller period of the files. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes?
there's-
Okay, thank you. And the FTC investigation of Twitter, you knew that they were investigating Twitter before the time period that Mr. Musk came on?
I was aware of it, yes.
And the FTC was concerned with user data being hacked or used? Is that correct, that they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
Have you seen the consent decree?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, the consent decree is concerned with user data, which would be probably the reason that they were concerned if they're giving files to journalists that potentially data about users as well as data about individuals and employees would be given to them.
My understanding
So
is
I
that
didn't
they
ask
didn't
a
ask-
question. I didn't ask you a question, sir. Okay? So do you know that Elon Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter? Is that correct, Mr. Schellenberger? Were you aware of that?
Yes, I read that.
And did you know that he received that part of the funding from Saudi Arabia as well as Qatar?
I heard that.
And did you know that one of those individuals who owns Binance was the company Binance, while he has Canadian citizenship, he is a Chinese national. Were you aware of that?
I did not know that.
Okay, and that he stated that that was for the cause. But thank you very much for answering my questions. I yield back.
Chair now recognize the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes. Would the gentlelady yield for 20 seconds?
Yes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I just think this is interesting. First, the FTC is asking for your backgrounds, and now the ranking member of the Committee on the Weaponization of Government is asking for your sources. If
I
that
never
doesn't
asked them
raise-
for their sources.
Yes, you
I
did,
did
and
not
we-
ask for sources.
You know what?
I asked if they were
gentlelady is not-
talking
the
to
gentlelady
Elon
is
Musk.
not
And they
recognized.
said that they were not talking. Well, you are not going to say,
I would
I've
yield
asked
back
for
to, I would
sources.
yield back to the
Thank
gentlelady.
you.
I thank her for
With
yielding.
respect, you asked me who gave me
I asked you who gave it to you, and once you said that they were your sources, I then asked you if you had spoken with Elon Musk. I did not ask you who those sources were.
The
For
gentlelady
the
from
record. Keep the
Wyoming is
record correct.
recognized, and she will receive an additional 20 seconds. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and all of your important work that you have put into writing the Twitter files. Thank you for your willingness to come here and be subjected to the kind of abuse that we've observed when all you're trying to do is talk about the importance of the First Amendment and why the federal government should not be doing what they did and what has been evidenced in the Twitter files. I often say that sunshine is the best disinfectant. And boy, after listening to you and reading the reports that I have, does our federal government need to be fumigated? Mr. Taibbi, I'd like to focus on Twitter Files Part 9, Twitter and other government agencies, as I think a lot of the evidence you present in this section touches on the major takeaways that are so important for Americans to understand about the seriousness of what was found in the Twitter files. In your testimony describing the cooperation between the federal government and tech companies like Twitter, you stated, quote, "A focus of this growing network is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed to be misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation," end quote. What's interesting to me is that what is missing from that list is the word unlawful.
It's true, yes.
And so it notably seems to be missing from the FBI's lexicon. In Part 9 of the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi notes that the main conduit sending requests to Twitter would routinely label these flags as violations of Twitter's terms of service. Even Jim Baker, a Twitter employee at the time and someone who is allegedly a former general counsel of the FBI, stated, quote, "but also odd that they are searching for violations of our policies." Mr. Taibbi, what was the approximate percentage of the FBI requests to Twitter being based on the justification that the tweet violated the company's terms of service?
Ms. Congressman, I would say that that was a standard disclosure or a standard disclaimer in almost all the communications from the FBI to Twitter. There would usually be a line in there saying something like, "For your consideration, we believe the following 207 accounts may have violated your terms of service." But notably, they very rarely focused on words like truth or inaccuracy. Very often, they use the words malinformation, misinformation, or disinformation. And so I think they're trying to shift the focus from one idea to the other.
Okay, I think that's interesting as well. What do you make of the finding that the FBI found it its responsibility to police violation of a private company's terms of service as a priority over policing violations of U.S. federal law?
There were a couple of very telling emails that we published. One was by a lawyer named Sasha Cardile, where the company was being so overwhelmed by requests from the FBI. And in fact, they gave each other a sort of digital high five after one batch, saying that was a monumental undertaking to clear all of these. But she noted that she believed that the FBI was essentially doing word searches keyed to Twitter's terms of service, looking for violations of terms of service, specifically so that they could make recommendations along those lines, which we found interesting.
Do you believe it's the FBI's responsibility to police the terms of service for a private company?
I do not. I think you cannot have a state-sponsored anti-disinformation effort and also without directly striking at the whole concept of free speech. I think the two ideas are in direct conflict. And this is a fundamental misunderstanding, I think, of a lot of the people who get into this world. Some of them, I believe, in a well-meaning way. I think they're actually trying to accomplish something positive, but they don't understand what free speech means and what happens when you do this. It undermines the whole concept that truth doesn't come from, isn't mandated, that we arrive at it through debate and discussion.
Well, in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that the First Amendment is broader than Twitter's terms of service?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
And wouldn't you also agree with me that the FBI is responsible for complying with the First Amendment, not Twitter's terms of service?
I would hope so, yes. Yeah.
You also highlighted the presence of people like Jim Baker at Twitter. And again, I've noted that he is allegedly a former FBI employee. Part 9 also speaks of a former other government association employees working at Twitter. What was the extent to which you found former FBI or other intelligence community employees working at Twitter? And did you find it odd?
There was a significant quantity of people who had come from the intelligence world or who had worked at state agencies. In fact, that was a very common method by which members of people who are currently working in government would reach out to Twitter. For instance, we found an email by a current State Department official who reached out to a former State Department official asking that 14 ordinary Americans have their accounts deleted. That was in a recent Twitter Files release. So yes, there's an extraordinary number of these people. A lot of them come from the intelligence world, which we did find unusual, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I thank her. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still try to figure out where all of this is going to go. But we've heard a lot from our Republican colleagues claiming that somehow all of this interaction has led to Twitter censoring conservative voices. And I really want to look at what the evidence is that that has or has not happened. In 2020, Twitter commissioned an objective study to examine whether its algorithms disproportionately promotes conservative or liberal voices. This was a massive study by researchers from the University of Cambridge and Berkeley. The analysis examined millions of Twitter accounts and 6.2 million news articles that were shared within the United States. The study results were quite clear. Twitter's algorithms actually amplifies conservative voices far more than liberal voices. So whatever comes of this question about pressure from the federal government, at least up until 2020, it didn't have an effect. A separate study, this one from the Indiana University, found that partisan accounts, especially conservative accounts, tend to receive more followers and follow more automated accounts. So, Mr. Taibbi and Mr. Schallenberger, are you familiar with these studies?
I am.
I am.
Very good. Then you know that whatever you may be trying to tell us, the effect on Twitter didn't happen.
No, I don't agree.
Excuse me, it's my time, thank you. I can also give you many real analytical studies based on actual evidence, but since I have only 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman, if I might enter into the record these studies of what actually is going on at Twitter with regard to censorship or not censorship. Mr. Chairman, may I enter those into the file? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take that silence as a yes.
Did you identify the document? I'm sorry.
Certainly. These documents, studies that were done by universities and
we usually take a little bit, it takes a little bit more for unanimous consent than these documents, but without objection, we'll accept them into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These studies found that to the extent that far-right accounts are being suspended, it's not because of their ideology, but because they are spreading conspiracy theories like QAnon. You can see those up on the board. Talk about nonsense. QAnons, are you really ready for these dots? Where in the country is gone? The rest of the world will go. Q is real. On and on. They're up there, and they're now part of the file also. This type of speech that perhaps our Republican colleagues believe social media platforms, all of whom, by the way, are private companies, not government, are somehow obligated to post. No matter how crazy, how offensive a post might be, these private companies presumably must advance the lies, conspiracy theories, personal attacks promoted by radicals. Now, I'm pretty sure that if the Democrats held a hearing today to force Fox News to post certain content, my Republican colleagues would be up in arms. And this is particularly ironic because we know for a fact that Fox News does spread disinformation and does so while knowing that the material is false. We've learned from the Dominion lawsuit that Fox hosts lied about the 2020 election. Its executives knew they were lying, and yet they were allowed to continue peddling their lies. Now, here's a reporter speaking to this issue, a Fox News reporter. He said, dangerously insane. There's 2 Fox executives describing Fox's decision to push forward election lies as chasing the nuts off the cliff. There are 2 other quotes, 2 other tweets that I think we ought to be aware of. And Fox News was promoting it. They were promoting Trump's lies. Quote up there, big protest in DC on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. A call to arms, and all of us in this building know the result of that call. A second one, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what needed to be done to protect our country. This is the speech that my Republican colleagues would have us to believe is being wrongly, quote unquote, censored by social media companies. It's offensive, it's absurd. No private company has an obligation to amplify anything, and especially not messages that strike at the heart of our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being here. I suppose this is maybe a little bit outside your comfort zone. You didn't find yourself with this kind of attention when you began this endeavor, but I appreciate the courage and the commitment you've made to doing that. We may not agree on a lot of things when it comes to policy and politics, but I think we agree on our concern regarding the topic today. And I'll actually follow on from my Democratic friend and colleague and the things that he has said, because I agree with him. Private companies, I mean, Twitter, Facebook, they can ban whoever they want. They can mute. They can deplatform. They can set up whatever policy they want, and they have the ability to do that. I don't care about that. I agree with that. They should have that authority. The thing that we're concerned about is when the federal government, by proxy, essentially contracts this out. Because the federal government can't ban speech. They can define time and place, but they cannot ban content. And anyone would be foolish to think that when the FBI comes to a private company and highlights speech and then would expect them to do nothing. Of course they would respond to that. The FBI knew they would respond to that. The FBI expected them to respond to that. And I could use a couple analogies if I could, and they sound dramatic, but they're exactly right. It's illegal for the United States to assassinate a foreign leader. It would be illegal for the United States to pay $3.2 million to someone to go assassinate a foreign leader. It's illegal in some cases for the United States, or not illegal, but we would have to have a policy debate whether we would invade another country. It would be illegal for the United States to pay a private company like the Wagner Group in Russia to go and fight their battles for them. And that's exactly what the FBI did here. They said, well, we can't do this ourselves. We'll contract it out. We'll launder this effort through another company. And I would just ask you to respond to that. Do you think I'm overly dramatic, or do you think I'm wrong in my characterization of what we see here?
I don't. I think that's absolutely correct. Freedom of speech is the foundation for our democracy. And what we've seen here is federal government putting extraordinary amounts of pressure both on Twitter and Facebook. And we haven't talked about Facebook, but we now know that we have the White House demanding that Facebook take down factual information, and Facebook doing that. And with Matt's thread this morning, we saw the government contractors demanding the same thing of Twitter. Accurate information, they said, that needed to be taken down in order to advance a narrative.
And I have to interrupt just to agree with you. For heaven's sakes, again, we've heard over here, well, they got to take, Fox News lies. There's a reason that 20% of the people trust media. Oh my gosh, if you want to have a conversation about lies and deception in the media, I would love to engage in that, because we've seen plenty of it over the last 6 years, and it's not coming from just Fox News. New York Times, CBS, NBC, every single one of them were saying things that they knew was not true. And they didn't say it once, they said it for years. And the White House, again, trying to stifle things that they know is true, but it doesn't fit their narrative. And I got to give one illustration in the few minute I have left. When you have an agent, Mr. Chan, who goes to his Twitter and says, please see below list of Twitter accounts which we believe violate your terms of service. I mean, how do you respond to that and defend that? Yeah, FBI should be looking at other private companies' policies and then highlighting, hey, these people might be violating your policies. Either one of you, Mr. Taibbi.
If I could, yeah, no, I think thank you, Mr. Congressman, and there's an important point. You know, in conjunction with our own research, there's a foundation, the Foundation for Freedom Online, which, you know, there's a very telling video that they uncovered where the director of Stanford's Election Integrity Partnership talks about how CISA, the DHS agency, didn't have the capability to do election monitoring, and so that they kind of stepped in to fill the gaps legally before that capability could be amped up. And what we see in the Twitter files is that Twitter executives did not distinguish between DHS or CISA and this group EIP. For instance, we would see a communication that said, from CISA escalated by EIP. So they were essentially identical in the eyes of the company. EIP, by its own data, and this is in reference to what you brought up, Mr. Congressman, according to their own data, they significantly targeted more what they call disinformation on the right than on the left by a factor, I think, of about 10 to 1. So, and I say that as not a Republican at all, it's just a fact of what we're looking at. So yes, we have come to the realization that this bright line that we imagine that exists between, say, the FBI or the DHS or the GEC and these private companies is illusory, and that what's more important is this constellation of kind of quasi-private organizations that do this work.
Well, and we're over time, so I'll conclude with reemphasizing this. By a factor of 10 to 1, they tried to mute conservative thought, and the federal government cannot contract out suppression of free expression. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get that last time. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, I want to follow up a little bit on the ranking member's questions. When was the first time that Mr. Musk approached you about writing the Twitter files?
Again, Congresswoman, that would...
I just need a date, sir.
But I can't give it to you, unfortunately, because this is a question of sourcing, and I don't give up. I'm a journalist. I don't reveal my sources.
It's a question of chronology.
No, that's a question of sourcing.
Because you earlier said that someone had sent you through the internet some message about whether or not you would be interested in some information.
Yes, and I refer to that person as a source.
So you're not going to tell us when Musk first approached you?
Again, Congressman, you're asking me to you're asking a journalist to reveal a source.
So then you consider Mr. Musk to be the direct source of all this?
No, now you're trying to get me to say that he is the source. I just can't answer your question.
Well, he isn't. If you're telling me you can't answer because it's your source, well, then the only logical conclusion is that he is, in fact, your source.
Well, you're free to conclude that.
Well, sir, I just don't understand. You can't have it both ways, but let's move on because
no, he can. He's a journalist.
No, he can't, because either Musk is the source and he can't talk about it, or Musk is not the source. And if Musk is not the source, then he can discuss
No one has yielded. The gentlelady's out of order. You don't get to speak.
She's out of order because he's interrupted.
The gentlelady's not recognized.
You're not recognized.
He has not said that. What he has said is he's not going to reveal his source. And the fact that Democrats are pressuring him to do so is such an
We're asking him about his conversations with Musk.
The gentlelady has not yielded you time. You don't
I
get
have
to
not
just talk
yielded
over
time
her.
to anybody. I want to reclaim my time, and I would ask the chairman to give me back some of the time because of the interruption. Mr. Chairman, I am asking you if you will give me the seconds that I lost.
We will give you that 10 seconds.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about another item that when you responded to the ranking member. You said that you had free license to look at everything, but yet you yourself posted on your I guess it's kind of like a web page. I don't quite understand what Substack is, but that what I can say is that in exchange for the opportunity to cover a unique and explosive story, I had to agree to certain conditions. What were those conditions? She asked you that question, and you said you had none, but you yourself posted that you had conditions.
No, the conditions, as I've explained multiple times.
No, sir, you've not explained. You told her in response to her question that you had no conditions. In fact, you kind of used the word license, that you were free to look at all of them, all 100,000 emails.
The question was posed, was I free to write about?
Sir, did you have any conditions?
The condition was that we published on
Sir,
Twitter.
did you have any conditions, yes or no? A simple question.
Yes.
All right, could you tell us what conditions those were?
The conditions were an attribution, sources at Twitter, and that we break any news on Twitter.
But you didn't break it on Twitter. Did you send the file that you released today to Twitter first?
Did I send the?
Sir,
actually, I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you send it to Twitter first?
The Twitter
That was
files
one of the
thread?
conditions? Yes or no, sir?
The Twitter files thread actually did come out first.
But sir, you said earlier that you had to attribute all the sources to Twitter first. What you released today, did you send that to Twitter first?
No. I posted it on Twitter.
First, sir. Or did you give it to the ranking member, to the chairman of the committee or the staff of the committee first?
Well, that's not breaking the story. That's giving. Yes, I did give.
So you gave all the information that you did not give to the Democrats. You gave it to the Republicans first. Then you put it on Twitter?
Actually, no. The chronology is a little bit confused.
Well, then
It's more or
tell
less
us
the
what
same
the chronology was.
I believe the thread came out first
Where?
on Twitter.
On Twitter. So then you afterwards gave it to the Republicans and not the Democrats?
Yes, because I'm submitting it for the record as my statement.
Did you give it to them in advance?
I gave it to them today.
You gave it to them today, but you still have not given anything to the Democrats. Well, I'll move on, and I wanted to ask Mr. Schellenberger the same question, sir. When did you first visit with or get contacted by Mr. Musk?
I'm not going to reveal my sources, but like I said, I was invited by Barry Weiss.
I'm not asking for sources, sir. I'm just asking for chronology. When did you first make contact with Mr. Musk?
I don't know the exact date.
Was it?
It was December. It was December.
December of, well, there's a lot of Decembers in history.
December of
sir.
last year.
Which December?
December of last year, ma'am.
Last year, the 22?
Yes.
All right. Now, in your discussion, in your answer, you also said that you were invited by a friend, Barry Weiss?
My friend Barry Weiss.
So this friend works for Twitter, or what is her?
She's a journalist.
Sir, I didn't ask you a question. I'm now asking Mr. Schellenberger a question. Please
Yes,
do
ma'am.
not
Barry Weiss is
interrupt.
a journalist.
I'm sorry, sir?
She's a journalist.
She's a journalist. So you work in concert with her?
Yeah.
Do you know when she first was contacted by Mr. Musk?
I don't know.
You don't know. So you're in this as a threesome?
There was many more people involved than that.
There was many more people involved with that. Are you being paid to be here today, either through consulting fees,
No,
campaign contribution to your
absolutely
next
not.
run?
Gentlelady's
Absolutely
time
You
is
have an interview
gentlelady's
scheduled after
time
this
is
hearing?
expired.
Absolutely not.
Gentlelady's time is
Thank you.
expired.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say other than I'll recognize the gentleman from North Dakota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield my 5 minutes
Oh,
to you.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I do think it's worth pointing out that, I have co-sponsored, I think some of my colleagues have co-sponsored the SHIELD Act in previous Congresses with Democrats to protect what we see them trying to do today, protect journalists from having to reveal their sources to government. That used to be a shared position in the Congress. Unfortunately, as we're seeing now, multiple occasions, it's not the position anymore. Mr. Schellenberg, I want to go to Twitter Files Part 7. I related a lot of what you put in there in my opening statement. And I want to give you as much time as you want, because I'm going to read the very first sentence, because something jumped out at me when I read the first sentence. in Twitter files number 7, the FBI and the Biden laptop. You say this: how the FBI and intelligence community discredited factual information about the Biden foreign business dealings both after and before the New York Post revealed the contents of his laptop on October 14th, 2020. And what kind of jumped out at me was the way you framed it, because you did it backwards from what it's normally said. Normally you would say, the sentence would read, foreign business dealings both before and after. But I assume you did that for a reason, because in fact, I think the next sentence, you say social media companies discredit leaked information about Hunter Biden before and after. You use the normal, customary way in the second sentence, but the first sentence strikes me as you were trying to emphasize the before component of that statement. And I want you to just walk us through why you said that, because when I read it, it certainly was an operation both before and after, as you said, after and before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading through the whole sweep of events, I do not know the extent to which the influence operation aimed at pre-bunking the Hunter Biden laptop was coordinated. I don't know who all was involved, but what we saw was, you saw Aspen and Stanford many months before then saying, don't cover the material in the hack and leak without emphasizing the fact that it could be disinformation. Okay, so they're priming journalists to not cover a future hack and leak in the way that journalists have long been trained to, with in the tradition of the Pentagon Papers, made famous by the Steven Spielberg movie. They were saying, cover the fact that it probably came from the Russians. Then you have the former general counsel to the FBI, Jim Baker, the former deputy chief of staff to the FBI, both arriving at Twitter in the summer of 2020, which I find what an interesting coincidence. Then when the New York Post publishes its first article on October 14th, it's Jim Baker who makes the most strenuous argument within Twitter. Multiple emails, multiple messages saying this doesn't look real. There's intelligence experts saying that this could be Russian disinformation. He is the most strenuous person inside Twitter arguing that it's probably Russian disinformation. The internal evaluation by Yoel Roth, who testified in front of this committee, was that it was what it looked to be, which was that it was not a result of a hack and leak operation. And why did he think that? Because the New York Post had published the FBI subpoena taking the laptop in December of 2019, and they published the agreement that the computer store owner had with Hunter Biden that gave him permission after he abandoned the laptop to use it however he wanted. So there really wasn't much doubt about the provenance of that laptop. But you had Jim Baker making a strenuous argument. And then, of course, you get to a few days after the October 14th release, you have the President of the United States echoing what these former intelligence community officials were saying, which is that it looked like a Russian influence operation. Yeah. So they were claiming that the laptop was made public by a conspiracy theory. And the conspiracy theory that somehow the Russians got it, and they convinced Yoel Roth that they convinced him of this wild hack and leak story, that somehow the Russians stole it, got the information, gave it to the computer store, and it was bizarre. So you read that chain of events, and it appears as though there is an organized influence operation to pre-bunk.
Why? Why do you think they could predict the time, the method, and the person? Why could the FBI predict it? Not only did they predict it, they predicted it, so did the Aspen Institute. Yeah. Seemed like everyone was in the know saying, here's what's going to happen. We can read the future. How do you think they were able to do that?
I think the most important fact to know is that the FBI had that laptop in December 2019. They were also spying on Rudy Giuliani when he got the laptop and when he gave it to the New York Post. Now, maybe the FBI agents who were going to Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook and to Twitter executives and warning of a hack and leak, potentially involving Hunter Biden, maybe those guys didn't have anything to do with the guys that had the laptop. We don't know that.
I know.
But I have to say, as a newcomer to this, as somebody that thought it was Russian disinformation in 2020, everybody I knew thought it was Russian. I was shocked to see that series of events going on. It looked to me like a deliberate influence operation. I don't have the proof of it, but the circumstantial evidence is pretty disturbing.
It's pretty overwhelming. Thank you, Mr. Schellenberg. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Oh, I think it's Mr. Allred first.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just walked in, recognize the gentleman from Texas. Go right ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter a few tweets into the record.
Sure. Can you identify the tweets?
Let's see it. I think staff should have them. Can we put the tweets up on the screen? Let's take a look at a couple of tweets from Kanye West, who now goes by Ye. At the time of these tweets, had 32 million followers. Mr. Taibbi, can you read the tweet on the left? Can you see the text there?
I actually can't. My eyesight is not so great.
I'll read it to you. It says, I'm a bit sleepy tonight. But when I wake up, I'm going Death Con 3 on Jewish people, in all caps. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda. And can you see the tweet next to it?
I can, yes.
It's a, would you describe it? It's a Star of David, a swastika in the middle of it.
Yes.
Should those tweets have been taken down by Twitter?
I think it's a difficult question. Hate speech is protected in the United States. One of my heroes growing up was the Ukraine-born author Isaac Babel. He gave a speech at the first Soviet Writers' Congress, and he was asked if any important rights had been taken away. And he sarcastically answered, no, the only rights that have been taken away are the right to be wrong. And the crowd laughed, but he was making an important point, which is that in a free country, you can't have freedom without the freedom to be wrong.
Let's move on to a couple of other tweets, not from somebody with 32 million followers. This one says, Elon now controls Twitter. Unleash the racial slurs, K-word and N-word. The other one says, I can freely express how much I hate N-words now. Thank you, Elon. See, these tweets were taken down, even by Elon Musk's Twitter, and they should have been, because they're hate speech. And they lead to real-world reactions. In fact, in the 12 hours after Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter, hate speech of all kinds spiked on Twitter, including a 500% increase in the use of the N-word. And it's not just online. From 2020 to 2021, hate crimes rose almost 44% in major cities. So hate speech online has real impacts in life. And so does election misinformation and propaganda online. Now, Mr. Taibbi, I've read a lot of your work. I respect some of it. But you've cast a lot of doubt on Russian interference in our elections. And today, you have virtually alleged a vast government conspiracy to censor speech. But I can tell you that the threat to our democracy, I'm not asking you a question. I'll let you know when I do. I can tell you that the threat to our democracy is very real. And it's not just the elections that get all the headlines. In 2018, in a congressional race, two Kremlin-aligned foreign nationals named Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman succeeded in funneling illegal Russian money to a Trump-aligned super PAC that spent $1.3 million to support the Republican candidate. That was my election. My neighbors in East Dallas saw advertisements online, in their mailbox, and on their TV paid with Russian money. That's not my opinion. That's a fact, proven in the Southern District of New York. Both Parnas and Fruman were convicted to 21 months and 1 year, respectively, for conspiring to make political contributions by a foreign national, along with another of other campaign finance-related violations. We live in an information age where malign actors do want to use social media to influence our elections, both big, the ones that you've spent a lot of time talking about, and small, like mine.
Mr. Congressman,
And it should be a bipartisan goal. No, you don't get to ask questions here.
Okay.
It should be a bipartisan goal to ensure that Americans and only Americans determine the outcome of our elections, not fear-mongering. And I hope that you can actually take this with you, because I honestly hope that you will grapple with this. That it may be possible that if we can take off the tinfoil hat, that there's not a vast conspiracy, but that ordinary folks and national security agencies responsible for our security are trying their best to find a way to make sure that our online discourse doesn't get people hurt or see our democracy undermined. And that the very rights that you think they're trying to undermine, they may be trying to protect. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to talk about the weaponization of the CDC against the American people, and this overlaps with one of the Twitter files, number 13 by my count, actually by Alex Berenson, not one of our two witnesses, but I would like your comment on it. A week before Christmas 2020, the vaccines came out. The FDA curated the Pfizer trial results, and then the CDC curated the FDA's opinion. The CDC said in their MMWR, which is never peer-reviewed, they're very proud that it's not peer-reviewed. They treat it like science, it's not science. They said that the vaccine was 92% efficacious for people who had already had COVID. The Pfizer trial data said no such thing. In fact, there was no support for that claim. So I called up the head of the CDC, recorded the conversation, the head in Washington, D.C. She said she'd get the top scientists on the line. There was a snowstorm that day, so I was impressed. She got this top scientist on the line. They said I was Eagle Eye Massey. They couldn't believe how that statement had made it into their report and that I was absolutely correct. There was no support for it. So I said, how are you going to fix it? You're going to redact it? You're going to change it? What are you going to do? They said, we'll do all of that. I said, great. A month later, it was still on their website. I made some more phone calls. They brought in an old hand, an old fixer, Dr. Shushat. These are her notes of her phone call with me about natural immunity in January when I called them out on it again. These are the entirety of her notes that were obtained in my FOIA from somebody, a third party. I took all of my recordings, released them to Cheryl Atkinson. She blew the whistle on this. A lot of people have forgotten about it. Here's why I find it interesting, and I'm going to tie it into the Twitter files. And by the way, I told them I was not anti-vax. I said the problem with your story is there's a misallocation of vaccines which are not available for all the old people in Kentucky, but you got young people in Kentucky taking them because you're telling them on the website, even if you've had COVID, go get it. So that was my complaint. On May 10th, 2021, Todd O'Boyle, this name will come up in a Twitter file later. He is the top lobbyist in Twitter's Washington office, who was also Twitter's point of contact in the White House. He encouraged the CDC to enroll in the partner support program. Oh, okay. The CDC is now a partner with Twitter because they're in the partner support program. He said, in the future, that's the best way to get a spreadsheet like this reviewed. Now, this is an email from between Todd O'Boyle and the folks at CDC. By the way, let me talk to this too. These are more of my conversations with the CDC, completely redacted the subject thereof. Next one, please. I also found as a result of the FOIA, CDC tracks every tweet that a congressman puts out. Not just Republican, but Democrat. They keep a spreadsheet, they make it every week. This showed up in the FOIA for me because I'm in their spreadsheet that they track. Why is this interesting? Okay, so they're tracking congressmen's tweets at CDC. They're enrolled in the partner support portal at Twitter. And then I found, this is why, I found Alex Berenson's report very interesting because what he found out is that Scott Gottlieb worked hard and Twitter complied, it looks like, to censor a tweet from a doctor about natural immunity. Guess what? On the same day that doctor's tweet was censored, so were my tweets on natural immunity. Why is this important? What is consequential about the date? This is 3 days after the military vaccine mandate came out and a week before the federal vaccine mandates came out. This truth was toxic to a narrative that Pfizer was spreading, that Joe Biden wanted out there so that he could force the vaccine on everybody, whether you had natural immunity or not. Now, you guys might not agree with me on this. I don't think the press gets special privileges on the First Amendment. I don't think Congress does. I think every American, by virtue of being an American, has the right to free speech enshrined in the Constitution. So I'm not so much worried that they censored a congressman, but they disabled all the comments from my constituents. Those are the voices they squelched. And my beef is not with Twitter, but my beef is with the CDC and these federal agencies. And I encourage you all, if you can, to find more about this. And do you have either of you have any comments on this topic?
Yeah, absolutely.
The gentleman's time expired, but the gentleman the
Still had 3 seconds.
The witnesses may respond. Okay.
Just quickly, we found just yesterday a tweet from the Virality Project at Stanford, which is partnered with a number of government agencies on Twitter, where they talked explicitly about censoring stories of true vaccine side effects and other true stories that they felt encouraged hesitancy. Now,
censoring true.
Yeah, so they used the word true 3 times in this email. And what's notable about this is that it reflects the fundamental misunderstanding of this whole disinformation complex, anti-disinformation complex. They believe that ordinary people can't handle difficult truths. And so they think that they need minders to separate out things that are controversial or difficult for them. And that's totally contrary to what America's all about, I think.
I'll just briefly add, this is very disturbing because what they're doing when they're putting these labels on there is they're actually also trying to discredit you. So it's not just, it's a form of censorship, but it's also a disinformation campaign. And I think what Matt said is really important to understand. I mean, you go from a situation where we were fighting ISIS recruiting, and then it was Russian disinformation. And now they're in a situation where they're wanting to censor true information, accurate facts, because they're worried that people might behave in ways that they don't want them to. That involves mind reading at a level that is grossly inappropriate. I mean, I worry even about making this defense because let's remember, the First Amendment protects our right to be wrong. It protects our right to lie. I mean, it's bizarre to me that we would need to make a defense of the First Amendment and remind people that we have a right to be wrong. And being wrong, as Matt was explaining, is a big part of being a human being and having a democracy. So this is disturbing and chilling, and you're absolutely right to be outraged by it. There needs to be a full truth and reconciliation that I hope everybody would appreciate having on this issue, because a lot of bad behavior has come out about what they've done.
Thank you.
Yield back. Good job. Gentleman's time has expired, but now I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Actually, excuse me, it's Miss Sanchez.
I'm sorry.
And Mr. Chair, since that went over 2 minutes with them responding, will you give an additional time?
There's a question
Ms.
at the end of
Sanchez?
someone, the customary, if there's a question at the end of someone's 5 minutes and the witnesses haven't responded, we'll give them time to do that. Many times you
Up to
guys go
2
over
minutes?
and then there's no
I
question.
understand that, but 2 minutes. Okay,
That's
thank you.
customary, so we'll certainly do that. Gentlelady from California is recognized. Excuse me.
I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Mr. Schellenberger, first, I'd just like to compliment you on your choice of tie today. Seems like we're on the same page. I would also just like to respond to your last point and just remind everyone that, of course, we all believe in the First Amendment, but the First Amendment applies to government prohibition of speech, not to private companies. I want to talk about your Twitter files number 7, Mr. Schellenberger. Are you aware that Rudy Giuliani was the sole source of the hard drive obtained by the New York Post?
That is my understanding.
And are you aware that Rudy Giuliani had been openly cavorting with agents of Russian intelligence throughout 2020?
That is also my understanding.
Now, this was the same Russian agent who had been feeding information to Senators Johnson and Grassley, I might add. But also, are you aware that Rudy Giuliani told the New York Times that he did not want anyone to do an analysis of the hard drive until it was published?
I was not aware of that exactly, but...
But you don't dispute it?
I don't dispute it.
And are you aware that one of the New York Post reporters for the Hunter Biden story refused to put his byline on the story?
Yes.
And are you aware that Fox News called the story, quote, very sketchy, unquote?
I'm aware that somebody at Fox News said that, yes.
Correct. Brett Baer at Fox News said that. And are you aware that the FBI had nothing to do with Twitter's decision to pause the New York Post story?
I am Not aware of that.
Okay, well, let me read you the testimony from Yoel Roth at the hearing we had on February 8th. Quote, the FBI was quite careful and consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action. And then Jim Baker said, in response to the chairman's question, when he asked, did you talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story? He said, to the best of my recollection, I did not talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story before that day. In other testimony, Yoel Roth said that the information that he received from the FBI had nothing to do with the Hunter Biden story. Now, are you aware that there was an analysis of the hard drive that was done by the Washington Post at a later date?
My awareness is that multiple media organizations have done analyses and found including CBS, and found that it was indeed, the laptop was authentic and that nothing had been changed on it.
So let's just get something clear. The laptop that the FBI had is different than the hard drive that Rudy Giuliani gave to the New York Post. A hard drive, you agree with this, is a copy from a laptop, right?
Yes.
And you are aware that hard drives can be altered, are you not?
Of course.
Okay. So are you aware that the Washington Post analysis of the hard drive showed that it had been altered?
I have heard that, but I'm also saying CBS verified.
Politico.
And other media organizations have verified. I mean,
but we're not talking about authenticity. We're not talking about
Okay.
authenticity. We're talking about whether it's been altered.
Yeah.
Okay? There's no question there's some material on the hard drive that is authentic and accurate. But are you aware that there's some material that is not?
My understanding is that there are copies of the hard drive that have been tampered with, and that media organizations, including CBS, have verified that the laptop in question was not tampered with.
I don't know what the laptop in question, but let's move on, because you said in your Twitter files, am I correct, that every single fact in the New York Post story was accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that the first paragraph of that Post story said that then Vice President Joe Biden pressured Ukraine to fire its prosecutor general because he was investigating Burisma, where Hunter Biden was on the board?
Yes.
Okay. I have here, which I'd like to enter into the record, the Trump-Ukraine impeachment inquiry report, 300 pages by the House Intelligence Committee. Did you review this report before you said that every fact in this story was accurate?
Without objection, the material be entered in the record.
Did I read that before I wrote the Twitter files? No.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm aware of
Because
its
if you
content.
read this, you would have known that every single State Department and Trump administration expert on Ukraine said that Vice President Joe Biden, in concert with the European Union and the IMF, was executing official U.S. policy by encouraging Ukraine to fire the prosecutor general because he was not prosecuting corruption and was not prosecuting companies like Burisma. So that story, notwithstanding your allegations, was false. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
Impeachment nostalgia always warms my heart, but we are here focused on a weaponized government, a whole of government approach that has been turned against the American people. And while Rudy Giuliani may have been running around with the laptop in 2020, what is an indisputable fact is that the FBI had the laptop in 2019. And it appears that the last round of questioning misses the boat, that it's true. The information is authentic. The pictures, the videos, the emails, there hasn't been a single allegation that there is a single doctored email. Unlike what we saw before the FISA courts, where the FBI itself was doctoring emails to try to smear President Trump. But I have to get to a question I'm amazed hasn't been asked of the two of you. This FTC consent decree, where it is government action subject to rigorous scrutiny under First Amendment standards, government action demanding that your names be listed. How did it feel when you found out that you were being expressly targeted by a government document based on your reporting?
It was chilling. I mean, it's disturbing. I never thought that would happen in the United States of America, to be perfectly be honest. I've lived in a bunch of authoritarian countries. I've visited a lot of authoritarian countries. Never thought this kind of thing would be going on here.
And the nexus to authoritarianism is the desire to control the nature of truth itself. Our understandings change about things. We learn new things. We challenge prior assumptions. But if a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. get to decide what the truth is, and then enforce it on the country, and then punish and target those who report on their conduct, we are drifting more toward that. How did you feel, Mr. Taibbi, when you saw your name?
I was upset, obviously. I lived in Russia during the 90s and early 2000s. I was there when Putin took power. I was friends with a group of very brave, muckraking reporters in Russia, many of whom didn't make it. A few of them were murdered after Putin came to power. So I've always been conscious of how the risks that other reporters take in other countries are incredibly severe, and that's one of the reasons why I'm motivated to protect the First Amendment, because our country has the best protections for reporters in the world. But this kind of thing, where the government is looking for information about reporters, it's usually a canary in the coal mine that something worse is coming in terms of an effort to exercise control over the press. And so on that level, it's absolutely disturbing. Also, the Aspen Institute report that we published today, talked about today in the Twitter files thread, one of their recommendations was that the FTC be empowered to have unlimited power to search all data of private companies so that they could more freely and more accurately search the speech of ordinary citizens.
So as we're trying to put downward pressure on the government's expanding authority to be able to engage in what we see mostly from dictatorships, what you're reporting and what you're observing is that actually they view this as a growth industry, the information business, right? This yes. Censorship industrial complex is a growth industry to the government.
I think the key thing also, yes, and the thing to understand is that NSF...
What is NewsGuard and how are they part of the censorship industrial complex?
Yeah, and by the way, we talked about Richard Stengel. He's on the board of NewsGuard. NewsGuard and the Disinformation Index are both U.S. government-funded entities who are working to drive advertiser revenue away from disfavored publications and towards the ones that they favor. This is
now, you know, what I'm used to in this town is government officials pick their favorite outlets and they give them the best scoops and they give them the best stories. And there's a fusion of media and government that has long made me uncomfortable. But what you're describing now is literally the directing of revenue to certain media companies over other media companies designed and implemented with US government funding and support.
That's right.
That is an astonishing way. If we do not take a look at NewsGuard, we have failed. And you talk about the brave reporting that occurs and what it subjects you to. I would suggest there's also political bravery that I have observed. While we've only heard from Democrats on this panel attacking you, discrediting you, a lot like they've tried to attack and discredit FBI whistleblowers who are truth tellers, there are brave Democrats who still believe in free speech. And I would advise my colleagues to look at the comments of Ro Khanna, who has been deeply, deeply concerned about this weaponization of government. And he believes these Twitter files are indeed worthy of our focus and our energy. And that is exactly what we are going to do. I yield back.
I think the gentleman would now recognize the gentlelady from New York.
I still have my 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I understand why you may not.
Because you were yielded 5. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Excuse me. Mr. Schellenberger, I may have misheard earlier, but is it your testimony here today that you disagree with the 2 indictments by Special Counsel Robert Mueller that definitively established that Russia interfered in our 2016 election through social media disinformation and a hack and leak operation?
No, I don't disagree.
Okay, Mr. Taibbi, do you disagree with those 2 indictments?
Well, indictments aren't a thing to disagree.
Do you disagree? They're about 40 or 50 pages. Do you disagree with the evidence outlined in those indictments?
Well, indictments are just charges.
I just asked you, do you disagree with the evidence included in those indictments? Yes or no?
I'm not on the jury of that case. I couldn't possibly say yes or no.
Okay, because you said earlier, I believe, that you did not see Russia, you could not confirm that Russia interfered in our election in 2016, that you don't believe that. Is that your testimony here today? You don't believe that they did?
I think it's possible that they may have on a small scale, but certainly not to what's been reported.
What's been reported or what's been included in the indictments?
Well, again, indictments are allegations. They're not proof. And
I understand. It's a pretty detailed allegation.
In the Mueller indictment, by the way.
You should go read the indictment and then come back and tell us if you actually think there's no proof of it.
Well,
but let me move on.
Let me move on, please. By the way, when
please, let me move on. That's how this works. You should know that by now. So do you disagree with the special counsel Mueller's conclusion in his report, Mr. Taibbi, that the Trump campaign knew about Russia's interference, they welcomed it, and they used it for their benefit? You have no reason to disagree with that, don't you? You have no information. So after that foreign interference in our 2016 election, Twitter and other social media companies naturally wanted to work with the intelligence community to stop Vladimir Putin from interfering in our elections again. Mr. Taibbi, do you think it's a legitimate pursuit of the FBI to try to stop foreign interference in our elections?
Again, sir, will I be allowed to answer this question or?
It's a yes or no question. Do you think it's a legitimate pursuit of the FBI?
It's not a yes or no answer.
No. I'm not asking how. I'm saying as an objective, do you think it's a legitimate objective of the FBI to stop foreign interference in our elections?
I think it's a legitimate objective to stop actual foreign interference.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what the difference is, but that's fine.
Well,
since Russia used social media disinformation, according to Special Counsel Mueller, I understand you may disagree with the allegations, to interfere in our 2016 elections, are you trying to say that the FBI had no basis to inform social media companies about efforts to potentially interfere in our elections after 2016?
I can tell you that I read internal Twitter emails where Twitter expressly talked about the fact that the FBI couldn't possibly know more than they did about whether or not there was Russian interference, and that in fact, even they couldn't determine which accounts were actually IRA and which ones weren't.
Okay, I understand you like to filibuster. That was not an answer to my question, but I'll move on. Mr. Schellenberger, in all of the emails that you reviewed, did the FBI ever direct Twitter to take down any accounts or remove any posts?
Yes.
They directed Twitter to remove them, or they said these may violate your terms and services?
Yes. I think that's an accurate use of the word direct.
They said these may violate. You think that saying that these may violate your terms and conditions is the same as directing them to take an account down?
Yeah, I mean, I think if a police officer says,
all right, well,
you broke the law.
Very helpful. That's very helpful. I'm glad to know that you think flagging something for a private company to make a decision about what they should do is a direction. Now, Mr. Chairman, you have repeatedly said that this committee is all about protecting the First Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And what's unfortunate here is that we are talking about Twitter, and that we are not talking about Republican government officials around the country who are banning books. And we are not talking about—
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. And we are not talking about Donald Trump jailing his former counsel to prohibit him from publishing a book that the president did not want. The former president literally jailed his enemy. And we're here talking about Twitter. Twitter. And even with Twitter, you cannot find actual evidence of any direct government censorship of any lawful speech. And when I say lawful, I mean non-criminal speech, because plenty of speech is non-criminal.
I'll give you one. Gentleman's time to expire. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following email from Clark Humphrey, Executive Office of the Presidency, White House Office, January 23rd, 2021. That's the Biden administration, 4:39 a.m. Hey, folks, this goes to Twitter, hey folks, wanted to use the term they used the term Mr. Goldman just used, wanted to flag the below tweet, and I'm wondering if we can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP.
Boom.
That is.
Could you read the below tweet?
And then if we can keep an eye out for tweets that fall in this same genre, that would be great. This is a tweet on the very issue that Thomas.
Can you just,
brought.
for the fullness of the record, can you read because I've not seen this. Can you read the tweet that it's referencing?
I don't have the tweet here with me, but the gentleman's point was, tell us, you said no time did government try to tell Twitter to take that, to explicitly remove something, and.
No, I said explicitly remove lawful speech. Lawful speech. We're going to conflate. The First Amendment is not absolute.
Twitter, this is something from Robert Kennedy Jr.
But for the record,
I assume that's lawful
as a point
speech.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Because Robert Kennedy Jr. said it? That's why it's lawful speech?
Just a minute, Mr. Goldman.
All I'm saying is you said at no time did the government explicitly say to take a tweet down. Here we have it, right here from the White House. They couldn't even wait 2 days. 2 days into this administration, they were asked Twitter to take something down, and we will get you the underlying tweet. With that, I recognize the gentlelady from New York.
Will you place it into the record as well, sir? The underlying tweet?
Robert Kennedy Jr. Is talking about he's talking about Hank Aaron's death after he received the vaccine. That's what the tweet's about. We'll get you a copy.
Mr. Chairman,
I would say one thing. That's certainly lawful.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the tweet that you referenced into the record of the committee.
Without objection, we'll enter that into the record, along with the statement from the White House, the Biden White House, 2 days into the administration, when they're directly attacking people's First Amendment liberties. With that, I recognize the gentlelady from New York for 5 minutes.
I want to yield to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Just to point out quickly that Mr. Goldman is proving himself to be a master of obfuscation. He said, the First Amendment applies to government censorship of speech and not private companies. But what we're talking about and what the chairman just illustrated is that what we have here and what your Twitter files show is the federal government has partnered with private companies to censor and silence the speech of American citizens. I yield back to the gentlelady.
I just came from an open hearing with FBI Director Chris Wray, and he said under oath that no one from the FBI communicated with Twitter regarding the Hunter Biden laptop story. Based upon both of your courageous reporting, can you address that?
I mean, we saw, I mean, like I said, we don't know. I mean, so at this point, we just have to take his word on it. But what we saw was a huge amount of FBI communications to Twitter. We saw the former deputy chief of staff, the former general counsel showing up at Twitter right at the critical period. So I find a lot of suspicious activity. I would like to ask him a bunch of questions about that because I find it very suspicious and unresolved.
Mr. Taibbi, do you have comments on that?
We do know that there was a teleporter communication that had 10 documents in it just before the story broke, but we don't know what those documents were, so we can't suppose.
Well, I don't take his word for it. We have lots of examples where it has not been, they have not been accurate from that particular agency when it comes to testifying before Congress. So it is our job in this committee to get to the truth, to shine sunlight and transparency for the American people. I want to ask you both about the Aspen Digital Hack and Dump Working Group, which involved an 11-day scenario in October 2020 that began with the imaginary release of falsified records, that's what they claim, related to Hunter Biden's controversial employment by the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Right. This was if they knew, because they did know. So I would like your comments, Mr. Schellenberg. These were the files that you did extensive reporting on about how concerning this is and how this is truly the definition of the weaponization against free speech and suppressing accurate reporting.
Yeah, so there's actually two things, and one of them we just discovered recently, which is that there was a Stanford Cyber Policy Institute report, which said that, which was in menacing terms, telling journalists that they should abandon the Pentagon principle. Again, this is the Pentagon Papers principle. This is the idea that if Daniel Ellsberg brings you materials he's taken from the Pentagon about how the war in Vietnam is going, the New York Times and Washington Post published those. That was considered one of the greatest moments of American journalism. Here you have Stanford Cyber Policy Center saying we should abandon that principle. You should instead make the issue about, frankly, the theories about where it might have come from. Then you had the Aspen workshop, which was attended, by the way, by New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, Wikipedia, Facebook, Twitter, many other journalists, where they basically, you read it, it's like a kind of programming of the journalists that they should not follow this longstanding journalistic principle of taking materials from a hack and leak or any other situation and take them seriously. So, I mean, you read this and it feels like a kind of brainwashing exercise that Aspen Institute and Stanford were running against American journalists and the social media companies.
Mr. Taibbi, comments?
Yes, I think, there were a couple of moments in the Twitter files that really speak to a kind of larger problem. In the first Twitter files, we saw an exchange between Representative Rouhana and Vijay Gad, where he's trying to explain the basics of speech law in America, and she seems completely unaware of what, for instance, New York Times v. Sullivan is. There are other cases like Bartnicki v. Vopper, which legalize the publication of stolen material. That's very important for any journalist to know. I think most of these people are tech executives and they don't know what the law is around speech and around reporting. And in this case, and in 2016, you were dealing with true material. There is no basis to restrict the publication of true material, no matter who the source is and how you get it. And journalists have always understood that. And this has never been an issue or a controversial issue until very recently.
And by the way, just one quick thing I'll add. That's the exact same strategy of the malinformation, misleading. In other words, they were saying even if the material you think is true, it could lead people to have conclusions that we don't want them to have, and therefore you should change your journalism because of that. So this is, we're so far down the slippery slope, you've crashed at that point. I mean, it's a disturbing trend in journalism, in social media, and in the relationship from the intelligence community to these organizations.
How have you been targeted since the publication of the Twitter files?
Gentlelady's time has expired. We'll give a quick answer if we can.
I mean, again, I've known journalists who suffered real brutal harms in my career. So they've said a lot of nasty things about me on Twitter, but it hasn't been so bad, I would say. The FTC thing is the only thing that's legitimately concerning, and that's not really for my sake. It's more because it's a general problem for journalists everywhere.
I've been censored on Facebook since the year 2020 for writing accurate information in an article that went viral. I remain censored. They continue to flag warnings on posts that I write that have nothing to do with the environment. And we now know that one of the US government-funded organizations has put out a report that specifically targets me and presents disinformation about my own position on climate change. And so I've got a lot at stake here.
Yield back.
Mr. Chair, may I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter dated June 25th, 2020, to Mark Zuckerberg from Chad Wolf, the Acting Secretary of Homeland Security, in which he asked Facebook to keep Americans safe by taking appropriate action consistent with your terms of service against content that promotes, incites, or assists the commission of eminent illegal activities. Those committed to protecting free exchange of ideas should not turn a blind eye to illegal activity and violence fermenting in your platform. This is after the summer in which Black Lives Matter protests took place.
Without objection, gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. I know it doesn't feel exactly warm and fuzzy, but believe me, I think what you guys are doing is very important. We're here to discuss the weaponization of government, and I want to follow up on my colleague, Representative Massey's comments on the CDC. Up on the screen, you can see an email from October of 2020. This is from then NIH Director Francis Collins to Dr. Anthony Fauci. It goes on in to say this proposal, talking about the Great Barrington Declaration, is from 3 fringe epidemiologists who met with the secretary, and it seems to be getting a lot of attention, even a signature, a co-signature from a Nobel Prize winner. Key line in here that I would like to point out, there needs to be a, quote, quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. I don't see anything like that online yet. Is it underway? Signed, Francis. Now, what I find interesting is if you fast forward into June of 2021, the Biden administration was raging at social media companies. There is communications that we can produce, for the record, that state we would like you to combat quote unquote misinformation. Now, we, thanks to the Twitter files, know that Twitter executives were using the term visibility filtering, and that really to the rest of the American general public was shadow banning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all of a sudden, we saw a rash of blacklists created by Twitter at the highest levels that were taking down some of the signatories and creators of this very Barrington Declaration, correct? This is to both of you.
I haven't seen that, but.
I haven't seen that either.
So would you agree that there was a blacklist created in 2021?
Sorry, yes, Jay Bhattacharya, the Stanford professor who I don't think anybody considers a fringe epidemiologist, was indeed, I'm sorry, I didn't piece it together. He was indeed visibility filtered.
Correct. And so this blacklist that was created that really was used to deplatform, reduce visibility, create lists internally where people couldn't even see their profiles. That was used against doctors and scientists who produced information that was contrary to what the CDC was putting out, despite the fact that we now know that what they were publishing had scientific basis and in fact was valid.
Absolutely, and not only that, but these are secret blacklists. So Professor Bhattacharya had no idea he was on it. I mean, this is East Germany Stasi kind of behavior. That's what this is. And the Great Barrington Declaration, by the way, I was skeptical of it at the time, but it actually now looks pretty good in terms of how response to COVID. But even if it was totally wrong, it still deserved, I mean, this is the whole point of the First Amendment, is that I think we all have the experience of you're not right until you're wrong a lot. You know, you actually have to have that debate and that conversation. So by repressing that, we actually stifled, I think, a much broader conversation we could have had about how to effectively respond to COVID because they were secretly blacklisting people like Jay Bhattacharya.
And I think to the bigger point that Americans are concerned about when it comes to the weaponization of government, this isn't Republican or Democrat issue, this is an American issue. You had individuals, millions of Americans, who in many cases were being mandated to take an experimental vaccine. And when those that wanted to consider taking it were trying to make an informed decision, you had opinions that were being silenced because it didn't fit a specific narrative pushed by the Biden administration, correct?
Absolutely correct. And that's why we use the language of disfavored ideas and disfavored people, because it doesn't fall neatly among left and right lines. If there's anything going on here, it tends to be more of a disproportionate blacklisting of more populist voices, or just ideas that we would consider slightly outside of the Overton window, the mainstream opinion at the time. But the Overton window moves. And so the idea that you're just going to narrow the entire what's acceptable on social media to what is mainstream at the time would basically freeze us and not allow the society to progress and for knowledge to grow and for the democracy to function.
With the 14 seconds that I have left, Mr. Taibbi, if you'd like to weigh in on any of this that we have talked about and why this is a direct threat to Americans today, I would appreciate it.
Just quickly, again, we yesterday discovered this email talking about the suppression of people telling their own stories of true vaccine side effects. So these are people who are telling about their own experiences, things that happened to them that are true, and they're being suppressed because what anti-disinformation does is the opposite of what the press does. They are aiming for what the narrative is, and they already know in advance what they're looking for. Whereas a journalist goes into a story, does not know what the truth is. We often find that the thing we expect to find turns out to be completely different. They know in advance what they're looking for, and that's why this is so dangerous.
My time has expired. I yield back. Thank you, too.
The gentlelady yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. And, I think maybe if we can get this right and stop this, and whatever, what legislation, appropriation, whatever it takes, we can stop this. I think in the future, people will look back and look at your courage as people in journalism, in the press, to come here with what you've been facing, what you've had to endure, and now with the idea that the FTC is coming after you. That's something that I think is pretty darn important and certainly noteworthy. So we appreciate you sitting here for 2.5 hours, taking the questions you did, but giving so much valuable information to this committee, who is certainly on our side, committed to protecting the First Amendment and people's right to speak. So that concludes today's hearing. Again, we thank you both for being here. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, sir.
Well, for any of those still here, I don't know how long this has been over because I realized that what I was listening to was delayed from when I didn't have any internet. So I haven't even got through the whole darn hearing. But anyway, I'll be back live around 4:30 for an episode of The Rational American. So make sure you stay tuned. If you haven't already, make sure you go and buy one of these new bundles. They're limited edition. We're not, putting out a ton of these. We only had 14 actually, and I think we've sold like 3 or 4 of them so far. They all come with a book written by one of our viewers, James McFadden, First Line of Defense Inside the U.S. Border Patrol, written by a Border Patrol. I think he was a chief sector agent. But it comes with a .30 caliber ammo can, the book, a bag of coffee, stickers, patches, and a t-shirt. So get your order in now. Link is in your chat, and I will see all of you guys at approximately 4:30 when I press the right button.